All right, gonna go get my sweatshirt. Oh, I was hoping for a video. Oddities. Best mullet. That doesn't look like a Florida gator. Oh, on a Florida gator. Is there any video? I was looking for a video. Maybe under photography. Let's just go to YouTube. Giant robot project. I think that's the name of it.
My name is Jamie, and I've decided to build a giant robot. Damn it! Okay, here is my little robot. Be sure to splice in some video of it working.
This
because
is
I don't have
17
batteries
years
for it
ago.
right now, but it's radio controlled, and I'm gonna make one of these huge. Okay,
And I
because I'll
think he
probably
finally
forget later,
finished
edit
it.
in the robot here.
I stopped watching like 10 years ago.
Okay, in order to
But I'm
power
just
my
trying to get
robot building
my...
operation, since
see
I
if my
live
audio
out
is
in the middle of the
working.
woods with no electricity other than solar power, I've bought a generator. $1,000 down. Oh, let's
Alright,
start.
perfect.
Oh,
So it
crap.
is working.
Whatever, edit that.
Alright, so thank you, Jamie. Good luck with all of your endeavors. You seem like a pretty intelligent dude. I think you're still alive anyway. Let's see what Jamie's stuff is doing. One day ago. Motor adjustment. He's on to project 2. Sure.
All right, wait, what do you have there?
Get a little quick view of this. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing.
So, this section of my house has been kind of a disaster because I moved into my house like really fast because someone was being kind of a, doesn't matter. Like I had to move a whole bunch of stuff into my house really fast. So there's this huge section over here.
All right, thanks for the update, Jamie. All right, let's get into Grand Theft Auto 5. I don't even know how much I have left to play on this game. So it may not even be that long that I'm playing. But here we go. Been just a beautiful day for me. Alright, let's see. My controller is connected or not. Nope, it is not working right now. Let's go for the plan. Where do you want to head to today? You got that. Let's sell everything. What do I buy it as? Big action. No redwood. That has to apply. So that is full on. Let's see what. How much money does Franklin have? $5,000. All right. So let's go to Trevor and see if I can get into that mission yet. Because I think that mission. Oh, wow. Where are we gonna end up, Trevor? What are you waking up to right now? Or coming to with? Oh. Just leaving the hideout with a napkin. Alright, let's get in your rig and let's go up north. You're spending a lot of time in the city, Trevor. Is it too much fun for you? Alright, right up here.
Knows this very well. I give the guy in traffic the bird. He does not like the bird so much, I think, because he comes and kicks for goes to work.
Oh, sorry, buddy. I did not see you there at all.
I saw this awful book at the store.
That was my
Kids
bad.
Works wonders by some ex-soldier called Alan McLean. I mean, you should never, ever lay a hand on a child.
This is true.
Oh, that's just an armored truck, isn't it? Okay.
Get in big trouble if someone is watching.
Now, you talked earlier about the
I guess I still haven't done one of those missions yet. Maybe it's about time that I do one.
A lot of professional women in this state are hitting a glass ceiling.
The debt ceiling, the glass ceiling.
Oh, hold on, buddy.
Ceilings aren't real ceilings. There are those fake ceilings in little squares,
This
and you can hide things up there.
Okay. Well, we've got
still
some
don't think the GPS is taking me out along
It's
the
author and
coast.
parenting guru, Alan McLean.
That was close.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. McLean, but it's barbaric. Children should be
How's it going, Chaos? Oops.
respect authority.
Yeah, if you want to. I am down. I can stop this at any time and set up the game. So whenever are you ready to go right now?
What you would like.
All right, awesome. Let's see. How's everything been with your day? Let's see. How are we doing chat? Are we just going to talk through Discord? Or is the game audio or whatever good? Okay. Awesome. I'm going to send you a quick call. All right. Let's see.
Hey, yo.
Good day. How's it going?
Amazing, honestly. Chill day, so nothing to complain about.
Oops. Perfect.
What about you? That you had a good session with your boy?
Yeah. It had been a while since we had chatted. So I yeah, it was good just to kind of catch up with him, and like I probably haven't spent much time with him. Like he's been with other people, just kind of traveling through. He hadn't spent a night here in like since 2018 or something, since we've really hung out.
Time, huh?
Yeah. It's been just too long. But we've kind of kept in touch, but since I'm not on social media, I don't get any kind of updates, and then we see each other for 15-20 minutes every couple of years. Not yearly even. So yeah, it was good. It wasn't long enough. I think we're gonna do it some more possibly. So I have okay, so I need to change some shit. I'm doing some other stuff. I don't remember exactly what we talked about last night. But I got a couple YouTube videos out today, and I have it set up so I can I'm streaming on YouTube as well. Hello? Chaos? Uh-oh. Well, hold on just one moment. Hello?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Did you go away for a second, or did I lose you somehow? It got really quiet there for a moment.
Oh, do you hear me?
I hear you. Uh,
You kind of cut off for like.
okay, I changed over my OBS stuff, but it may have happened a second before that. Maybe when I was loading the game, Discord kind of cut out. I'm not sure what happened, but it was really quiet and I was just talking to myself, so I'm not sure what the last thing you heard was.
I sent you the code, I think. To them.
Let's see, is that going to be in Discord?
I can spell out for you.
No, I got it. Let's see. And then this will be just somewhere in the game.
You click the plus button.
Let's,
Right next to your name on the left.
yeah.
Click join. Or join party.
Let's see, I think I got it. All right. All right, so I haven't.
Have you,
Oh.
you tested any graphic like
Uh,
run it or?
It opened it. I didn't see like a tutorial. It just said the co-op campaign and the multiplayer. So I didn't play any game. I went through the graphics and kind of changed anything that I thought I would want to change, but I didn't try the game.
Oh, I'm gonna explain everything to you.
Okay.
Okay, so before we go in,
Yeah.
when you go into play section, you see the screen.
Yeah, like the preferred character and change class ready. Yeah.
So classes are the most important. Every class is something they're great on and something they're really bad on.
Okay.
I picked a class that has a drone. I can put a drone on you to kind of because game, so you
So like how many zombies are on screen at once? Like thousands? 1,000? A couple hundred?
thousands, but a couple. Sure. It depends which map.
Okay. Yeah, that may be one of the things that really legs my computer, right? Is just how many zombies are moving around. The graphics didn't look crazy.
The game is really optimized, okay? So I don't think it makes difference.
Okay.
Optimized.
Okay, awesome.
But yeah, I would recommend you Gunslinger, obviously. Hellraiser is really good for zombies when they collect, they climb stuff.
Okay.
Medic, you're not really gonna need that. It's more
Yeah.
mixer, toolbox, which can be useful for when we change the difficulty.
Okay.
Thrasher is okay, but he's like mostly melee, which kind of
Mhm.
close.
Yep.
Terminator uses fire, also for taking out huge
Okay.
drone master, which I'm playing. Drone, which is Vanguard, which nobody plays. Really shit. It's just a shield.
Okay. What about characters? Does that really matter?
No, you can pick it.
They all have kind of the basic same jump and everything else.
Yeah,
Is there a jump? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. Do I just hit ready
There you
then?
go. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, so I don't know what the last little bit. Oh.
I almost put in same difficulty. Too easy for first time.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, what did you say?
I don't know how much you heard when I was talking earlier, but I put up a couple YouTube videos today, and I got it set up to so I'm streaming on YouTube as well right now.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and then YouTube will keep my videos for eternity, whatever. Twitch only keeps them for
14 days.
yeah. So that'll make it easier if I ever want to go back. I don't have to save the videos. or deal with them in 2 weeks.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm really excited about that. I set up a Patreon. I had an old Patreon from my tie-dye store, but I didn't have it set up, so I just changed the data whatever over to this channel. And what else? I think that's about all that I got done with this today. So I
You can split up maybe the game that we're playing.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think YouTube lets me edit my VODs. I don't know about easier. I need to change my my Y.
Well, your ping is kind of high. I think you should have made the party.
Okay.
But it's not really gonna matter too much.
Okay.
But you're the host.
Let me just make sure. I don't know what I really want for all my different options for my video stuff. But I may want to turn down like the lighting and shadow and stuff a little bit. Maybe effects too.
Mhm.
I don't know. Let's see how that works for me. Um
Mine is
oh,
everything and all.
okay, that did not change my Y. Let's see. What am I doing? Where I was just on why don't I see it now? Oh, it'll be under camera. Invert vertical on.
We're playing on
Yeah, I was gonna play on my controller, but that's not working.
should be.
I don't know, maybe there's one for keyboard and one for controller. Oh yeah, mouse. There we go. I just didn't look down far enough. All right. Let's see. Okay. I'm ready. So what do I have just as much aim? Can I just shoot and stuff? I won't shoot at anybody.
In the beginning, your class will have much less beginning. Also, your guns don't have first, which is because
Okay.
it's easy.
All right, so it looks like okay, do I have a grenade? Okay, LB Y. Okay. Awesome. And then who are these people that we're playing with?
Just bots.
Okay. No, I wasn't sure if it just like randomly picked 2 other people online or if it was just bots.
You can play with them too, but they're less organized.
Okay.
Take it easy around the corners because this zombie called Lurker. It can jump on you and down.
Okay.
They help you.
Then just
He got me. Can you shoot him?
so wait, which one are you? Right there, you shooting at the door.
There's also friendly fires.
Okay. No guarantees.
It's fine if you make a mistake. There is a lot of guns you can pick up. So there, the way the game works, it has like gears on each gun. Like the beginning are like tier 1,
Okay.
2, and And you have special guns. Mine's
Where are the guns at? Is there like chests that I'm looking for?
there are chests, but it's mostly rats. Oh, watch out.
Oh,
Bunch of
sorry.
rats. They're mostly
Okay.
push out behind.
Oh, hey. All right, I'm gonna run through you.
These are
Let's see, where are you at? The scout rifle. What am I hitting to take it?
for me it's these.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I just had to get a little bit closer.
We should say
And then do I want to keep my?
keep it.
Okay, I get a pistol and then
Yeah,
that.
pistol is like on
Okay.
medkits. You don't have a medkit, so you do actually. We have frequent charge. So those are gonna be guns, grenades for you.
Okay.
And for me, it's gonna be drone for the full suit. And here you refill it.
Do I want to pick up adrenaline or that's behind us? Right. Or
Adrenaline is when you die, you get up, but you cannot carry a medkit if you take it. So
okay.
then you can take this one. If
How do I know that that's like that will replace my primary?
it won't.
Or
It says in a.
okay. I'll give that a shot. Should I? Does it come with full ammo, or should I go refill my ammo again?
It does.
Okay. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna change. I forgot to change my my game. What I'm playing on OBS or on Twitch. Oh, now I have and on. I don't know. I think just with YouTube, I can just leave it on gaming, and it'll be fine like that. Oh wait. This is World War Z Aftermath, right? Okay, awesome. Okay, I am ready to go. Oh. All right. Yeah, so oh, go for it. If you were going to tell me what we're going to do.
Yeah, just important thing. Now we take down a huge horde and do not shoot them right away. Let's get
Okay.
where's your gun?
And that'll be better than the one that.
Yeah, that's tier 2.
Okay.
You can see the horde down there.
Oh, yeah.
One more thing, and you can tell me. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. This thing here is a special weapon. There's a grenade launcher, chainsaw, more explosive.
Where at?
Chainsaw here.
Oh, wait,
There's
I'm
a
not.
chainsaw there.
Okay.
I don't think you have a special one. Just
And then there'll be some kind of button to bust that out.
yeah, I couldn't tell you on. There's a machine gun too.
I don't know. Okay, I'll do the gun. I want to play with a chainsaw though. Have you ever used a chainsaw in real life?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like woodcutter.
Okay, a lumberjack, so to speak. Oh, yeah, flamethrower.
They're coming in huge numbers. before.
Oh wow.
So if you don't, oh, there's a bell.
And then just all the guns are just kind of random as you play the level.
That's it. Two guns. Oh yeah. When you're ready to just shoot down at them, they're gonna start climbing this wall. Pick them up. They fall like a pyramid, so just shoot at them.
Okay. Should I just shoot the guys in on top first?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
You're climbing. You can throw a grenade down there.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Grenade out.
Yes. Bomber, watch out.
All right.
Yeah, it's like
That's-
a special.
I think I got hit by him. My screen's blue. There we go.
The blue effect is actually good for you. Do math.
Okay. Oh, awesome.
This is a juggernaut. Run away from him. Because it's really big and dangerous. That should be it.
Can I fall off? Okay. Right. I end up doing that a lot. Like if I'm playing Minecraft or something, I'm always falling in holes. There's no map or radar or anything.
Who is the?
Oh, okay.
So there's a chainsaw if you want
No,
it. Stick with-
yeah, I'll stick with the machine gun. I don't know how to open it up anyway, so
So next level is we get down there, like zombies from.
Yeah.
And we have defensive grade. We can set up auto turrets
okay.
or defend. You'll see. These are the box. There it is.
And we can use both of them, or like we
Yeah,
each
we
get
can-
one.
As much as we can find. I'm gonna place one behind us so you can guard her. You can place those. You can only carry one defense. Pick it up, go place it, then
I'm hitting buttons. I'm not sure what how to do the defensive.
there is highlighted areas where you cannot place them.
Okay, I thought I was like
If you go
put
down the stairs, you can see like
okay.
where you can place it.
Okay, totally. Do I want them like further up or closer?
Up to you.
Or how many do we get? A couple, or is it just like one?
It's random. It's pretty good now because we get two.
Okay.
Okay, we get a machine gun. I'm gonna get you the machine.
And then they're just coming through the front, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So you can stick on the machine gun. I placed it for you. There's a lot of.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Ready. A lot of them.
Will this overheat or anything?
No, I think it does have limited ammo.
Oh yeah, I see 200 on it.
You can,
Can I start shooting? Have you watched all these the movie World War Z?
Yeah, yeah. Really good.
I don't think I've watched it yet. Um, I think I was just waiting for it to come out on like Amazon or somewhere for free. I don't pirate a lot of media.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'm out of ammo on the machine gun.
You can move into. You can pick up your.
I don't know. I don't know how to switch to it. Yeah, I'll have to look at the controls for that. I played some Marvel Rivals the other day.
Oh, did you like it?
Yes and no. I didn't have the like all the controls figured out, so I didn't have all the moves. Where do I get bullets? Would
There's a crate
would they be back up top?
up here.
Where are you at? Are you all the way up there? Okay, okay, I see you.
Blue. Yeah, I mean, Marvel Rivals is a very good aim.
Yeah, well, uh, I was gonna do it on controller, but then I couldn't figure out the y-axis, and so then I just played on controller, and then I really didn't know. I only played like 4 or 5 rounds, so I didn't get into it a whole lot. But it was fun. I've never played games like that. Like I was talking to Sean about it. I kind of oh, I'm sorry. Are you ready to go? Okay. I kind of stopped buying games in like 2012 or so. My Xbox crapped out, and my PC, I had it to kind of edit videos, so I didn't want to put a bunch of games and stuff on it, and it wasn't a very powerful computer, so I I just kind of stopped buying games and crap, and then I got a new computer around like 2019, 2020, and so that it was just kind of like updating my Steam library to, games that I wanted to play in the past I never got to that were on sale. Um and and I just knew that I wasn't going to be playing the newest games like in 2019, 2020 when I got it. I may have had, I may have been able to play some of the current games, but I can't play like Kingdom Come Deliverance. I think that's one that I kind of looked up, and there's no way that I could even play on the minimum settings.
Yeah. Experimental.
Yeah, so as I go into this, I guess just playing lower demanding games is just gonna kind of be my thing until I can get a new computer. Or Sean thinks he can get me some new video memory or like a new graphics card.
That's sweet.
Yeah, but it may not work on my computer. I might.
Motherboard?
What was that?
You think you can connect it?
No, like my desktop may be too small. It's a Dell, and just reading message boards, whatever, they're kind of hard to upgrade. Certain, like I don't think I can upgrade the CPU. That's just proprietary stuff that Dell does. But I think I need like the memory card can't be too long. or the graphics card, like the measurements of it have to be right, something or other. So, um, I don't know.
Here, and what we have to do, because this guy is an ass, we have to bring him left.
Okay.
Anyways, here.
Oops.
Finish,
Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm good with everything.
pick up. Watch out, bomber.
Why can't I jump? Okay. Oh. Where are you at?
There are two crates.
All right, hold on.
Right here.
Oh wait, I was over by you. Shit. Sorry.
Can you see my name like in top? Cannibal.
Yeah. All right, where was I looking? Okay. Thank
I
you.
mean, it takes them time to being slow.
Yeah, I just kept on going to the where our goal or whatever objective marker.
They're placing.
What am I placing? Oh, deliver supply crate. Okay.
So now,
Who's telling us to do this? Is it just somebody on the radio, or is there?
train driver.
Okay.
Electronics, got the high ground, so like, you there?
How many different kind of levels? Like, is this the co-op campaign or whatever?
It is, yeah. I think there's 5 stages, and every stage has like,
Okay.
you have to buy.
How many different DLCs are there?
Things, but there's for like
How much are the level DLCs? Like $10 or something like that?
I think they're more expensive.
Okay.
20. But if somebody has it, you can play with them.
Oh, nice. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh. Oh, sorry.
Levels.
Okay. I didn't have to shoot all those people at the end. But yeah, my shorts, I uploaded one a couple days ago, and it has like 500 views on it. And then one of the ones I upload today is up above like 100 views right now. So, and they have some likes and stuff on them, no comments. But yeah.
Did you figure out the clip? Gameplay?
You mean like on the VODs on Twitch's website, like after my stream is over?
Like, are your clips like 16 format? Like
They are from my little website program that I have, but I can't upload them onto Twitch, right? I can only do Twitch clips off of Twitch VODs on Twitch's website, I think. It won't let me upload a clip that I've figured out how to do it. So I think I may have like 1 or 2 clips on Twitch, but I haven't played around with it.
New York. There, I think.
Oh yeah, should I change my class or
You don't
anything?
have to. It's like you're level 1 in all of grade 1
Okay,
at a time.
okay, that works. What level are you at?
I'm like at max.
Okay,
The way the level works is you go to the max in prestige, new ability. Every time you prestige, you reset. Earn.
okay, okay.
So like every
I'm new into some of this leveling stuff, so I kind of get it though, but I haven't played a lot of games with that kind of format. Oh, you know what? I did not transition my scene, so whoever would have been online has just been looking at a blank screen. My face and at least my voice was going. At least it wasn't just my be right back screen.
were you recording like I don't know, 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I was testing out the YouTube stuff just to make sure that my computer can handle it and everything.
Right, because I didn't see your camera. It was like
Yeah, I didn't even have my microphone plugged in. I didn't have any music going. It was just to see if the mic, because it's making 2 streams effectively, sending one out to Twitch and sending one out to YouTube. It doesn't just like my computer's doing the same, it's sending the same information out to both channels, right? It doesn't split it down the line and they go. So I wanted to make sure that my computer could even handle it before I really start messing around with it. So yeah, I just went out on a Sunday drive, ran through the hills a little bit, and then I got online. So like within 3 minutes of going, are we ready to do this? Okay. Oh.
Good enough. Gotta be quiet here.
It only has 5 bullets in it. Okay.
We ain't alone. Got the creeper.
And they're just around the corner. Are they just harder to kill?
We need too much noise.
Loading ammo.
Stevie, we hit a gate.
Ah, yeah. Now we rigged those up so the Zeke couldn't stumble in. There's multiple switches to open them. Some of them are on timers. Have fun.
Cabron.
Find a switch.
Are they in that other room or?
Take a look at this.
Okay. Like, do we have to do them at the same time, or?
The next switch.
And it's up on the top.
Friggin' gate again.
We gotta find the switch.
Where are you hiding, creeper?
Where? Oh, I see the switch.
Find the next switch.
I think. Oh, there's a bunch of zombies. Hold on.
Reloading! Flip the next switch.
Oh shit, look on.
Creeper!
Who shot me?
Yep.
Thanks. I've got a hot one. Infector's down for good.
Oh.
Limited time. Let's
Oh, there's a battle lurker. Got some guy in a gas mask. Thank you.
came out of nowhere.
Okay.
Lady, how close are we to opening the tunnel door?
It should be coming up, unless you die.
God damn it! Somebody shot me.
All right.
Come to mama. We gotta shut him up.
I got a rocket launcher and a grenade launcher right now. Awesome. I can't. I want to use a grenade launcher. Sometimes. You know, are we gonna get some like big hordes of them? Oh, gotcha bomb. Oh.
Loading ammo.
Okay. Oh, are we running?
Take a look at this.
Yes.
I'll take what I can get. Let's go.
Shit, no roof. I don't like it.
Stevie, we're in the hub.
Oh, my
Okay.
little hatchlings have reached the sea.
Like we have
There are two control rooms here.
supplies
Use the
or-
one on the right.
Automatic turret set. I'm reloading.
Not activated door yet.
Okay. No, I was looking at the different weapons. I want to take the assault shotgun.
Welcome home.
Okay, I'm gonna see how to use the weapon on my back, if you don't mind. Oh, okay. Oh. How did I switch to third person or first person?
Watch this.
I was third person a minute ago, right? Like. Let's see.
Switching to first person was a feature. Yeah.
No, it was just I just quick fingered it, and it's the first option in the settings. But I want to try and figure out how to get to that weapon. Oh God. Did I lose that shotgun? No, I don't even see that shotgun. Could I have dropped it somehow?
You do have it.
Oh, okay. No, I was holding it. How?
There's enough for everybody.
Okay, if I just press and hold the switch button, it swaps to that. Oh, awesome. Let's see. I like shotguns. They're fun.
Who wants to die again? Where have you been all my
All right,
life?
so they're gonna come out from this door in front of the switch.
Anybody want a defense kit?
Okay.
There's a lot of special weapons by the way.
Okay.
The tunnel door is opening.
Okay.
That'll wake him up.
Oh shoot.
Oh, bugger, look at that! I can't get the engine running. Oh, I guess you'll have to buy them without me.
That never gets easier. Anybody else? Loading ammo.
On which wall? Oh shit.
Get ready.
Oh, okay, I see that little, those walls.
Anybody want seconds? Who wants more? Grenade is live! Reloading!
What is the multiplayer like?
We gotta shut him up!
Okay.
Oh, that was beautiful! Bravo! Choo-choo! Alright, now, pass them over to the next control booth and get the
Cool.
other door open.
What how many people can play like this at one time?
We each have a calling in life,
Okay.
love. Mine is to drive the train. Yours is to push buttons.
Maybe the vents are connected.
Okay.
Take a look.
Get some!
Check this out.
Come to mama.
But yeah, one thing. The glass overbridge.
Mm-hmm.
You can open up these doors. Or we can open them. Reaching charters.
Okay.
Good luck with it.
We're dead if we just sit here.
And
Let's
that's
check out
the,
that
what do you
red
say,
vent.
Hellraiser?
Gone.
Need to shut down that fan. I see a control panel.
Am I hitting that?
I don't like this. Ugh. The lower level is filled with gas.
The pipe. We can
Okay.
climb over it to get inside.
Ventilation is dead. We've got to fire it up to clear out the gas. Look, another fan switch. That should turn on the ventilation.
Oops.
Fans are clearing the gas.
Fans are not moving the gas.
Oh, whoops. I
Let's head down
need
the
to re-up my grenades. I did not get more.
Quiet.
But I want to change my gun. I'm not super happy with it unless I can change it. It's just like a single shot. I don't know how to change it to like a 3-round burst.
Over here. Anyone have a med kit?
Okay. I'd rather have.
Take him out! Goddamn fan won't work without a key.
Heads up!
Okay.
Unless you can breathe poison, I'd start searching dead workers for a key.
Let's find the key. Reloading! Looks like the gas does nothing to the leak. Wolf gonna charge! Ah!
There's another big guy coming at us. Oh. I think. Okay.
Hey, watch out! Loading
No,
ammo.
I'm good right now. But I don't know, somebody that charges you with like a full on like a
Yeah, so
No way to move until we get that key.
he only runs through you. One guy,
okay, he just kind of runs until he hits a wall,
yeah.
kind of deal. Okay, and you can't shoot when they're down.
Found the key. Heading
Can
for
you
the control
fight, or
room.
are you just kind of
Be
stuck there
quiet
until somebody else comes up?
That's who
Okay.
The gas level's dropping. Let's go. Next level should be safe.
Missing
Okay.
another goddamn key.
Are you serious? Look for bodies. There's some down below in the gas.
We gotta go down. No key.
Reloading.
Yeah, yeah. I don't see anybody right now.
Found it, coming back.
Stevie, we cleared the bottom. Tell me there's no more gas.
Ha! Gas? That's the least of your problems.
We all need to get downstairs.
The red tunnel should go through.
Look out!
And I can shoot through the fences and stuff.
Loading ammo. Fire in the hole. I need bullets.
I'm all out of my normal ammo. How long does it take him to blow up? Okay.
Down! You need a boost.
I owe you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Reloading.
Let's see.
There's
Okay.
enough for everybody. Stay quiet.
Are there grenades anywhere?
Take a look at this.
Okay,
Anybody want seconds?
perfect. All right, I think I'm all good.
Everybody good? Let's move.
This one you just run out.
Looks like up from here.
I can shoot and everything.
Screamers, probably more.
Just run.
Shit. Swarm above.
Okay.
Move! They're throwing themselves at us. We gotta shut him up. Shut up.
awesome. Yeah, this is fun. I did a lot of just the co-op Halo back in the day. A couple of the different Halo ones, and yeah, I can get down on this kind of crap. It did you play consoles very much? Oh yeah, that was a Xbox exclusive, and I think it was a launch game for the original Xbox, and I think the original Xbox. Are you ready to go? Okay. The original Xbox only had like 6 games, 8 games on it, something like that when it launched. So, like, there wasn't any other games for, a little while, and it was really good. It kind of was the point between mouse and keyboard and controller that it was closer to a controller than a lot of games had gotten before, or it was as close to a mouse and keyboard, just with its responsiveness and stuff. No, I mean, mouse and keyboard like always wins, right, when it comes to how like competitive gaming and whatnot. But it was one of those that you like a lot of the game. I don't know, am I just following you? Or a lot of the games before that, just technology-wise, like some games you couldn't even like move your the camera up and down. It was just like, just flat. Like an old one, or like Doom. Yeah, like that was what games were, just because just we didn't have the.
Check this out.
Okay, definitely.
Good enough.
Just the technology wasn't there for either computers or consoles, and that's when they started to do more 3D stuff and whatnot. About that time, right? Like late 90s. But I think, Doom came out early 90s, if not like 89. But I think it was early 90s. I think Marathon... No, that probably came out after Doom. Sorry, I'm not being real helpful setting stuff up. But, Halo was just... And it was the first one that you could do just co-op with. That was, a good game. Whatever. Okay. Do I have to run away, or do I have to, like, set it off?
Door charge is gonna blow.
The PlayStation had a bunch of co-op stuff. And, it had Tekken, Gran Turismo, probably some other really good... I don't know what I just picked up. Do I need to put something out? Yeah, it looks like it. Where... Let's see. I'm going to put one over here. What, you want to back... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think this one's facing that way.
Auto turret ready.
Sure, go for it. I'll go jump on the machine gun. Or did you want to be on the machine gun? Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Where's that at, in that little room?
Swarm heading this way. Keep them
away
away from the train.
And so... I don't know, I always liked first-person shooters. I remember trying to get into them when there weren't very many around. Like Wolfenstein was one of the kind of original ones. And The internet wasn't really a thing then, so you know, I couldn't play online with people. So I just fell in love with Halo. The story was good enough. Sorry, I'm disinfecting. And then, yeah, I never had good internet to play online. So I just kind of always could play Halo. Like, me and a roommate and a neighbor would just play hours and hours of co-op back in the day. And I'm still lagging from 2012. There's still a bunch of shit that I haven't really gotten into with how games have kind of evolved. The whole internet, multiplayer stuff, I'm total basic beginner in. I'm looking around for people. Oh, they're over there.
Shit, they're coming.
Like World of Warcraft? Like the real-time strategy? I don't really like real-time strategy games. No, like StarCraft was another one when I was playing games, and they don't really do it for me. I like was it Age of Empires or some of those. I don't know if I'd like Civilization. I think that's the new kind of version that they have out now. That's similar to what I'm thinking of. I like a little bit of action. I don't know. Like, I've been playing games so long. There's definitely genres that, like, I don't think I'm gonna like tower defense games necessarily. Even though there are some like first-person shooter tower defense games, I think there's a bunch of different genres that kind of fall into that, and I don't really like those. But like, I don't need really good graphics to play a game. It can have crappy graphics if the gameplay is fun. I mean, I can just geek out on vanilla Minecraft, right? Or but there's a lot of other stuff that I haven't, like, I think I told you I got the Mass Effect. Oh, are we all? No, are we done? Okay, awesome. That was fun. Where I don't know, like, where's all my like accuracy and shit. I don't know if I want to see what my accuracy's at. At least normally I'm shooting into a wall of zombies, so there's a good chance I hit one of them. Okay, nice. Feels good. Yeah, I'm, but kind of, you know, with how I have been doing games, it's all been a lot of just inexpensive, on sale, you know, free games. I'm okay rocking that for a while, especially since my computer isn't all the way there. So thank you for letting me know about this. I just checked to own the rights of another game somewhere, I'm not sure where, it was free. It's like, oh, well, awesome. Just I don't remember if it was on Epic Games or where. It could have been on Epic Games. I haven't downloaded it yet, but there was another game. Oops. I'm going to take just a quick, like, 2-minute break and stand up. I've been streaming for... do you want to play again, or what's going on? Do you need to go or anything? Yeah, totally. Okay, yeah. Let's chat. Let me take a quick break though, first, so I can just totally close out of this Awesome. Okay. Let me get a little bit of music going. But yeah, that's one thing that YouTube is much more strict with its audio, and so I can't do Pandora on YouTube. But that's why I had it set up. So I just made sure that I think I clicked the right checkbox for my audio going to YouTube. But anyway, I'll be right back. At probably won't even be a couple minutes. So
Yeah, take your time.
awesome. So do you have anything off the top of your head that you want to talk about?
Talking. My philosophy. Please, if you wanna switch that up.
We don't have to. I want to get more into what in the world? Hold on a second. I wanted to get into that guy that we were talking about earlier. Yes. I did watch. I wanted to go through one of his videos. If you're down with that. Okay, I have it up on my stream. Sorry, it's gonna take me a while to get used to this, but like I have to stack my streams on just. Oh, and thank you for beginning successful sack. It's gonna take me a second just to get used to making sure that I can see my chat. I don't have it all on one screen or anything. So, but yeah, I did watch one of his videos that, shit, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it now. It was like a 30-minute, not quite animated one, but it was like an interview that he had with somebody, and it was like the 48. Yeah, and it had all 48 of them, kind of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know, like, this doesn't keep my history necessarily on it, so I can't.
But you know the video that I wanted to watch with you, the also section one, but like.
Yeah.
It's really good. I would love to watch. You want to watch it?
No, we can do either one. I just, not that I have criticisms about what he's saying. It's just that, like, it seems really good. But you have to be like spot on doing it. There's so many different little nuances that you have to account for in doing that. Like, I think that very few people would be capable of doing it to a real high degree.
Yeah, definitely.
Just be right there's 48 rules you have to remember and to use which one in which situation. It would be really easy to mess that up.
I don't think it's something that you learn really. Something that you always have to keep in your mind. Like, you have to get used to it being. Sort of like
Yeah,
how you
yeah.
learn math.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think I mean it's always a practice, right? It's always something that you're probably going to improve on. I mean, how many times have you left a conversation, and a minute later, an hour later, you're like, "Oh, I could have said this." What have you, right? I think everybody kind of does that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this one. Do you want me to share my screen on Discord or anything?
It would be better. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. All right, I think this should be good. So maybe like summary, but I mean we don't have to watch this one. That's pretty much all I wanted to go. What?
I may have a reason.
Okay. Well, go for it. I'll be here. So. Okay. No worries. Hopefully it's not too much of a. All right. No worries. Good luck, Chaos. I'm gonna stand up and just move around. So just yell at me. I'll be within earshot of this. I'm just gonna stand out of the camera. Oh. All right. Hmm. How I change? Oh, oh, awesome, awesome. Hopefully everything's. Oh, you're good. I just realized that I need to do something on my YouTube stuff. I don't think I can do it now, but my watermark, I set it up before I realized I was going to be streaming onto YouTube. The watermark's right over my face. So that's something that should be an easy fix once I get in and start messing around with the settings, but I don't think I can do it while I'm streaming. Maybe I can. But if you wanted to send me the link to that video, we can watch that one, because pretty much I would want to go through and write down the list and then just kind of see how they could contradict each other in situations like
You mean seduction and 40?
the 48 laws of power. How, like, if you mess up and use the wrong law of power where you should have used a different one, it could just backfire on you. So you can't use, you have to be just smart about which one you pick in what situation.
There is a really good also animated video that I can show you later for that, or before. Has like guy in medieval times.
So that kind of stuff can happen. I don't think. Hold on. I don't know how to use Discord. All right. Oh, I need to share my screen, huh? Yeah, I think I have it. It doesn't say it's Brave, but yeah, I think that's this screen. All right, and somehow I started halfway through it. So we didn't watch this one before, right?
We didn't watch anything. It was just buying.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let me get all my windows in order. Okay, perfect. All right, ready?
Without them even
realizing. I wanted.
Whether you're building relationships, advancing your career, or navigating social dynamics, mastering the art of seduction gives you an edge in every aspect of life. In this video, I'm going to summarize the best book ever written on the subject, The Art of Seduction by Robert Greene.
So,
it's one of the most
who is this guy? What is this channel about?
I have no idea.
Okay, you don't know this channel very well. Okay.
Machiavellian books I've read.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of subscribers. How many?
Psychology of attraction.
This has 356,000 views though.
Mastering human flaws and desires. It may shock readers with its amoral tone. Greene portrays the seducer as a predator, With their target
And
as
he
a willing
made
victim,
these books in like
let's
the
replace
90s,
victim with target
2000s,
here. If you don't want to read all
as far as you
500
know.
pages, I've created a free step-by-step
And he's still
guide
alive now,
that will
right?
help you take action right away. Just click the link below and I'll send it
Okay.
to you. There is a lot
Do you
to
want
cover,
to
so
be
let's get started.
on the stream? I haven't had your voice
The early
yet.
part of
Sorry.
The Art of Seduction sets up the foundation for
Do you mind
preparing
if
the
you're
reader to
on?
explore the strategies of seduction.
Okay,
This
I'm
is
gonna
the
make
seduction
you
framework used
like
by
live on
Steve
the
Berg
internet.
to master the art of seduction.
Mhm.
First, seduction should never be direct or forceful. A seducer uses subtle, indirect means to draw their target in,
I like that.
allowing them to feel like they're
That's good.
choosing
All
willingly
right.
rather than being
Yep.
coerced. Second,
Very true.
seduction is about more than physical attraction. It thrives on playing with emotions. Seducers evoke desire, confusion, and vulnerability, eventually leading to what Green calls a psychological surrender. Emotional depth, not just lust, is key to creating lasting influence. Lust fades, but love and obsession endure. Third, a sense of mystery keeps the target engaged. By not immediately fulfilling desires, the seducer creates longing and curiosity. Green emphasizes that satisfaction should be withheld to maintain interest and excitement. Fourth, successful seduction requires a deep understanding of the
So is
target's
this
desires and
all
fears.
kind of in order?
Seducers focus on the other person, not
No,
themselves,
it's just
and
general
tailor their
key
approach
points, I
by
guess.
studying the target's personality,
Okay.
social dynamics, and aspirations. Green advises being other-centered to know what captivates them. Fifth, seduction is a gradual process that builds over time. Rushing creates fleeting desire. Taking time fosters deep emotional connections. A seducer must allow attraction to develop organically, aiming for something more enduring than just temporary lust. Sixth, seduction often involves manipulation, and Green acknowledges the morally ambiguous nature of the practice. He advises
And if you want me to pause at all, just say the word
Mhm,
and
I'll
I
tell
will
you.
pause. But yeah, I agree with most of that. Manipulation is an interesting word for me. So I'm sure I could think of a better term for it, but I don't like to be manipulated. So when you talk about something that you should do to other people, or right, it's something that you
I
do in a
think
relationship.
it's more that like we know of manipulation as like the hardcore, I'm a bad guy, I'm gonna manipulate you.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can be used for something good.
And
know?
yeah, they did talk about it on that second one a little bit, that you have to be honest with it. You can do it for ill intents, what have you.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, it's just I normally just try to let people do whatever they want to. I'm normally like, yeah, go for it. But every once in a while I'll throw in my 2 cents. Like one time there were some kids running around. Like the parents were drinking in the bar and the kids couldn't be in the bar, so they just were like running around town. And there's a Sharpie laying there. So I let the kids draw on their face with their Sharpie. Right? You know what a Sharpie is? A permanent marker?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Because like the kids had some face paint and it was wearing
Uh-huh.
off. So I was like, oh, here's a Sharpie. So, I mean, nothing bad happened with that. The parents should have been watching their kids a little bit better if they
it's a
didn't
good
want
lesson,
that
if
to
anything.
happen. And I told the kids to blame somebody else if their parents got mad.
It's a good lesson, if anything.
Right? And I think at that age, most kids like the smell of Sharpies.
Yeah, obviously.
All right. Continuing.
Advises that seducers must be willing to overlook the ethical implications in the pursuit of their desires. In The Art of Seduction, Robert Greene introduces various seducer and target archetypes, each appealing to different fantasies and desires. He emphasizes that there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. Each archetype has its own seductive style. Greene encourages you to discover and embrace your natural archetype, using it to enhance your seductive power. let's explore key seducer archetypes you might identify with. The siren embodies exaggerated femininity and captivates others with her charm. It's not just her physical beauty that mesmerizes, it's her ability to evoke fantasies that enchants and draws people in. Sirens possess a powerful sexual energy, skillfully wielding it to create an irresistible aura of allure, offering an escape from the constraints of daily life. For men, the siren is the ultimate fantasy, a figure who promises pleasure, freedom, and indulgence, making them lose control, which they secretly yearn to do. The rake embodies an infectious passion for the opposite sex, creating a magnetic pull through his intense fascination with women. His unrelenting desire makes those he pursues feel deeply desired, representing a powerful fantasy for many, much like how the siren captivates men. Unlike most men who are often cautious, the rake is boldly unrestrained, driven by his love for women. This overwhelming devotion is both exhilarating and dangerous, as he may be disloyal or amoral, but it only adds to his allure. What sets the rake apart is his ability to make women feel like the center of his world.
What is, let me ask you,
Love as an art.
Yeah.
what is amoral? That's what I wanted to ask.
It's somewhat like immoral, I would say. Normally when you put a in front of a word, it means like non that. So like aerobic and anaerobic, the a and the ana are like prefixes of the word. So normally like a just means without. And I think immoral would be like having bad morals. Where amoral, you wouldn't have morals. It wouldn't.
In general, okay.
That
got
wouldn't
it.
even factor into your decision.
Mhm.
But you know, morals, values, ethics. There's a few other words that they kind of cross over into each other. They're hard to define. In my mind, you know, or they could be easy to define, but like putting them into like real world practice on an individual level, they end up crossing into each other a lot. So, but morality. Oh, what is the difference between those? Morality's more religious. Ethics is more like civil. And then what was the other one that I said? Values. That could be more like family stuff. But then you can have like, you know, national values. And so yeah, we could do a good little dive into like what the definition of those three words are, because I bet you depending on where you go, they'll give you different definitions, and there could be some places that give the same definition, but it's two different words.
I don't think there is a definition exactly, because morals are subjective. So somebody's morals might be values or certain stuff.
It's one of those like almost talking point words that like they're just so vague, but you know, I mean, I was using it. Well, I guess you brought up immoral or amoral. Yeah, but they're easy enough for people to kind of work with. You know, values, morals, ethics. It's kind of how you interact with the society at large that you're in.
Yeah.
And there can be little nuances between them, but you know, they're kind of all the same. It's your personality to a certain extent. You know, are you going to rob a bank, or are you not going to rob a bank? Or are you going to find $50 on the ground and try and find the owner? Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's continue. Unless you had any other question or anything.
No,
Okay.
that's about it. I just wanted to say, that Italian guy that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the rake, sort of amoral person.
Well, is that that's like a player, kind of, right? Or is...
rake is a tool used at the bottom of the hell to like spread the coals.
Okay.
So that's where you got the name. Like very dangerously playful lovers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. The ideal lover.
Experiences into deeply poetic and emotional adventures.
Is that loud enough?
They elevate love beyond the mundane by creating grand gestures, like writing songs or poems, making their partner feel as though they are part of a beautiful story. What sets the ideal lover apart is their ability to become the perfect partner by understanding and fulfilling their target's deepest needs. This archetype requires...
Do you really think Leonardo DiCaprio has written poetry? Can he play music? Or is this just some of the characters that
I'm guessing he makes a connection, so there might be, some love stories we don't know about.
Like some of his characters that he plays are very much like this. I don't know if he really is. I think he could just be like, I'm Leonardo DiCaprio, like, let's hang out. Like, he doesn't need to woo them or anything. He could buy him, a new car with flowers on it or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know his love life, so couldn't tell you.
But yeah, I don't know his personal life at all.
Yeah,
I like most of his characters. He's a good actor.
Yeah, it's very good.
All right.
Empathy, patience, and an acute attention to what others are missing in their lives. While many focus on their own desires,
and I don't know how much this ever really happens. Normally people are more just focused on themselves, even in a relationship. So, and just, like listening to the other person, right? Paying attention to what others are missing.
I can tell you that I'm sort of a mix of an ideal lover and one more that I'm going to tell you later when it comes up.
Okay.
Like I have been in situations where I put the person before me, seeing their needs and whatever they need.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, totally. Well, so that's like, well, yeah, you can't do it too much, right? Then you're just kind of a pushover.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a balance
making
in that for sure.
Irresistible. The dandy seduces by blending masculine and feminine traits to create a captivating androgynous appearance. This ambiguity fascinates others and makes them irresistible. The dandy challenges societal norms, appearing mysterious, elusive, and captivating. They represent a sense of freedom, a quality many secretly crave, because most people feel trapped by the rigid social roles they are expected to play.
I do this one a little bit.
And rejecting
I think I have a very open dialogue where my friends have been like, yeah, we're just gonna put this in a box and throw away the key. And I was like, I said something about like that's a cute dog, and they're like, don't say that ever again. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, there's nothing wrong with that statement.
Right.
But yeah, I'll say some stuff that is like, I'm not always, or I'd like to kind of always do this, but I want to try to think of something that I haven't thought of. I want to say something that you haven't heard. And I don't know if I've said anything like that to you before, where you've never heard that series of words in that order. And I try to be somewhat poignant or about the topic at hand when I do make those statements. It's not like we're going to be talking about like Antarctica and then I start talking about I don't know, video games. Like, it's not, I'd make a joke about Antarctica, what have you.
Right.
But that throws people off, and they don't really know how to take me, because I don't always say like the macho thing, right? If I'm around a bunch of like macho dudes, well, that sounds weird, but you know, like if I was around like a football team or something like that, I would either like make jokes, you know, for their group, or I would talk the exact opposite the way that they talk. If you know, to a certain
No, I
extent.
totally get it. Yeah.
And I don't know why I kind of roll that way, but I can see myself a little bit in this regard. I mean, I'm a walking rainbow sometimes. So talk about challenges.
You know why I can see you there as well? Do you know that a lot of women absolutely love long hair in men?
Why is that?
I don't know. Like, I had long hair before, they loved it, and I don't know, they just find it cute.
Go for it.
I think it's because, like, at least in my country, I don't know about the US. When I had long hair, men usually don't like that. You know, they throw jokes that she looked like a woman with long hair, whatever. They don't take it as masculine, right? So I think if somebody's in that settings as a woman and thinks that's not masculine and it's actually feminine, if somebody wears it and is actually masculine in some other regards, I think that makes him the dandy that the guy is talking about.
Yeah, long hair is more accepted in America. I don't think that you're really gonna get. I got more dirty comments when I shaved my head completely, like I took a razor to it, and then I got like, you know, neo-Nazi jokes about it. But when I have long hair, nobody makes fun of me. I had one good friend that he was all drunk one day, and he's like, "Fuck your hair," and then he was like, "Fuck your mustache." And I was like, "Love you too, man." Thanks. And that one was more of a compliment that he was doing it. He wasn't like saying that it was bad. He was just like, he was kind of bald, so he couldn't really rock long hair.
Oh,
he could have been a little, and yeah, it could just be people that are jealous. There's more like bullshit about people balding than people having long hair, right? Balding people get way more made fun of.
Yeah, totally.
Than long haired. I had, and this is just one person. I haven't asked a lot of people, but I think they said that, like, okay, there's going to be two different ones. One is like they like their hair pulled during intimate moments. So they like that idea that you could share that with them, something or other. Or another way that you could look at it is they have lesbian tendencies. So they like the long hair. I think that's what one of my friends told me. Sitting around a table drinking. But
no, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, it could be the jealousy of, I don't want to say women liking longer hair more, but like, you know, somebody might get jealous, you know, because like growing out your hair is not the same as going bald, because you go bald because your body forces you to be bald. But you grow out your hair because you want to, right?
Well, and it's a commitment, right? You can't just do it in a month or anything. I mean, I think I've had, I don't think I've cut my hair in like not quite 4 years.
Damn, so, yeah, see, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's such an investment to grow your hair out long. And I don't think a lot of guys understand that. Right? I mean, having long hair is a lot of work to a certain extent. Just combing it, you know, having short hair is so easy, right? I rocked just like you know, the hair clippers, you know, putting a number 4 or whatever on it and just, you know, doing that, and I was good for a couple months. Do it again. And yeah, long hair is just, and I don't even do that much work with my hair, but yeah, I don't think most guys understand, and like I don't know how much time some women spend on their hair, right?
Mm.
I mean, I think like I've heard crazy stories about hairdressers and stuff. Like I had a friend whose mom was a hairstylist, and like stories about a lot of cocaine, just going crazy, just doing yeah, just working like crazy, and just people are very demanding about their looks, or I don't want to say demanding. They're very particular about their looks,
right?
and
Yeah, totally. I mean, my hairdresser, I think, is a junkie, a pretty big one. Maybe he left the drugs, but he still has some effects on his brain.
Yeah,
but it's pretty good, you know.
Totally. My sister had a male hairdresser. I don't know if he's still is around, but she loved him. He was very like he worked with her really well.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, let's keep going.
Enhancing their allure. The natural seduces by embodying childlike qualities, spontaneity, sincerity, and playfulness.
Yeah, that's so true for Robin.
Like I'd say Danny DeVito too.
Their carefree, vulnerable demeanor disarms others.
David DeVito?
Creating an
Danny DeVito, the little short actor.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because he talked about how like people wouldn't really
in their presence.
Here, I'm gonna pause it. People wouldn't really dance with him in high school, when they had high school dances or community dances, and he'd just go up and just start dancing and being jovial because, like, he was so short, he would just break the ice with his personality, and he's just this cute little guy, right? I don't think he's much of an insult comic necessarily. But a lot of his humor is fairly good natured, right? And a lot of Robin Williams, he had some dirty stuff, right? He was an adult. I think one of his quotes was, "God's way of telling you you're too rich is being addicted to cocaine." I think that one was Robin Williams.
But overall, he was like very wholesome character.
But yeah, his like a lot of his humor and just his characters, he could play he could do so many different voices, and yeah, I miss Robin Williams. It was sad. I was sad when I heard of him doing that.
Even like he was so against it, but you cannot help yourself.
No, the disease he had, like most people end up committing suicide from it, and the only way that you can get tested for it is like after you're dead.
Did he have a disease?
Yeah, they thought it was Parkinson's, but then it ended up being like Lewy body syndrome. If you've ever heard of that.
I don't think I have now.
I don't know if I can spell it right now. Let's see. Yeah, it's not. Oh, it's not
thinking
recognized.
memory moment.
Disease associated with abnormal deposits of protein. It's just a brain thing that is very similar to Parkinson's. Like they can't really diagnose Parkinson's, but they diagnose the symptoms of it. There's not like a blood test that you can take for it. It's just like, there may be different levels of chemistry, or maybe in the brain or in the blood that they can kind of check, but it's not definitive of Parkinson's or whatever Robin Williams died from. They have to go into a certain part of the brain and under a microscope look at a connection or something like that. I'm not.
Yeah, it said a protein buildup, so yeah, probably had to look at like little protein. What do you call them? atoms and whatever.
Molecules.
Molecules, yeah.
And yeah, apparently that's what Robin Williams had. And like 90% of people that don't die first will commit suicide that have this disease. Like, yeah, it's fucking vicious. Well, because suicide, like, if you need like suicide counseling, there are numbers, at least in America, to call. So as I'm about to talk about suicide, I want it to be very open that there are places to seek help if you're feeling suicidal. And suicide is just a major taboo in America. I think most societies, I mean, like there was World War II Japan, and like, you know, they had a whole deal that they glorified suicide, right, with the kamikaze pilots.
Yeah.
So in most societies, I think suicide is fairly taboo. It's especially anymore. And it sucks how much it happens, and like not how easy it is to prevent it. It's not like, you know, I don't know. It happens a lot in America. I don't know what the highest rate of suicide is in the nation, but I know like our veterans have a really high suicide rate in America,
I heard
and
about
that's
that.
really sad. But you're dealing with really intense stuff when, you know, you're going into those situations. So I feel like I'm a very sensitive person, and I don't think I deal well with certain traumatic events like that.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
But anyway,
Transported back to that golden
don't kill yourself,
They make a
please.
virtue of their
Anybody, right? I don't like suicide. It sucks.
protective instinct
Yeah,
from others.
obviously.
Much
And
like how we
you know,
respond to children.
we can never
While many of
learn how to help that person that commits suicide, right? Their story just ends right there, basically. And
Yeah.
I've had friends that have committed suicide, and it's really depressing. It's really sad.
Oh yeah.
And just online, like there's a whole big thing on Twitch right now. Well, I mean, right, like you can't suggest it to people, you know, you can't say it even if you're doing it in game. There's rules, whatever, about its use, and yeah,
I mean, I'm glad that it is that way.
it's not a joking
honestly.
matter, right?
Yeah.
We should be
some
able,
people can get really pissed off at even the little comments, you know. You know that there was a streamer who committed suicide because of his community. Like they were all spamming for him to kill himself at some point, and he actually did it like after a few weeks.
yeah,
So it can have a huge impact. So
that would suck. Like, and it happens so much. There's been countless stories of maybe not a streamer, but just kids getting bullied on social media, however, or you know, like they get pressured into sending dirty pictures, and then the person ends up being a troll and releases it to their friends, and then they, you know, it's this young person. These are documented stories in the U.S. Yeah, and they end up committing suicide, and it's so sad. It happens just too much, and I think it's on the rise for like the youth in America. It may not be. It may be going down. But yeah, real rough to talk about. So let's move on from Robin Williams' face. Just depresses me right now. He needs to have a picture with him like having a bigger smile. I don't like just straight faced Robin Williams, and that seems like he's somewhat young in that picture. I don't know what movie that's from, but have you ever watched a Robin Williams like stand up? Apparently,
no, I haven't.
Apparently, he sweated like crazy, so he would just have huge pit stains underneath his arms after some of his his stand-ups. He just drink a bunch of water, but he just sweat like crazy when he was up on stage. I don't know if he did that when he was like filming movies, but I've seen some of his stand-ups that he was a hairy dude. You can see his chest hair right there. So
I don't know about
Some
that,
apples
but
deliberately exaggerate
okay.
their vulnerability as a conscious, seductive tactic. The coquette seduces by mastering the art of playing hard to get, alternating between giving hope and frustrating their target. This hot and cold dynamic creates obsession.
Yeah, I don't really play
as the
that game.
coquette keeps their target hooked with the promise of fulfillment that never quite arrives. Delay is the coquette's primary weapon. By keeping their target waiting and uncertain, they build a deeper emotional connection. The target becomes more fixated, driven by their desire for something just out of reach.
I don't know, right? Like, you're just kind of toying them along. There's probably a few different ways that you can do the whole hope and frustration thing. But I definitely see some people like this, and I don't like that. I try to be more consistent.
yeah, I mean, to me, coquette is kind of really a manipulator, you know, to the fullest. Not even trying
totally.
to be natural.
Totally.
Yeah.
All right.
Whether it's love, pleasure, or power, coquettes exude self-sufficiency, making them appear unattainable, which only enhances their allure. This teasing, aloof behavior taps into our human desire for what we can't have, making the coquette a master of psychological seduction. The charmer seeks to please everyone, shining in social settings by making others feel appreciated and valued. Their seduction lies in providing comfort and adapting to others' emotions, creating a sense of validation and ease. Charmers are masters of manipulation through kindness. They deflect attention from themselves.
That's the one I like
Focusing
more,
entirely on their
honestly.
target,
Okay,
making them feel
I know people
understood
like
and
this.
admired. Unlike
Yeah,
coquettes,
totally
they
like
avoid
Moise.
conflict and instead use
And
empathy
like
and flattery
they
to
light up a
build
room,
rapport.
kind
By
of
boosting their
Mm.
target's
deal.
vanity and self-esteem, they quietly gain influence and control. The charismatic radiates confidence and embodies a larger-than-life vision or cause, drawing people in with their unwavering conviction. Charisma comes from a unique blend of self-confidence,
Maybe I'm
purpose,
thinking of this one a
and
little bit
energy,
more than the
creating
charmer.
a presence that makes others feel drawn to
I had my
them,
headphones
sensing
off for a
something
second. Were
extraordinary.
you saying something?
I think this one and the charmer are very similar,
Calm speech,
but I think I could have been
chemistry
thinking about
to
this one more
seduce
than the
on a grand scale.
charmer.
They can be both
Which one?
intimate and
The
deep,
charismatic and charmer?
Yeah,
creating an
yeah.
enigmatic allure that pulls
They
people
kind
in.
of seem very
Can you stop for a
similar.
second?
The
Yeah.
star captivates through mystery and
And I wouldn't say so, because the charmer is more about noticing the person's values that you're trying to target.
Okay.
And the charismatic is more like, look at me, like I have the confidence to tell you this or do that or do this, and I radiate this energy.
Okay,
You know?
okay. I was just looking at this more in a group setting. It seemed like the charmer and the charismatic would not just focus on the person that they were interested in, but they would, also be
Mhm.
concerned for the group's, just how they're doing. But
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
that's just how I was taking it. Was that the person being seduced, it wouldn't be 100% about them with the charmer and the charismatic. They would make sure the group was in a good place, and through that, the person that they're trying to seduce would be, their main concern. But they do that through making sure everybody was kind of on that same path. But I could,
Okay,
I'd
yeah.
have to look at some more. This is a title and then 5 bullet points. So
Yeah, obviously, yeah. It's a lot more to read about.
yeah. All right, I'm gonna keep going.
distance, drawing people in with an untouchable, ethereal aura. They stand out with a unique style that commands attention, but their power lies in their elusiveness.
I do
allowing
this
others to
one
project
a little bit
fantasies onto
too.
them. Stars thrive on a desire for escape from everyday life, feeding people's need for something otherworldly. Their dreamlike quality influences us unconsciously, making them objects of fascination and imitation. However, their challenge is to maintain this allure, as too much exposure risks breaking the spell. To seduce like a star, cultivate an intriguing presence,
Like,
visible enough to
all I
inspire.
have to do is wear a rainbow. All of my clothing is basically rainbows.
True.
So to
That's
maintain
exactly true.
like this allure of the tie-dye stuff, it's super easy for me, right? If I want to freak out my friends, I just don't wear tie-dye and they don't recognize me.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Right? I've been in the bar before and I was shooting pool and one of my friends came up after like 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and they're like, I didn't even recognize you. Why aren't you wearing tie-dye? So I don't do it on purpose. I just kind of fell into wearing tie-dye. Like, I just really liked, I didn't grow up wearing tie-dye. I didn't really wear tie-dye before I started making it myself. And I was like 26, 27, 28 when I started making tie-dye. And I just thought that there was a really good tie-dyer in the area. And I saw some of his stuff. And I really wanted to just try it out. And so then all of a sudden, all my clothing was tie-dyed. So if I have any clothing that's not tie-dyed, it's only because basically I haven't tie-dyed it yet.
I mean, you must have some clothing for like funerals. You know,
yeah. I have some clothing that like I won't, and there's some clothing that I can't really tie-dye, like waterproof jackets. Don't tie-dye very well. So there's some stuff that I won't or that I can't, but yeah, but you know, I didn't, when I was 25, I was a million miles away from how I'm dressed now. I didn't think, you know, in 1,000 years I would ever be dressed like that. When I was in high school, I would wear a white t-shirt and blue jeans. And that was my style. Like for years, that's basically all that I wore. So, I think that it was a foreshadow because I ended up using a lot of white t-shirts for my tie-dye stuff. So, you know, in that weird karmic sense, like when I was wearing those white t-shirts when I was 17, you know, I wasn't thinking of dyeing them rainbow colors. And they don't have to be rainbows. I'm not always a rainbow, but I'm in like a multicolored kind of deal. I just use the term rainbow as, you know, just not a one color thing. So
no, I guess yeah, totally.
Yeah, and then I just kind of see the allure that it like people have of it. Like some people don't really know how to take just all this color. But some people like just come up and they want to talk to me. And it could be other factors, right? But normally like they see this and they just, and sometimes I'm just such a wallflower, you know, I just want to go hang out and, you know, decompress. Sometimes, you know, I'll be like, I'll go out on a really long walk or hike and I just kind of want to relax, have a drink and not really talk, just, you know, let my brain decompress from the hike. Sometimes, you know, I go out and I'm just super chit-chatty, but other times I'm not.
I mean, they kind of put Beyonce. It doesn't have to be the rich lifestyle, right? It can be such as you said, just escaping, you know, anywhere to nature or whatever you do.
Yeah. And well, like the desire to escape from everyday life, I get that with people. If you have a boss that's super stressful, you know, sometimes people either want to talk about that or they'd rather just not have to feel that stress when they're not in front of their boss. And if you can show them that like that you aren't just a cog in the machine or, you know, just a sheep out to slaughter, or whatever kind of term you want to use with it. If you can show them that life isn't just beating you down, people really want to get that. Like, if you don't want people to really talk to you, just kind of be pissed off all the time, and they'll just kind of leave you alone.
True.
But if you're happy and stuff, people don't understand that, and they are totally drawn to that. Certain people, some people don't like being around happy people. Unhappy people don't like being around happy people. But unhappy people that want to be happy want to be around happy people. But there's some unhappy people that they just don't care if they're unhappy. They don't understand they can fix it or change it. And I didn't mean fix. It's not a problem to fix, right? It's just a change. All right, moving on.
Inspire, yet distant enough to remain mysterious. After outlining the traits of the ideal seducer, Robert Greene shifts focus to the opposite, the anti-seducer. The anti-seducer is the opposite of a successful seducer.
Could you just tell me something before we continue?
Yeah,
since we're probably going to finish this at like 4, could we watch your video tomorrow if that's not a problem?
Yeah. No, I don't even know if I can find the video that I was talking about, and I think that I said enough of that's all that I wanted to get across, was that it's very nuanced on how to use those, and it would be really easy to use them in the wrong context. So the people that are like have mastered this, I mean, they may still flub up a little bit, but to like the presidents and the heads of state and the Congress people, if you were to look through their interactions, you can probably see that they nailed these. That's probably how he came up with these lists, is that he observed, and then he saw people that were in positions of power, and kind of saw how they responded, or how they acted in certain situations. And and I'd have to like re-watch it, but there could be like, there's a couple underlying themes that several of each of those kind of share, overarching generalities, something or other. I mean, that's a lot of shit to remember, right? 48.
Totally, yeah.
So, all right, yeah, we don't have to.
Robert Greene identifies key characteristics that destroy seduction, helping readers avoid common mistakes that can kill any seductive potential.
But there was one thing that I read about Robert Greene that I wanted to chat with you a little bit sometime. But he identifies as Zen Buddhist. Have you...
Zen Buddhist? No, I don't know the term.
Zen is... There's a Korean Zen and a Japanese Zen and a Chinese Zen. It's a one form of Buddhism. It's one of the ones that, out of the different like YouTubers that I watch, I'll follow more Zen Buddhists. It's it's not religious. It's this like not knowing mind that they try and take into the world, and everything's a new I'm kind of describing this incorrectly, but everything's a new experience, and it's not just you know what you're getting into. And they have a lot of the cute little koans and whatnot. And like one of the guys that I watch is he used to be part of like a punk band in like the 80s. And then the other guy that I watch is like a hardcore clinical psychologist. And like they're just, for me, really interesting to listen to. But when I was looking through his, maybe Wikipedia, it said it on, but it said that he was a Zen Buddhist. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
And we should watch a video on how he talks about that. I think I saw somewhere, maybe I just read it, that what he takes from Zen Buddhism. Because it's one of those that it's a philosophy. They don't talk about God. They don't talk about like afterlife or anything. It's like doing what you're doing in front of you. You know, it's nothing out. It's nothing weird out there. It's day to day kind of stuff. So anyway,
seductive traits can creep in unnoticed.
I think we can watch it someday.
Appeal, even if you possess otherwise charming qualities. Here are the main types of anti-seducers.
I think there should be an interview. I'll kind of look
The
for
brute
it.
is impatient, pushy, and often aggressive. They assume you're interested and rush the process, offending your ego by not allowing space for mystery or subtlety. They lack the grace to wait and see, leading to frustration. A good way to recognize a brute? Keep them waiting and observe their reaction. Patience is crucial to seduction. Forcing your target will only push them away.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Is another trait that kills
right.
seduction.
But you can also be too slow in it. But if you're too forceful and too aggressive in it, that's definitely a big turnoff.
I mean, if your target cannot latch onto your feelings, it's 20 times better to be much more slower than too fast.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Constantly talks about themselves, always seeking admiration rather than offering it. True seducers are focused on the desires of others, but vanity shifts the attention inwards, making the target feel unimportant. Humility and genuine interest in others are essential qualities to cultivate. A miser isn't just stingy with money, but also with it.
Yeah, like there's a lot of people. You have to be vain a little bit, but if you like don't care about the other person at all, and it's just, you know, they're just the most attractive person in the room, so you have to go get the most attractive person in the room, or however that works. Like, yeah, that's I see a lot of vanity.
Oh yeah, totally.
Especially in like the bars and stuff. I see a lot of I mean, normally if you go out on a weekend, there's going to be some vain people in the bar. Not everybody's going to be vain, but you can normally spot that archetype in the bar scene in America, at least.
Right.
Some, if you just go out to a restaurant, where people are eating with their families or something, you may not really see it there. I'm trying to think of what other kinds of like groups I can think. I don't know. I agree with that. Both of those. So anyway.
Yeah.
Emotions, energy, and attention. This type fears risk and holds back generosity, leaving others feeling neglected or undervalued. In seduction, being open and generous, both emotionally and materially, is critical. The miser's closed-off nature creates a feeling of scarcity and emotional dryness, repelling those they wish to attract. According to Robert Greene, this is the worst type of anti-seducer and should be avoided at all costs.
So what's this? He just kind of holds all of his emotions in? Is that what the miser was? Chaos? Are you there?
You said, sorry, I again took my headphones off for a second.
So the miser's kind of like he just hides all of his emotions? Is that kind of what they're saying?
I'm guessing he's afraid of showing real love because it can backfire.
Okay, that makes sense.
Scared or cheapy, one of those two. Depends on the person.
Usually about themselves, revealing deep-seated selfishness. Their constant talking serves their
See,
own need for attention.
isn't the chatterbox and the vein kind of the same?
Yeah, but the vein doesn't have to always be talking, but like they're always checking themselves out in the mirror. Right? Whenever they see a reflection, they always check out how they look. Or
okay.
Right, where the chatterbox may not even care about that, but they're just, always talking about what they're doing or this and that. I would guess that's kind of how I'm taking this anyway.
Yeah, I have two friends that are kind of each into the category, so I kind of get it.
Okay.
Rather than deepening a connection, a skilled seducer listens and observes more than they speak. Mastering the art of silence and restraint helps build mystery and allure.
Yeah, I have some friends that just never shut up.
Is another anti-seductive trait.
Totally.
The sensitive one cannot handle criticism or teasing, reacting with offense to even lighthearted jests. True seducers are unflappable and maintain a sense of humor.
And I know a lot of sensitive people.
Overreacting
that
to small slights shows insecurity, weakens your seductive
just take
power.
things super personal.
A bore is someone who lacks refinement, whether in their physical appearance or manners. They often dress sloppily, speak loudly, or fail to show attention to detail in their interactions. In seduction, even small details matter. Lack of care in how you present yourself erodes attraction over time. The bore's crudeness or loudness makes them stand out.
I had a friend that said that he wouldn't take a shower until he could physically see the dirt on himself.
That's insane.
It was really gross. It was because like I would be in a vehicle with them. It was a roommate of mine, and yeah, he was a stinky person every once in a while, and like me and another roommate were trying to figure out why our dishes weren't clean. Like they were in the where the clean dishes go, but they were not clean. And so we both talked about it, and we weren't doing anything weird. So we asked the friend that doesn't like to or won't take a shower until he sees dirt on him. He was like, "Oh yeah, the hot water hurts my hands, so I just use cold water." And it's like, well, the soap doesn't work with cold water. It doesn't get the grease off if you use cold water. So I think he just stopped doing dishes. Oh, and there's a fun one for you. If you've ever heard this kind of joke, when you're in a relationship and you don't want to do something, just do it really bad once. So like if you want to do dishes, just don't do dishes very well. And that just won't be your job after that.
Yeah, that's the best trick.
Well, no, you should be more helpful than that.
It's kind of crazy because like even though these are for love things like anti-seducers, I can see them in my everyday friends. It's kind of crazy. Like if you don't have so much self-awareness. Like I had the brute, I had the chatterbox, the boar. Like it's crazy. It's like everyday commodity.
Well, I mean, like seduction isn't only sexual, right? There can be an emotional seduction that doesn't have any physical parts to it. And like I mean, I know people that talk to who they're attracted to very differently than they talk to anybody else. Or just talking to the opposite sex be against talking to your own sex, what have you. Just talking in between friends, even like I have friends that I talk to a certain way, and I have other friends that I talk to a completely different way. So
totally.
And just these archetypes. Like if you really look into each one of the definitions of each of these, I'm sure they carry over to other relationships as well, for sure. I got to go use the restroom really quickly. So do you mind if I just leave for a quick second? All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm not gonna change my scene or anything.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I am back. Thank you for waiting.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're
For
gonna
the
start
wrong
it.
reasons, often alienating potential partners. This type becomes clingy and needy, overwhelming their target with constant attention or demands. The suffocator stifles freedom and creates a sense of emotional suffocation, which leads to the target withdrawing.
I definitely see that people that get jealous easily can kind of just be very overbearing, just because they don't, people that have been cheated on, maybe, or just, I mean, I've seen relationships where, like the wife has a tracker on the husband's phone, and he can't like do anything. If he goes anywhere out of his schedule, immediately he's cheating on her. And, like he'll run into the bar to get a quick shot. He lives 2 blocks away, whatever. He's leaving from work, and he'll come in and get a shot. It's like, hey man, you want to hang out? He's like, nope, gotta go. Not supposed to be here. Like, oh well, that's awkward. But he allows it, so some of it's on him too, right?
Totally.
But it's like, man, that would be just miserable, right? They just don't. Yeah, she just doesn't trust him to like be with her, right? He married her and everything, but yeah, there's definitely those out there. I see it. Like, that's got to be one of the worst ones.
Balance and space are vital in seduction. People need room to desire you. Judgmental and preachy, the moralizer makes others feel restricted and trapped.
Okay, those
by
are pretty rough
imposing their
too.
Beliefs or values. Seduction thrives.
I mean, everything
on
here
freedom
is
and
pretty rough.
acceptance, but the moralizer kills attraction by trying to fix or judge the behavior of their target. A true seducer embraces differences and avoids coming across as superior.
Yeah, okay. So there's this politician in America, and apparently he, like, on his first dates when he was younger, he would make some comment that was wrong, and if the woman that he was dating corrected him, he wouldn't ask her out again. But if the lady didn't correct him, he would ask her out again, because he didn't want somebody telling him that he was wrong. So this is almost like the opposite of the moralizer, but he wanted a wife that would always say yes to him. Tell him that he was right.
No, that's smart. That's what he's looking for, so yeah, smart.
Well, if I say something wrong, I want to be told. Right?
Some people don't,
So, well, yes, it's becoming, I think, more and more in the world.
It's not just somebody wanting to make you right. In relationship, it becomes annoying. It's a pain in the ass, honestly.
Well, it could be like naggy, almost.
You know how a lot of men complain how their woman just talks and doesn't shoot out. Everything is wrong, whatever. Yeah, that's because you allow it. It's how much you set your bounds that she's gonna go for.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, I get that, dude. That's pretty smart.
All right, the windbag, that almost sounds like the chatterbox,
The
unless
windbag talks
he
to
doesn't talk
customers
about
best about
himself.
themselves, showing little interest in the other person. This kills mystery and bores the target. A seductive conversation is about balance, sharing just enough about yourself while keeping the other person intrigued, but not revealing everything. Lacking refinement or subtlety, the vulgarian comes off as crude, tacky, or lacking in class. This puts off their target, who craves grace and sophistication. Seduction often involves elevating the experience, and the vulgarian destroys this sense of specialness by failing to meet basic social or aesthetic standards. Now that we've explored the mind of the seducer, it's time to take a closer look at the other side of the equation, the target. In seduction, understanding your target is everything. Before you can successfully
So how many different
captivate someone,
targets are there?
you need to know what drives them, what they crave, and most importantly, what they lack.
There isn't
Robert
an
Greene
amount,
breaks this
just
down
what
into two
you
key
know
areas:
they look for.
personality types
Okay.
and victim archetypes. Successful seduction hinges on recognizing the desires and fantasies of the person you're pursuing. Greene identifies different personality types, each with specific emotional needs. By tailoring your approach to fit these needs, you can create a magnetic pull toward you. Let's look at the key personality types Greene outlines. Nostalgics are driven by a deep longing for the past. They're glory days. They find comfort in familiarity and are drawn to anything that reminds them of what they've lost or miss. To seduce a nostalgic, offer them a taste of that lost world. Become the person who can restore what they feel has slipped away. Escapists feel trapped by society, by their own choices, or by life's limitations. They yearn for freedom and adventure, something to take them away from their daily grind. If you can present yourself as the doorway to excitement and liberation, they'll be irresistibly drawn to you. Self-indulgents are unapologetically themselves. They revel in their quirks, flaws, and eccentricities, and want others to do the same. They crave validation and a seducer who indulges their self-love, who makes them feel seen and adored for who they truly are, will hold significant power over them. Seekers are on a quest for a specific fantasy or ideal. They've built up in their mind what love, adventure, or life should look like, and they are searching for someone who can make this fantasy a reality. If you can embody or reflect their deepest desires, you will become their perfect match. Understanding these core personality types enables you to tailor your seduction strategy to resonate with their deepest.
So he's saying that these are the kind of 4 main types that the seducers, or that anybody that's looking for a
The
partner
targets.
is going after.
Mm.
Okay.
Emotions
Does he
I
break it
will
down
agree
more?
really,
by
but
fulfilling these desires, whether it's nostalgia, freedom, validation, or a long-held
Well, I think
fantasy,
somebody could
you
have,
become not
more
just
than one
a
of
temporary
these.
but someone who provides what
I
they've been
think so too, yeah.
subconsciously seeking. This is the key to a more powerful and lasting seduction.
But I
Beyond
can
personality
see
types,
like
Greene introduces
those
the
4
idea of
archetypes
victim
in
archetypes.
people.
People who are particularly
But you know
vulnerable
what?
to seduction
Can you stop for a
due to
second?
certain
Yeah.
traits or life situations.
When he mentioned the target escapist,
Yeah.
someone who's stuck in a regular job or whatever, regular life,
Mm-hmm.
I can see that being very true because if you watched before, there's the rake and like our seducers that kind of offer freedom. And what happens in today's marriages? They get stuck in a marriage they don't like, and one night they just go out, find a girl or find a guy, and that's it. One guy that offers them amazing treatment, even if it's for a little bit.
Yes.
Kind of break the chains and kind of get loose for even that one night. That's gonna restore them back to the mood that they crave for.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think a lot of relationships, like, they just get repetitive, right? And it takes a lot
Mhm.
to, I mean, if you're with somebody for, 5 years, 10 years, I mean, just to try to do something for like, a month with somebody, if it's not work related. You end up getting into your routine, and some people are very comfortable with routine, and some people just can't stand it. So just length of time and is difficult. So I think everybody should go to counseling. I think that couples counseling is can be really important, but sometimes you're just not a good match with the person. So you can't fix something that's just completely broken. That's you can put as much time into something, but not everybody is right for everybody, for anyone else, right?
Yeah, obviously.
But sometimes we're placed in situations where that's our option, and we don't have another option. Not doing it isn't an option. And then you get into that relationship, and then all of a sudden you're in a relationship and you don't want to hurt the other person, so you just kind of stick it out. I see a lot of those in America. I see a lot of those. It's just like two people hooking up, a little drunk at the bar, and then all of a sudden they're dating, for months, years, and then it's just this horrible breakup, and it's like, well, yeah, you guys shouldn't have been dating to begin with. You should have just ended it after that first night and just said, okay, let's just be friends. But I see that in America a lot. Just like, oh, you're single, I'm single, all right, let's see how this goes. And because sometimes the push to be in a relationship is stronger than being single to look for the right relationship in America, right? Like the social drive that you have to be in a relationship takes precedence over looking for a good relationship. And I mean, there's definitely people that that do well. I have friends that they don't go a week without having a girlfriend, right? If they have a breakup, it'll be within a week that they're dating somebody else. But they keep on picking the same type of women, right? And it's like, well, you're kind of trying to find the right relationship, but you keep on picking the same type of person. So
yeah, I mean, it's what they're kind of attracted to, but they don't realize that, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
That they bring the same energy or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the type of person that they're attracting as well, right? That's attracted to them. So I don't, because I have conversations with, it's a buddy of mine, and he talks about how these women will stress him out, and I kind of joke about how he keeps on just doing it to himself, and he loves it. But he just goes through he dates for a while. He's dated women for a couple years. Sometimes it's a few months. I'm pretty sure that he's loyal to them and everything, but he just I'm not. Well, I don't know if this is a wrong way to say it, but I'm never really jealous of his girlfriends, of him having that girl as a girlfriend. It's like, no, you can have her. Not good for you. Not gonna try and steal her away from you.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
But anyway,
these archetypes give you a blueprint for how to approach your target by exploiting their unique vulnerabilities. Each victim archetype has a distinct weakness, a point of entry that, when identified, can be used to draw them closer. Green's theory is that seduction succeeds when the seducer understands and exploits the specific vulnerability of the right target. Once skilled,
I don't know if it has to be
they now long for the
considered a
excitement of their past
weakness.
conquests. Reignite their
Right.
passion
What
by
exactly?
making them feel as if
Well, to say it's a a vulnerability and that you're exploiting a weakness. It could just be that, like,
I would say it's a point of interest more than a weakness.
yes, right. Yeah, it's all, that's one of my things. The weakness to me is a negative trait, or
But
however you
also,
want to say that.
I kind of get them because it can be used as a weakness, right? Falling for somebody even though you don't want to because they show certain traits. So I think it's a point of interest that can be used as a weakness.
Yeah, like, just for me, I won't necessarily prey on a weakness. And I don't go, like, I don't hit on anybody through their weak, like, I don't know, that's a weird one. Because all you have to do is change the terminology a little bit and it sounds so much easier. It's just one of those things that I just don't like the verbiage of it. The word is just kind of weird, and I think that they are describing it they're describing it as weakness and victim, but they're still kind of like allowing I don't know. That's where I agree, but if you use a slightly different word, it would make a lot more sense to me. So, yeah, that's all. It's why can't it be a strength of theirs that you're embracing like that? Because not everybody can see that point of entry. So the fact that you could see it and you were able to get in there, because like, I guess if everybody else's pickup lines doesn't work, that's the person's strength. Like, we're two males, right? So I'm going to use it as we're talking to females. If I have the pickup line or whatever, the line of dialogue that works with a lady that gets me into her circle, and I look at that as a weakness where everybody else's pickup line didn't work, that would be her strength. That she was able to say no to those guys. And for me to see where they all failed, I don't consider that's a weakness of hers. I just, you hit the thing that piqued her curiosity. Nobody else hit that nerve. Normally that term isn't taken positively, to hit somebody's nerve.
I would agree with you, but I would still say that if you're like that naturally and she likes you, you hit her point of interest. But if you change for her, I think you're looking for her weakness.
Okay. And yeah, there's a lot more than just this one little slide, right? He probably has a whole chapter on this. So, or a whole book on it.
Totally, yeah.
So yeah, just this is just my quick take on it. But yeah, I try to get people to just use more empowering words when they do their stuff. So as we go into this, I don't like words that bring people down. I don't like saying that somebody that I'm going to go after is a victim. Right.
Okay.
That's
right.
But we're all victims. So what the fuck ever. I don't
know. Still as captivating as ever. Disappointed by the harsh realities of life, these people once believed in adventure and romance. They now seek an escape. Offer them a taste of the fantasy they once dreamed of. Raised with every desire catered to,
and I like, this isn't on that point, but I had an art shop, an art gallery, And I had numerous people that told me that they would have wished that they could have done something like that, but then they ended up getting kids or this and that, and they were like, they loved the fact that I was able to do something like that. Because, like, I mean, you're still pretty young, Chaos. Life will beat you down.
I'm sure.
Right? Like, just the older you get, and I mean, it can be vicious to people. And it's hard to keep a positive attitude, after, whatever. I mean, I just see it. It can be super fucking stressful. It's just, with kids, with everything else, pets, health, neighbors, boss, any of that crap. So, almost everybody starts off with like this positive attitude, and life just fucking will beat you down. Just, I mean, you're not young, but just, heads up. It's a rough one out there.
Yeah, I'll take it with precaution.
You seem to have a good head on your shoulders, so I'm assuming you already see how life can just beat the shit out of, or the world can just beat the shit out of people, right? Fucking, I mean, like, look at some of the veterans. I'm assuming that some of the veterans in Serbia deal with the same kind of bullshit that the veterans in America have. Some of those people are, people that have been blowing up and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's physically like beating you down. Yeah, it's rough out there, and mental health is important. And so, like, that's one of my things with mental health is I always, I try to keep that idealist personality, right? But I go and look for it, if, like, yeah, I don't, but I'm afforded the ability to go and look for it. I don't have to drive my kids to soccer or football practice, or take my kids to the emergency room because kids are dumb and they hurt themselves, or kids are just, they don't know what's going on sometimes. And so I don't have that to deal with. But that was another thing that I talked to you about, relationships. I don't have anybody telling me other stuff. I have a perspective that I'm trying to practice, and I haven't really found anybody else that really rocks it like that. But so the spoiled child.
Excitement and novelty.
And I don't know if we're gonna get done with this by
obsessed with
probably not. I think we're by half, right?
A little
bit more
give
than
or
half.
take. The thrill of transgression
Yeah.
and the allure of forbidden pleasure. Once adored by many, their fame has faded. Seduce them by restoring their self-worth, making them feel like they're still in the spotlight. Innocent and inexperienced, they are drawn to those who can introduce them to new experiences, become their guide into the unknown. Always seeking a challenge, they thrive on the thrill of the chase. To seduce them, resist and create a sense of competition. Fascinated by the foreign and unfamiliar, they are drawn to uniqueness. Present yourself as mysterious and different to pique their curiosity. They crave emotional intensity and conflict. Offer them excitement through tension.
Oh yeah, he does have a bunch of
keeping their
different
emotions in a constant
victim
state of turmoil.
archetypes.
Intellectually driven, they analyze everything, including love, challenge their intellect while subtly appealing to their emotional weaknesses. Their beauty once gave them power, but they fear losing it as they age. To
Yes.
seduce them, appreciate their mind and talents, but don't
Yeah,
neglect
always
their
like
appearance.
as you get
Refusing to grow up,
older,
they avoid
like women that are
responsibility,
older,
constant
they're
fun.
always under 30.
To seduce them, play the caring,
Right? If they're
responsible
obviously
adult
under 30,
without
don't say
judging or
that they're
criticizing.
about 30, but if
Attracted
they're
to
like
those who
45,
appear
50,
vulnerable,
always
take
under
pride in
29.
saving others. To seduce them, Pure and
Forever
gentle,
29
and they'll
or
play
Forever
you.
21. Some women rock that too.
Cynical and
Yeah,
pleasure,
yeah.
they've seen it all. To seduce them, be young, naive, and resist their advances to keep them intrigued. They enjoy the challenge. Always searching for something or someone to
Break.
worship, they are perpetually dissatisfied. To seduce them, become the object of their obsession, embodying qualities they admire. Hyper-aware of sensory experiences, they are drawn to beauty, fashion, and style. To seduce them, appeal to their senses with aesthetics and luxurious experiences. Powerful and surrounded by flatterers, they crave authenticity. Treat them like an equal, offering brutal honesty while subtly flattering their ego. These individuals feel burdened by societal expectations regarding gender. To seduce them, embody a balance of masculine and feminine traits, offering them freedom to express their true selves. For each type, understanding their core desires is key to seduction, as it allows you to meet their deepest needs and win them over. Finally, Green highlights the importance of the setting in which seduction takes place. Certain environments amplify the effects of seduction, making people more vulnerable and easier to influence. Parties and gatherings provide opportunities for playful teasing and attention, setting the stage for seduction. Private, intimate settings can intensify emotions and make someone more susceptible to seduction. In moments of tension or crisis, people are more likely to seek comfort, making them easier to seduce. In part 2, we'll dive into the psychological techniques.
Like, I don't think you should try to seduce somebody when, like, there's an earthquake going on. I don't know what those high stress situations he's talking about. I'm assuming he's gonna describe that, but like, yeah, I
mean, I'm guessing something really bad happened. You know, just take them under your wing. You know, it's gonna be okay. Whatever.
Totally.
Sort of
Like,
comforting at the same time.
Yeah, I can see how you're highly manipulative in those times. Like if you lost a dog or, you know, a family member or a neighbor or got into a car accident or something.
Yeah.
I just initially when I thought of it, I thought of like a volcano going off and an earthquake and like everybody's running around and you're trying to like hit on somebody. So that seems awkward. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right situation that I should be thinking about it.
There is that one movie, you know, it's like The Invention of a Lie, I think.
I don't know.
And there's like a scene like in that like world, nobody knows that's a lie. And the guy is like, if we don't have sex right now, the world is gonna end. She's like, do we have time to get to a hotel?
Okay.
So yeah, it reminds me of that.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I just looked it up. I don't know.
It's a great movie, honestly. Very comedic.
I like the actors in it, from what I see.
To successful seduction, regardless of your appearance. Robert Greene outlines the seduction process in 4 distinct phases, each broken into actionable steps. These phases take you from sparking initial desire to achieve.
Do you just want to pause on this? It's like foretell. I don't know if there's a good spot. Because the rest of this video is them describing these 4 phases.
Okay, so what are we now at?
2046, give or take.
Okay, yeah, we'll leave it at that. It's fine.
Somewhere in there. I want to get some water. And it's it's basically 7 o'clock. So
okay.
Awesome. Well, what do you got going on? Gonna go to bed?
Yeah, probably.
That was happening.
Gonna go get some sleep. Yeah.
Any big plans for tomorrow? Are you working out or?
Tomorrow's chill. Just gonna get some raw milk from my neighbor, get some cigs, and that's about it. Yeah, nothing too serious. So yeah, I'll probably get around tomorrow.
Excuse me. How's your German stuff doing?
Not good. I haven't moved a single inch, but we'll get to it. One day.
You know, you got to do the planning phase before you really dive into it. So you're just doing the prep work first.
Exactly. It's like those heists in GTA, you know, going to Leicester first and making the arrangements.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Anyways, nice playing with you and watching videos as always.
Yeah, that was a fun game. I could see geeking out on it. And I haven't done 4-player games. There's a couple different ones out there. I think one of my, like, when I was working at the corner store, I think Helldivers, was that one of those, like, 4-player where you don't shoot other people, you're shooting just, like, monsters and crap, but it's your team kind of going. Is that kind of how Destiny is too?
I think it's PvP, like a mix of two. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I can totally get down on that kind of grind for sure. So I could just open it up and play the co-op missions just with me and a bot or two,
or you can queue up online game, play with people, you know. So like a lot of people don't really use microphone, but since the game was free on Epic, I'm guessing there's a lot of new players, so you can play with them.
Okay, awesome. I may end up messing around with that a little bit tonight. I'm not sure what all I'm gonna be doing for the next few hours. But yeah, it was fun.
No bread though? Like, are you not making sourdough?
Not today. I need to. Sean and I ate pretty much an entire little loaf when he was here. And yeah, I got about another half-ish of a loaf. But I'm gonna go see my mom tomorrow. So my stream may be a little late tomorrow starting up. I'm not sure. She's been pretty good about, like, letting me leave so I can get back and start my stream. You know, it's pretty easy to just keep on talking with, you know, family members and stuff. And so like I have to kind of keep my eye on my watch and be like, okay, I think I have this much time of shopping that I want to do. So I think I need to leave now. And then she'll be like, okay, well, it's good talking to you. Well, and then I have little projects and stuff that I'll do it around her place that, you know, just my dad would have done. So sometimes that'll take a little bit longer. So if I can't just leave that mid project most of the time, unless it's going to be like, you know, an 8-hour you know, I don't know, there's not really an 8 or 10-hour project, but if there was, I could probably leave that. Most of them is just, you know, do something with the sink or the toilet.
The small breaks.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So awesome. Well, have a nice night, and I hope that tomorrow goes well for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Likewise, yeah. Hope you visit your mom and have a good time.
Yeah, it should be. The weather's been just gorgeous here. Like, it was freezing. I was down to like 5 degrees. And let's see. I think it was 56 the other day. So it was like 13 degrees Celsius.
Okay, not too bad.
Like, I still have a foot of snow in my yard. And it's 13 degrees outside. Or yeah. So like it was really nice. It was really bright with the sun kind of shining off the snow.
We have a saying in Serbia. It's called a bitey sun. It's like the sun with teeth, you know. Even though their sun is so cold. Yeah.
Totally. But all right. I hope have a good time, and I will talk to you later.
Thank you. See ya.
See ya. Chaos. Let's see. I'm gonna end that. All smooth. All right, I'm going to take a quick little break. Stand up, stretch my feet, stretch my legs, and I'll be back shortly. Oh, let's put on some music as well. Oh, not for YouTube though. I think this should only be on Twitch. All right, I am basically back. Just want to find something to do on the internet, or maybe play a game on Steam or something. Let's see. I've been live for 3 hours. Let's play some Spelunky. just want to change my titles of Twitch and YouTube. All right. All right. Going downtown. Let's start Spelunky. No, it's... Let's see. There we go. Spelunky 2. Hopefully this pops up here soon. Let's go, little spelunker. Let's see how quickly I don't get murdered in here. So I'll grab the rock. Try not to get hit by that guy. Whew. Set off that arrow trap. He's already gone. I think I can save whatever it is. Oh no. Sorry, buddy. I thought I moved it far enough away. I'll have to work on that one. Alright, I'll bring the torch with me. Didn't see that guy. Is there anything down here? Alright. Probably not gonna save you, cat. Or hamster. So, not gonna do anything there. Let's just get our health. Come on, get in there. Alright, I'm probably gonna drop this the wrong way. Oh, I could have gotten the other thing too, dang it. Let's do you. I don't want that. Oh, wow. Well, how long did that take? Not quite 4 minutes. Perfect. Oops. I think we're going this way. Maybe not. Is this a dead end? It is. But we got a ruby and an emerald or something out of it. Good luck down there in the hole, buddy. That should be safe. Go get the rock. And let's get out of here. I don't really want any of that. Nothing there. I don't think I can do anything here. I don't think I carry a turkey with me. No. Or I should have just blown them up there. 15,000. Let's see what you got. Come on, lucky number 7. I would do some spiked boots. I would do that as well. Oops, sorry, Bordeaux. I don't know if I see the cat somewhere. Oh, where are you at? right. Where is this gonna be at? Okay, awesome. If I can get it. This is a huge level. And we got half a minute. Alright, looks like I'm just gonna take that. I don't think I'm gonna mess with anything else, so let's go, Birdo. Thanks, Birdo. I appreciate your sacrifice. I have shoes as well. How did you not hurt him? Perfect. Now blow up. Oh, run. Alright, I gotta find something to not... Oh, wait. Oh. Perfect. Good job. Alright, let's keep going. All right, let's go. You guys are gonna have a bad time. Let's get the spider. Ooh, that was a close one. That took way too long to do. How have you not been hit yet? What is this level? Yuck. Maybe that? Oh, nope. Alright, I got enough dudes. Let's do this. Is that it? I think I have one more. Oh no, not that. Alright, let's get that guy. Ooh, there's so many people here. Oh, golly. Oh, how do I get there? Will that get me there, more or less? Yes, it will. Perfect. That was a good one. That was a good one. Let's go. Let's go, little ones. Don't think I care too much about that. Alright, what do we got? We got that guy. Oh, come on, game. Okay. I say I just get out of here. That sucked. One heart. Oh man. I almost, how do I get you guys out? Not like that. Wow, that's a lot of boxes. Nice, nice. I will take climbing blow. may have a bit of a headache tomorrow, buddy. Let's go, kitty kitty. Okay, let's just get out of here. Good luck, hamster. Kitty, please don't die. Oh, he's probably gone away. Oh no. Perfect, kitty. Let's go do that. Thank you for the shoes. I don't think I need any of that. Let's go. Sure. That just looks like nothing but trouble. That's too bad. Let's see, am I gonna piss him off? Oh, that one's gonna piss him off. I'm still alive right now. Oh, how did you not get hurt? No! Don't hit me. Oh, you son of a gun. Get over there. Alright, little one. Well, are we gonna end up down with your owner? Looks like it. Nope, I haven't seen any turkeys. Sorry. I may be holding a turkey. Oh, you really bounced there, little buddy. Alright, that was a little too close for me. Alright, let's go, turkey. Let's go, turkey. Shoot, where are you gonna be at? I don't think I saw you anywhere. What is that? A huge cave right there. I don't know. Do I want to use another one? I got 3 left. Alright, I guess I'll use it for you. Alright, let's go, turkey. Let's go, turkey. I think this way is going to be better. Rough, dude. Rough. Thank you for making a path. Shoot. Oh, oh, Nelly. Get away from me, buddy. Oh, oh. Well, shoot. Well, this isn't going to end well for me, is it? Oh, go, 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 go. Alright, good enough. We're going volcano. Or we're dying in volcano. I don't have anything. Oh. Well, don't want to go that way. buddy. Sorry about that. Oh, not gonna go that way. All right. Hey, turkey. How's it going, turkey? Perfect. Where you are not perfect. That wasn't good either. That's not swell. Alright. Where's it gonna be at? Never mind. I'm just wrecking things right now. Probably won't last very long. Nothing? Alright. Let's go. Level 1-1. Cleared. I think that's the third time that I've gone through 1-1 today. Is this? Yeah, that looks good. 2 bombs and 1 rope. I guess that's good enough. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Oh, you son of a gun. Don't go up. Oh man, oh, I'm dead. Alright, let's go one more time. I want to at least get to who's the Olmec? That's my goal today. Get into Olmec sooner or later. Well, I've already lost 2 health. Go for it, hamster. Where did that go? That was like the perfect angle. Never be seen again. Oh. Where is the key going to be at? I think I can make it over to that. There is a lot of stuff going on here. No key, though. There you are. Key. Sure. Can I not get up there? Dang. Oh, I could have gone around. Oh, well. Should have. Now I know where to look for next time. You made it, kitty. Good job. Looks like I'll be able to buy some toys as well. Hopefully I don't kill myself doing this. Ooh, alright. Oh. Could have gotten another 500 bucks. I think I'm good with that. Let's just do it. Anything else I wanted over here? Oh yeah, the cat. Or whatever you are. Come on, thing. Let's go before the ghost comes. Alright, good job. Once again, we are at Quillbuck. Hopefully he doesn't whoop me this time. Is that 3? Whoa. That was kind of aggressive there, dude. Oh, shoot. Oh, Nelly, run. I'm gonna kill myself if I keep on doing that. So. Oh. Well, one more round down. Almost snuck up on me, little spider. I will take that. I can do that as well. Awesome. $750. Man, this is a good level. Because everything's kind of not where I want it to be at. That's not enough. I need 20 grand. Alright. Not getting nothing. Not going that way. As much as I can help it. Not going back up there either. Shoot, where was my key at? Let's see, what all do I have? I have 3 ropes. Oh, I got a little buddy. Let's go, little buddy. Oh, not that way. Let's see if we can get past Quillback this time. Oh, nope, nope. Alright, I need to eat some food and stuff, so let's see what's in here. $100. Yeah, it's probably not gonna quite do it for me. Alright, buddy. Let's go do something. What was that? Just gold? emerald. Yeah, let's just go. Good luck, little kitty cat. Or little hamster thing. Whatever you are here. You're a killer. Alright, 9100. That was what, level 1-1? Perfect. Alright, I'll bite what's in the box. Ooh, don't run, don't die. Alright, let's not die on the spikes if we can help it. Alright, let's go. Let's go, Mr. Jetpack. Oh. I'm glad that didn't hurt me. I don't know if I need to do all of that. That works. Very comfortable with that one. Key is right there. Perfect. Then what else? Let's grab. Oh no. One. Grippy hands. Sticking on walls. Let's take it. Oh, and then I missed him. Of course this is gonna take forever. You keep on missing him. Alright, let's go. We got our rock. 5 bombs and 4 ropes. I got a little bit of money. Just made a little bit of more money. See what's over here. This looks dangerous. All right. Yeah, good luck, you two. You're gonna need it. Anything over here worth anything? Just getting my butt handed to me. Yeah, let's get out of here without dying, hopefully. Alright, helping hands. Come on down. You guys make it? Awesome. I have enough. Didn't really sound good. Come on. Stay out of there, you guys. Oh, I bet you it is right there, huh? Nope. Probably not. Alright, let's go. There's only one of you now. All right, looks good. All right, let's just go. Let's just go. We're at what am I at? 61. So, what about halfway through the level? Midway through the level? What do? Alright, I'm gonna quit. And we're just gonna cruise on the internet. I'm gonna take a quick break. And then, yeah, we'll cruise the internet. So let's do BRB. Oh, sad. All right, let's change this up to just chatting, I guess. Yeah, that looks good. I can go downtown, whatever that means. Okay, so it can just be a little quiet sometimes. But the streams look good. Let's go Associated Press. Ass. Let's see what's happening in business. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I don't know. I'm not quite ready yet, I guess. Upload default. Where is my watermark? Let's see. Change watermark location, YouTube. So just under normal settings. Wait, why is it only on a video?
This video, we'll walk you through this page layout, brand
Alright, so apparently I can't change it. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Perfect. So I am just going to be cruising some internet. I'm just going to the Associated Press. That just seems like it's one of the probably not neutral things on Twitch or on the news reporting, but it's one of those that they get a lot of different news sources. So a lot of places that I see the news on, they will they'll reference Associated Press. They'll have the main story. So, anti-Doge protests at Tesla stores target Elon Musk's bottom line. U.S. auto industry could be collateral damage in Trump's trade wars. How are we losing all of our automobile manufacturing? Is that what they're saying? President Donald Trump has signed increased lumber supplies, so he's going to open up the forests. President Donald Trump on Saturday signed a pair of actions to increase domestic lumber production, including a directive for the Commerce Department to investigate the possible harms that lumber imports pose to national security. The U.S. president, when our lumber prices like tripled during COVID, is that what he's talking about? Signed an executive order to increase the possible supplies of timber and lumber and possibly lower housing and construction costs. The goal is to streamline the permitting process by salvaging more wood from forests and expand how much wood product can be offered for sale. All right, I guess this is one of those where I go to whitehouse.gov. What executive actions? Addressing the national threat, the threat to national security from imports of timber lumber. Immediate expansion of American timber production. So all of our forests are going to be cut down. By the authority vested in me, the production of timber, lumber, paper, bioenergy, and other wood products is critical to our nation's well-being. Timber production is essential for crucial human activities like construction and energy production. I didn't know that we burnt wood for energy still. Made like to make charcoal or something. Furthermore, as recent disasters demonstrate, forest management and wildfire risk reduction projects can save American lives and communities. Directives to the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture within 30 days of the date of this order. During the winter, the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture, through the Director of Bureau of Land Management and the Chief of the United States Forest Service, respectively, shall each issue new or updated guidance regarding tools to facilitate increased timber production, and sand forest management. Reduce time to deliver timber and decrease timber supply uncertainty, such as the National Good Neighbor Authority, described in 16 of the U.S. Code. Stewardship contracting pursuant. What is the Good Neighbor Authority? Our forests give us countless benefits: clean drinking water, millions of jobs, recreation opportunities, and more. Keeping these benefits requires forest management, and no one group can do it alone. Good Neighbor Authority allows the USDA Forest Service to enter into agreements with state forestry agencies to do the critical management work to keep our forests healthy and productive. Since Good Neighbor Authority was first authorized, the number of projects and participating states has grown. In 2018, Congress expanded authorities for forest management projects related to the Good Neighbor Authority, setting the stage for more growth in cooperative forest management. Great. I've already watched Mayan. Just wanted to get into West Cecil while I'm gonna start making my dinner. So I want some kind of music or some kind of sound on here. So did we finish? I think I finished the Japanese language.
Let's see, tonight's subject is English. And I was going to say, fortunately, I will not mispronounce anything, but then I realized that's not true. So I will apologize again for mispronouncing all of the English. English is extraordinary. I mean, even in the extraordinary history of languages, English is extraordinary. Right now, it is the lingua franca of the world, and this is the first time we've had a language that could be considered a worldwide lingua franca. Of course, a lot of this has to do with technology that had never been able to exist before. But it exists now for the first time in history, and it is without doubt English. It is the language of commerce and science and law and travel. It's the lingua franca in Europe, even though no one in Europe has it as an official language. The European Union is one of the main languages. Again, weirdly, even though none of the European Union members have English as their main language. It's the language of science in China. Even though in China they have plenty of really, really skilled scientists and excellent mathematicians. But if you want to do serious international research, the language is science. I mean, language is English. Well, English and mathematics. So it's that combination. So it's an extraordinary history. What's even more interesting, I think, and we'll talk about this at length, is the fact that English is a complete and total catastrophe of a language. I mean, rarely in history has there ever been such a total mess that has sort of spread and done anything. We'll look at examples of this because really English is a catastrophically
that's where we are right now.
Language in many, many ways. But its history will
What do you do?
Hopefully illuminate why English is such a wreck. And so many things you've probably struggled with in English will now become clear to you because really English is 4 or 5 languages sort of mished together. But the timeline for English really starts about 450 AD in Britain, Britain being the home of the English language. Now, weirdly, you can go back much further. You know, Celtic was around, other indigenous languages were around in the British Isles before the Anglo-Saxons show up in 450 AD, of course. But those were pretty systematically displaced. We'll see that happen. But even more interesting is the Romans were there for a couple of centuries. And in France and in Italy and Spain, all over the place, where the Romans went, they left their language, which then sort of broke off and became the Romance languages, or at least heavily influenced the languages of the places they had conquered. In Britain, not so much. The Romans left, and when they left, that was sort of it. Bye-bye, end of Latin. We're not interested anymore. And it's still not clear, by the way, why this would be. There's no one is why so little Latin was taken up in the near term. In any case, so off go the Romans. Goodbye. Thanks for conquering us. And in come immediately thereafter. In come the Angles, the Saxons, and as I said, their various cousins. They bring in sort of Old German, West German dialect, and this really sweeps quickly into the previous Roman areas, and we're not sure why. One speculation is it may have been coincident with the bubonic plague. And so the plague was wiping out population centers, so the native languages sort of fall off. The Anglo-Saxons came as conquerors, but also as settlers. And so they didn't, come rule from afar or anything. They came, they settled, they created a population base, and
so they just spoke their language and
displaced many of the native languages. Although, of course, things Cornish and Welsh, continue on just fine for till today. But
overran the local languages.
Get settled pretty quickly. And then later, about 790, the Danes show up, the Vikings. First they came as raiders and smashers and stealers, but then they also started to settle. They intermarry, and this really creates what is called Old English. Now we can't read Old English. This is what Beowulf is written in. So if you look at the little section of Beowulf there, what we Gardena in Gardagum, right? Which is, no one, by the way, knows how to translate that what. Here it's translated as listen or so or thus or wow, but it's not, how you want to translate that, but it's, listen, we of the Spear Danes in the days of yore. Right? I mean, nothing jumps out of there except for we. Right?
I'm working on dinner. I'll be right back.
But not a lot else. It makes sense to us. And this was written in about 850 to 1000. The provenance of the Beowulf manuscript is not totally clear. But it gives you a good sense of the kind of Old English dialect that was being spoken in much of the area of the British Isles. Not all of it, of course. Again, Cornish, Welsh, Gaelic, of course, still very popular. But this was the literary language. This was the prime written language in that region. And it's really beginning to develop. So Beowulf is a major poem. There's other chronicles that are being kept. There's some histories that are being written. And so, right, here we have it. Anglo-Saxon, the roots of English. Well, then the Norman conquest happens, right? 1066. And what this does is it sort of cuts the top off of Old English. Because now the language of literacy, the language of ruling, is going to be Norman French, which is a dialect of French. And so the king and the king's court speak, of course, Norman French. The people who live around the court and the servants speak Anglo-Saxon but need to learn French if they want to get ahead in the world. And so French becomes sort of like English is today. It's the language you want to learn if you want to prosper. And it dominates writing. So it takes over almost all the documents. Anglo-Saxon sort of drop away immediately, and all the documents start getting picked up in French. So the language of the court records and the histories and the chronicles transfer to French or Latin. Because, of course, they brought a bunch of Latin speakers with them. The Latin guys had actually shown up a little bit earlier, but this is where the big influence comes in. And so the law is in Latin. The court is in Norman French. And the people speak some version of Anglo-Saxon, or all over England, of course, all the other dialects. So what do you do if you're the ruling French and you come into a country that speaks not just Anglo-Saxon as one of the main ones where your power base is around London, but, again, Cornish and Welsh and Scottish and these other dialects. But what the Norman French did is encourage them to learn Anglo-Saxon or Old English, because they thought that would reduce the linguistic diversity and the chance of people to sort of coordinate themselves around linguistic groups to resist the Norman French conquest. Why didn't they want them to learn French? French is the language of the ruling class. So they did not want to dilute in some ways their authority. So this is, if you know French, it's your sort of
fear of losing
power.
power.
We want to keep those natives down, and we want to transport our rulers and our people and the people that we've trained domestically to speak French as servants and retainers, and then sort of get everybody else to pick this up. So weirdly, the Norman French also spread the Old English / Anglo-Saxon to more areas than it had been before. And also, of course, Latin, just to make it more confusing. So we get about, a couple hundred years of this, and then you get, Norman invasion to the 1400s, really 1355, but you have a couple of things. You have the death of French. Now, this is the 100 Years' War, which really, by the end of it, had given the whole French ruling elite a very bad name, and anything associated with France was considered sort of un-English. You consider it as a sort of nascent rise of nationalism. But if you fight the French for long enough, eventually you decide you don't like them, right? And as far as I can tell, England still doesn't like French to this day, the French. So this big battle runs for a century, 100 Years' War, and by the end of it has really undercut the power of the ruling elite and displaced them. And native rulers who speak Old English come to the fore, but now we would call this, I guess, Middle English. So, but notice what's happened is you've had 300 years-ish of an influence of Norman French as your literary language on a substrate of Old English Anglo-Saxon, which rises up and produces Middle English, which is very different, in fact, radically different. I don't need to have a translation for the selection I have of Chaucer here. Chaucer, 1350 to 1400, so he's right at the end of the 100 Years' War, up to the end of the 1400, when it was finished. So if we read that, it says, "One that April with his shower suit the root of March hath perceived to the root, and bathed every vein and switch liquor, of which virtue engendered is the fluor." Right? When that April with his showers, sweet showers, the drought of March hath parched to the root, and bathed every vine and sweet liquor, of the virtue engendered is the flower. So, April showers bring May flowers, essentially. Sum that up. Now, the spelling's a bit difficult. We don't use the word suit or root like that very much anymore. But basically, once you get used to the spelling changes and some of the word usage, you can read Chaucer fairly easily. A couple of days of reading through the Canterbury Tales, and you'll be up to speed. Particularly if you read it out loud. It's easier to hear often than it is to see on the page. So that is in 400 years. So it's a fair span of time, but it's a pretty huge change from the Old English, where we can't hardly read a word. If you know German or Dutch or Icelandic and English and some French, you can sort of piece your way through Beowulf. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense in English. But now with Chaucer, we start getting texts that we can read today. We don't need them to be translated. It's nice sometimes, some difficult phrases, but it's legible. So this is one. French influence wanes. Local, regional dialects come to the fore. Second thing, this is hugely important, is Caxton and the printing press. Caxton is sort of generally credited as the first guy, but it's basically the London printing establishment. Because before you get printing presses, orthography, how things are presented on the page, how things are spelled, how the letters look, is not stabilized. Spelling is not stabilized. In fact, spelling is not stabilized today in English. Grammar isn't stabilized. Nothing is really fixed. And so the guys who were the printers and the typesetters weren't just getting a document and putting letters in. They were translating it into the language they thought would be most legible to the people who read their paper. And because, of course, London is what it's all about, the London dialect of Middle English became the language. This is the roots of what we understand as English today, was the typesetters decided in London, in the 15th century. This is where it comes from. And so this was hugely important to begin standardizing it. Once you have standardization, you also massively increase literacy. It's hard for us to imagine, but it would be as if we drove from here to Seattle and they spoke something similar to our English, and they wrote something similar, but it was really hard. But if you got to Portland, you might not even be able to read it. And if you got to Denver, you almost certainly wouldn't be able to read it, but you could probably communicate with some struggle. But everybody would say they spoke Middle English. That's the sort of dramatic diversity there would be in a language before you get the printing press. The printing press starts to stabilize this. Mass publication, mass readership, standardization. Right? We tend to look at mechanical standardization bad. Well, in some cases, good. I think in this case, potentially good. And then you get a third and crucial element. You get the founding of Oxford and Cambridge. Now, this is important because Oxford and Cambridge are primarily taught, and the education is designed around the classics. This is the rise of humanism. And so lots and lots of Latin and some Greek, later lots of Latin and Greek. Now this wouldn't have mattered so much. There's a couple of chairs up here for people if you want. Any other chairs? Chair over here? Yeah. This wouldn't matter so much except for the most literate people in England for the next several hundred years will almost by definition have to know Latin, will almost certainly know Latin, and probably know Greek. And so their version of English, and they're the ones that are writing lots and lots of the things people might want to read, is heavily influenced by Latin and Greek. So weirdly, even though the Romans had conquered and occupied England for several hundred years, most of the influence of Latin and pretty much all of the influence of Greek comes more than 1,000 years later. Right? That's when Latin and Greek really comes into the language. And this, of course, accelerates during the 16th and 17th century when you get the Renaissance. The Renaissance, humanism, translation all kicks off, starts flowing from Italy and the continent over to the island. People think this is great. But when I gave the Greek lecture, I said, here's a sentence in Greek for you. The European economic crisis is a catastrophe. This is an entirely Greek sentence. European economic crisis catastrophe. Prior to about the 16th century, and really even later than that, it would make that those words did not exist in the English language. They're not in Middle English. Some of them started being used vaguely in the 1500s. Most of them aren't used until the middle of the 1600s for the first time. And certainly not general use until later than that, when you get things like Hobbes' Leviathan, these sorts of works, where the Latin and Greek education has started to bring vocabulary in that did not exist in the Anglo-Saxon world. And so you get this weird mix where you have Norman French, straight up Anglo-Saxon, and then this slow but steady importation of Latin and Greek into the language. But like I said, very late. So again, you get the 16th and 17th centuries, where you have the kickoff of humanism, the Renaissance, and the Enlightenment, all sort of start rolling, and importantly, the beginnings, which will really roll in the 18th century, of empire, economic expansion, and empire. One of the astounding things that happened, and this was not very well planned, was Britain, the small, insignificant country that everybody thought was silly, slowly started to expand and form colonies and trading arrangements all over the world. This was sort of piecemeal. The government didn't even do a lot of it. Private corporations did a lot of it. And English begins to spread. And as it spreads, it also begins to import even more foreign influences. Tobacco, the word, right? Where do you get tobacco from? You get it from the Americas. And in some places, like in America, the spreading is done by colonization. We settled people. In some places, like India, actually there never were any British people in India. This is one of these astounding facts. There was just a teeny tiny, just a few thousand English speakers in India for most of the history of the East India Corporation. But, of course, it becomes the language of government and influence and power, and so everybody wants to learn English. And again, like the Norman French for a while, the British government actively discouraged people from learning English. For one reason, that the East India Company was not all that interested in the missionaries, because the missionaries tended to stir up the natives. It did not want the natives stirred up. The Hindus weren't really sure what this one God stuff was all about, but they were certain they didn't want any part of it, right? And this sort of, they didn't want the sectarian violence with Islam to be kicked, let's everybody just be calm. Arguing about religion in India is a bad way to go. And so they really were interested in encouraging people to acquire English for a while. But then they switched their tactics, and all of a sudden, boom, we're off and running. Here we go. And of course, so today, one of the largest Indian-speaking populations or English-speaking populations in the world is in the subcontinent of India. And some of the great living writers in the English language, by the way, right, where the action really is in English literature for the last decade, couple decades, really, a lot of it has come from the subcontinent. There's great writing going on there in the English language. And so you get this weird, unplanned spread of English to Americas, India, Australia, New Zealand.
What was that about?
The India Company was not all that interested in the missionaries, because the missionaries tended to stir up the natives. It did not want the natives stirred up. The Hindus weren't really sure what this one God stuff was all about, but they were certain they didn't want any part of it, right? And this sort of, they didn't want the sectarian violence with Islam to be kicked, let's everybody just be calm. Arguing about religion in India is a bad way to go. And so they really were interested in encouraging people to acquire English for a while. But then they switched their tactics, and all of a sudden, boom, we're off and running. Here we go. And of course, so today, one of the largest Indian-speaking populations or English-speaking populations in the world is in the subcontinent of India. And some of the great living writers in the English language, by the way, right, where the action really is in English literature for the last decade, couple decades, really, a lot of it has come from the subcontinent. There's great writing going on there in the English language. And so you get this weird, unplanned spread of English to Americas, India, Australia, New Zealand. I always imagine that some future archaeologist digging up English language artifacts all over the place and trying to figure out, now, how does this happen?
Wow, almost 10%
I think it would just blow their minds. It would be
of the
difficult to
English
figure out
speakers in the
things
world
back
are
then.
in India.
So just as the empire starts taking off, you get another, and this is crucial, you get the scientific revolution.
They have like
that's
10% of
going
the
on.
population?
Enlightenment, if you want to call it, but really a scientific revolution. So that the Latin and Greek
More than
language, that is the language of science, starts to spread everywhere. And the language it's most prominently spread in becomes English, both because of economic dominance and because of things like the founding of the Royal Society in London. These sorts of associations really press the language of science to be a mix of Latin, Greek, and English. It's a strange amalgam, and math, of course. You've got to have your math. And so while it is becoming the economic language, it's also becoming the scientific language. And this is overlapping on this vast spread as a global language. Notice those things don't have to go together. You can have Rome spread very rapidly, Roman power or language spread rapidly, primarily because of military domination. Right? They did, not necessarily great scientists. They said this themselves. I mean, they were pretty good, but they weren't world-beating in their science at the time.
That was the Romans?
Economic power, the Phoenicians were hugely rich, as were the Egyptians. They didn't really spread their language. The Egyptians, through economic power, the Phoenicians influenced people with theirs. Greeks very economically or scientifically advanced for their age, but it's not clear that they spread the language through science. They spread, it seems, more other cultural influences and then through geographic issues. So the notion that simultaneously we had three forces spreading language, I think is part of the reasons it spread so quickly and became so dominant. And then finally, sort of rushing up till today, I know I'm covering a lot of ground quickly here, but you get to sort of even the pre-war world, but post-World War II world, and not England is not dominant anymore, but the United States is. And we're militarily dominant, we're economically dominant, but probably most importantly for the spread of language, we become culturally dominant. If you want to see a movie, you want to see an American movie. If you want to see a TV show, you want to see an American TV show. And if you want to know why this is, go back in the 50s and 60s and look at major American films, and then look at major Italian film, a major Tunisian film, a major... Our technology was just totally, wildly outstripped them. We knew how to make films more or less. The rest of the world didn't. I mean, it's crazy. They had good writers, they had good thinkers, they had good everything else, but they did not have the infrastructure or the technology. And so just the sheer quality of what we were producing, plus the glow of America as sort of the world dominant power, had this immense cultural impact. There's a documentary a friend of mine turned me on to on synthesizers in Germany, and sort of the coming of the electronic music revolution. And it was all the guys who were sort of young in post-war Germany, and they said because of the GIs and because of American influence, every club, every radio station, every record you could buy was either American music, R&B, rock and roll, or copies of American music, R&B and rock and roll. And they said at first they thought, great, we're going to do this, and then they just realized, well, this has absolutely nothing to do with us. It's not our history, it's not our culture, it's not our technology. We're not against it, it's fine, but it's not us. But it was the clearly most powerful, most dominant cultural force all over the world. In weird things like, rock and roll being played everywhere. All over. Jazz, the spread of jazz even in the pre-war, much less the post-war world, right, came to Europe and other parts of the world just like a tidal wave. You can read the documentary of writers, artists, musicians going into clubs in Berlin or Paris in 19-teens, 1920, and just being blown away. Some of them said, "Oh, this is just subhuman, horrible, sensual, mind-destroying, what is this jazz? We hate it." Or saying, "Wow, this is human liberation set to a danceable beat." Right? The response was strong, but everybody said the same thing. This is American music. This is not us. This is from this other world. Right? Actually, it's African American music, of course, but but that's part of America too. And you can even see this today because if you go anywhere in the world today, everybody raps. Rap music, hip-hop has absolutely taken over the world, for good or ill. But it is, where did this come from? It comes from the African-American community. Huge cultural influence. We didn't wander around the world saying, listen to African-American music, listen to hip-hop, listen to rap or jazz or rock and roll, or we'll shoot you. We just couldn't hardly ship it out to them fast enough, right? And so this is extraordinary cultural outpouring of music, movies, television shows. Most popular show, I believe, in the history of television, at least for a long time, was Baywatch. Because it was one of the first shows that was licensed in China, apparently. And so, a billion Chinese turn on your show, and they went, wow, let's move to there. Right? This is sort of, this idea. Not necessarily a particularly accurate representation of our world, but the history of not particularly accurate representations of foreign countries is really pretty vast, and this is just another chapter in that. And so this cultural outflow went along with military dominance, economic dominance, scientific language of science, and this is where we are today. You can travel almost anywhere in the world, not speak a word of any other language, and you can get by because you speak English. Now, whether that's good or not, I don't know, but I think it does make us happily complacent because we think, well, we'll make those other people learn something. We don't have to. But it is extraordinary. And never has this been so world-spanning. So that's where we are. But what's strange about this is how bizarre our language is. This is a strange, weird, wacky, messed up language. Oh, I forgot to do the King James Bible there, 1611. Can't forget to mention this because that is the English that we have, is the King James Bible. For most people, for the last 400 years in English, the King James Bible was the first thing you read and potentially the last thing you read. And you certainly heard it all of the time.
It was the only thing that you read?
It's what it meant to be literate in English. And people have commented on how well people used to write, even poorly educated people. It's almost entirely because they were just copying what they had heard and read, which was the King James Bible, which is beautifully, beautifully rendered. It really is a remarkable text. So here's just the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light, and God saw the light, and the light was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. It's English. 1611, boom, there it is. This is when English gets set for us. One of the reasons it's so powerful also, by the way, is it has very few Latin and Greek words in it. And there are writers, Tolkien famously amongst them, by the way, who said that the more Anglo-Saxon words you use, the better your writing in English. That the power of your writing will be derived from your connection with the Anglo-Saxon, which is generally, if available, stronger. And we'll talk about why that might be. But so this brings us up to today. Now, through all of this history, world-spanning travel, importation of language and words, sort of amalgamation of Greek and Latin and French and Anglo-Saxon. By the way, Anglo-Saxon is actually Danish, Old Danish, all this. We'll talk about this in German, Old German. Not like one language, there's like a bunch. English has never been standardized. There's never been like a government committee that said, all right, this is how you speak English. Now, this has happened in almost every modern country. At some point, a committee has sat down and said, right, we've got to make this make sense. And we're going to have a panel of people, and they're going to get the spelling worked out, and they're going to get the grammar worked out, and we're going to try to reduce the number of irregular verbs. Germany, by the way, is fighting one out now. The writers don't like some of the new changes that were made about 10 years ago that they're supposed to be phasing in, and so they're like, forget that. Italy has done it. France has tried to do it with varying degrees of success. China has done it repeatedly, trying to simplify their use of characters. English has never had this pressure on it. By the way, English is also not the official language, I think, of anywhere. It's not the official language of the United States. It's not the official language of England. It's just the language you use. So it doesn't, it's this weirdly offhanded approach to a world-spanning language, right? It just sort of is. But if you look at these poems I have here, I think to give you an idea of some of the problems that you run into. One of them is pronunciation, which is, of course, related to spelling. So it says, when the English tongue we speak, why is break not rhymed with freak? Will you tell me why it's true we say so, but likewise few? And the maker of the verse cannot rhyme his horse with worse. Beard is not the same as herd. Cord is different from word. Cow is cow, but low is low. Shoe is never rhymed with foe. Think of hose, dose, and lose. And think of goose, and yet with choose. Think of comb, tomb, and balm. Doll, and roll, or home, and some. Since pay is rhymed with say, why not paid with said I pray? Think of blood, food, and good. Mold is not pronounced like could. Wherefore done, but gone, and lone? Is there any reason known? To sum up all, it seems to me, sound and letters don't agree. The reason sound and letters don't agree is because we have no standardized use of anything. There never has been. Now, people have been trying. Webster, Daniel, this is what Daniel Webster was up to. And it's hilarious, some of the outputs of these attempts are so bad that they sort of made things worse, right? Some of the crazy spelling we have was an attempt to standardize our spelling that simply made things more confusing. Here's another one that goes along the same lines. We must polish the Polish furniture. He could lead if he would get the lead out. The farm used to produce produce. The dump was so full that it had to refuse more refuse. The soldier decided to desert in the desert. This was a good time to present the present. A bass was painted on the head of the bass drum. When shot at, the dove dove into the bushes. I did not object to the object. The insurance was invalid for the invalid. The bandage was wound round the wound. There was a row among the oarsmen about how to row. There was a row among the oarsmen about. See, it's so high. There was a
I've read
row
these before.
among
They're
the
pretty fun.
oarsmen about how to row.
I definitely don't pronounce
They
anything
were too
correctly.
close to the door to close it. Now those are all. I mean, see, now some languages have a little bit of this, but what's happened is we've just been sucking things in from from centuries and from languages. And there's never been any sort of attempt to make it orderly. That's why we still have a K in night, right? It's not spelled, pronounced Knigget, even though it's spelled Knigget, we say night, right? It should be Knigget, right? I mean, clearly that word is Knigget. Now, German, by the way, is beautifully regular. Lots of languages are beautifully regular. English is not at all regular. In fact, it's wildly, crazily inconsistent. But it's not just the spelling and pronunciation. I mean, to have words that are spelled exactly the same, pronounced so differently, just seems perverse. But it's also things like declination of verbs, right? So you're adding verb endings. And you would think that lots of languages, by the way, have irregular verbs. But so I asked this, so think about this. What is the past tense of thrive? How many people say thrived? How many people say throve? It's both. It's optional. Make up your own ending, right? Feel free. So that's like, I don't know, it's like an optional irregular verb. It's potentially irregular if you like it that way. Most languages do not allow they're very regular about their irregular verbs. We are very irregular about our irregular verbs. But how many of you had to think about it? Because I was actually, I was thinking, I'm like, thrive, throve, have thriven? Is that correct? Have thriven. Sure, I think we have, were we to have throve? Can I say that in the language? No one has said that in English in like 500 years. But I think it's still correct. Were we to have throve? Wow. Yeah. Another example is also our vocabulary. English has, by far, the largest vocabulary in the world. No language is even a distant second. We have more vocabulary than like 4 or 5 other languages put together. Chinese, French, German, throw Spanish in there, we have more. I mean, why do we have such a big vocabulary? Well, a couple of reasons. One, what is the difference between a bloom, a blossom, and a flower? Answer, nothing. It's the same damn word. It really is. Bloom, blossom, flower. Why do we have 3 of them? Well, we took one from the Angles, one from the Saxons, and one from the French, who of course stole it from Latin. So bloom comes over early. This is sort of Old West German. From German, of course, blumen, right? Wow, that's not too tough to figure out today. Same root. Blossom comes over a little bit later with the Danes. The Spear Danes brought us blossom. That's nice. And spears. That would be the Vikings. And then flower, fluid, French, right, from the Latin. Bloom, blossom, flower. Why do we have 3? We have this, what's the difference between bake and roast? Well, it depends on which language you took it from. And so we make up all these crazy distinctions. You bake a cake, you bake a ham, you don't bake a steak, and you don't roast a cake. I don't know how foreigners ever learn this damn language. I really don't. It's just not fair. Okay, I'm going to bake my steak. Oh, no. You can barbecue it or particularly roast it, fry it. No, you can't bake it. Why not? It's the same oven at the same temperature. Yes, well. Or flesh and meat. Right? So the one I like is if you're reading a bad novel, you can say, I felt her soft flesh. If you're reading a weird novel, you can say, I felt her soft meat. In theory, this means exactly the same thing. In practice, I think it means you're feeling her lunch, right? Which is a different novel altogether. Right? How are you supposed to know this? We all know it, right? We all know that flesh and meat can't be used like that. No. Or hair and fur, which I always like. Oh, you have lovely fur today. Or we go to a beauty parlor. Notice the French generally, the Latin French generally sounds better. We like to use those in beauty parlor rather than a make pretty room. Right? It's a perfectly good make pretty room is a beauty parlor, but beauty parlor. So you go to the make pretty room to make your fur shiny. See? Oh, but that's wrong. Wrong. This is why it's fun to talk to foreigners, because you're like, oh, no, that's not how that, no. It's not, that's not going to fly. Right? It's not we do it. And so, or what the other one you can think is, babies drink milk, right? We've got that down. So women lactate. Waha. No, they make milk. No, we never say that. We never say, oh, young mothers make milk. We say, oh, they lactate. And so if you have a league of lactating mothers, we call it a lactation league. No, we call it a La Leche League. Because we just took we took the Spanish word for milk.
I haven't heard that
knows
before.
What reason. I have no idea why this is, but this is what they call it, right? They just said, let's not use the Latin word, lactation. Let's not use the French word. We've got plenty of those. Let's just go out and get a Spanish word that's derived from the same damn Latin root anyway, and we'll use that. So I think mothers should make milk in a milk-making league for our babies, right? And even though babies drink milk, adults don't because they're lactose intolerant. See how baffling this is? And lactose is just the word for milk, right? It's bizarre. But of course, we like to say lactose because that's the Latin. And this is the language, when I talked about the influence of the language of science coming from the Latin and the Greek, it's immense. It's not tiny, it's immense. It influences our thinking, our writing, our vocabulary in so many ways, and it flows into the language. And it's taken on this sort of aura of respectability. And so if you always know when someone's trying to bullshit you is because they use a whole bunch of Latin words strung together. That's almost always a sign. Bureaucrats love this, right? So this, I can't even think of, they come up with these bizarre long-winded phrases with lots of Latin endings in them. And you think, oh, that sounds really good, right? Oh, the person was defenestrated. Ooh, that sounds nice. Thrown out a window, right? And so you have these weirdnesses of, but you have these weirdnesses in spelling, in orthography, how we present our spelling, how we spell, pronunciation, vocabulary, like I said, which is just ridiculously overfilled with words from science and and by the way, also we accrete words from every language in the world, and we don't tend to change them at all. This is why we can't figure out how to spell ketchup. Because I think it's like a Malay word, a Malanga word. So it's like one of the 4 words we've ever taken from this small island in Indonesia, right? And it's like, okay, well, how do you bring it in? Lots of other languages will bring words in, and they sort of change them and at least vaguely, remotely look like that. We don't. We're like, oh, ketchup or catsup or whatever. We don't know how to spell words we've had for 600 years. Let's bring it in, spell it in.
Right, totally.
Right? So, immensely diverse spelling, immensely diverse vocabulary from all
even
kinds of
autocorrect's
languages,
rough
which
sometimes.
is why we can't get the pronunciation right. It's because we just import them, and we tend to try and keep the pronunciation. And we do this with Spanish all the time. So in the 70s, the great Spanish golfer Chichi Rodriguez, right? And it should be pronounced Chai Rodriguez. Right? That should be Chai, but we say Chichi Rodriguez, right? So all of our sports announcers all of a sudden become sort of Spanish for a moment. And we do this, we try to get the inflection and tone and sound of other languages correct. It's quite interesting. Most languages don't bother. They don't care. They're not trying to, we're like, oh, we took your word. We want to say it the way you said it, not the way we would say it. It's an odd idea. It's part of the fact that it is all around the world, and we're always sucking vocabulary in from other places. And so you have, again, so spelling's not regular, pronunciation is not regular, vocabulary is mixed. And now even things like word order. So, our standard word order is subject, verb, object. I enjoyed the movie. Okay, that's how I enjoyed the movie. Or the movie was enjoyable. Or I had enjoyment from the movie. What? Or movies gave enjoyment to me. Well, it turns out you can construct almost any English sentence in any word order you like. This is very unusual for languages that don't match their tenses up. So in Latin, for instance, everything is
answering something in the negative or the positive.
The subject is, you know what the object is, you know what the verb
is one of those
based
American
on the endings.
things.
It's all right there in the ending. Often you don't need a subject. So like Veni Vidi Vici, the I came, I saw, I conquered is right there in the declension of the Latin word. So you don't even need the I. And so you can sort of play around with word order. But in languages that don't have that, they usually have a little more stable, a little more strict word order. In English, we're very subject, verb, object oriented, but if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. Again, we're not sure how to decline our verbs because they're crazy. We have irregular and then we have really irregular. We don't know how to use the vocabulary, and our punctuation is grossly unstandardized. I mean, really, as someone who has to teach this, I would like to say it's grossly unstandardized. A warning note, however, you do not put commas where you pause. I would just like to stomp that out. If anyone ever tells you this, hit them. Because they're trying to undermine Western civilization. You do not put a comma where you pause in speech because you don't use commas in speech, you use commas in writing. Right? I mean, they're unrelated experiences, so don't do that. But there's all kinds of rules that are up for grabs. The primary rule with a comma is use it anywhere that it's necessary for clarity. So if you have a series of adjectives, you're supposed to go,
I use a lot of commas.
Young woman. So you're supposed to go the pretty, comma, young woman. So that we mean a woman who is pretty and young, not a woman who is particularly young. Right? So a pretty young woman without the comma means one thing. A pretty young woman with the comma means
critical
another thing.
in somebody's grammar and stuff.
Clive James was just an article. He
It's
said,
kind of
you
dumb.
don't use that comma. It just
In
looks
today's
terrible on the
day
page
and
and it
age.
sounds bad to the ear. You leave that out.
I'm sure some people are
So
still
Clive
critical.
James, by the way, is a great writer. He knows from whence he speaks. But we don't agree about it. There's no standard way to present dialogue in English. There's no standard way to present thought in English. There's no agreement on, like, for instance, if you start a sentence with a prepositional phrase, before he went to work, comma, he drank his coffee. In theory, you're supposed to always have that comma. That's the first rule they'll teach you. The next rule they'll teach you is, well, if it's a short prepositional phrase, you might not need that comma. And if it's not necessary for clarity, well, just drop it all together. Well, what the hell kind of rule is that? And have you ever tried to explain a non-count noun to someone? People know a non-count noun? So sugar, for instance, is a non-count noun. If you have a bag of sugar, you have a lot more sugar than if you had a single cube of sugar. You don't say, wow, I've got a bag of sugars. A bag of sugars would mean you had a bag in which there were several different varieties of sugar. So it's like sheep. One sheep, two sheep. What? That's stupid. You know, there are languages that decline for 1, 2, 3, 4, some of them even 5. They have different endings. I don't know how many only go one sheep, two sheep. So then you go, right, I've got this down. This is a very simple language, one dog, two dog. Oh no. See, you have to understand dogs are completely unlike sheep. And it's like, how exactly are dogs unlike sheep? Well, dogs chase sheep. So you're like, okay, animals that are chased by dogs don't take the plural ending. Got it. Right? I mean, what the hell is it? I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to calculate deer, 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 sheep. Right? We've all had these problems when you try and write and you go, oh, what's going on? And then there's the whole like octopi thing, right? Where they just, well, this is what happens when you import words wholesale from a foreign language, because octopuses sound stupid. And octopus, I know we'll make them non-count. Right? Like one octopus, 2 octopus, 5 octopus, an ocean full of octopus. Let's just do that. Oh no. It's octopuses, I believe is correct. It's syllabuses, by the way. As a teacher, this is what, it sounds awful. You want to say syllabi because syllabuses sound stupid. It is, but let's make it non-count, because maybe dogs chase syllabuses. So it's just syllabus, syllabus, syllabus. Right? So, like I said, and then you have the sort of things like, let's see, it's he, she, it, they. What? He, she, it, they. Those are almost completely unrelated words. In fact, they are. They come from 3 different languages. We've borrowed that's a weird thing. You think those are going to be sad.
All right, that's a good point to pause it on. I'm going to take a quick break. I've been going for just a little over 5 hours now. So, let's see. Free music for YouTube Live. What do you call it? YouTube Live? Is live streaming? NCS, copyright-free music live stream. No copyright sounds. You can have an ad. Is this even tolerated? I don't know if I want to do that. What will be a good thing? For YouTube. I watch movies and TV. No. And do playables? Okay, I'm not signed in to YouTube. All right. I will be right back. Sorry, I haven't left yet. I was trying to figure out something to do with the music. Let's do, shoot, where am I thinking of? Still trying to figure out some music for you. What? Okay, I'm not sure what this is going to do for my content. So hopefully this doesn't freak out on me. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Let's just pause that. And go back over to this. We got just over, what, 15 minutes? Around at 15 minutes?
Those no, what come two from Anglo-Saxon. They comes from I can't remember.
It's he, she, it, they.
Get that from the
I believe.
I forget now. I'll have to look up. I forgot. But they come from different languages. Even our really central core elements of our language are all over the place. And then, of course, you just come all the way back to spelling, and you go, I before E except after C accepted, whereas that rhyme with ancient. And it just goes on and on. And it actually turns out that is not a rule. There are more exceptions than there are words that follow this rule.
Perfect English language. Perfect.
There's great stories about people using their spell check, and you can spell anything right in English. So you can write whole sentences that are misspelled that your spell checker will never capture. Or one of my personal favorites is sent, and sent. CENT, sent. S-E-N-T, sent, S-C-N-T, sent. I mean, so it is morphologically, in declension, in tenses, in spelling, in pronunciation, in vocabulary, just weird. I mean, it's really off the charts. Nicholas Ostler, whose book Empire of the Words, who I use as sort of a guide for some of this, says that the closest thing to learning English as a child, how many people, I should ask this, how many people were tried to teach English with phonics, right? You should learn to speak phonics. Okay. Everybody else just memorize it. It's, see and speak kind of thing, right? That's the memory. So if you're memorizing words individually, because you can't use phonics for the very reasons we've been exploring, it actually doesn't work in the English language. You learn just enough so you'll never spell anything correctly for the rest of your life. Because you'll want to go back to those rules, all of which are obviously hopeless. He says that it's very much like Chinese, because what you're actually learning is a single set representation that has no necessary correlation in sound with anything else, right? It is sent, sent, sent. Not Kent, seent, or skint, which is what it should be. How about this one? How many vowels are there? A, E, I, O, U.
And sometimes Y.
Y. How many people got W? Yeah, and sometimes W. See, not all of you got W, did you? So you got ripped off.
I don't think I've heard of W before.
A vowel from you.
I guess it's 2 U's though.
So
that would make sense.
We don't even know what our vowels are. Y and W are, they're called the diphthong vowels. It's sort of when you slur things together, and it's used as a diphthong, then that's why it's sometime a vowel or a partial vowel. And lots of these are Old English words that are just coming directly. This is what you're getting when you look at Beowulf on the preceding page, right? If you want to know how to say those, you have to use diphthongs to say them, and that's how Y and W get translated into language as sometimes vowels and sometimes consonants. Not only that, sometimes people think that cum, C-W-M, and mar, M-W-R, W is operating as a vowel there, right? But it's actually not. It's because we've just imported those rules wholesale, those words wholesale. And we never changed them, and so they come from a language that doesn't have to have a vowel. So cum, C-W-M, which means sort of a glade, a foresty, clady thing, and mar, which is sort of a swamp. So like the College of Bryn Mawr, it means swamp, right? I always think they're not going to change their name anytime soon. But that usage that actually is not a vowel usage. It weirdly throws you off, but it's just us importing a word wholesale without applying any of our pronunciation or spelling rules to it and just sticking it in the language. So if you're playing Scrabble, you can actually spell a word C-W-M. Which is, again, it's very strange. And it's pronounced C-O-O-M, cum, sort of, cum. And so, how is it that this big wreck of a language actually functions all over the world? And this is a question, right? Nobody has the answer. I think there's a couple of possibilities. And one is, there is a core of rules that you can follow. You can have good style, but it's loose, which means it's very forgiving, right? We don't mind people making errors because we make errors. You're right. I think this is one of the rules of English. Be nice to other people because we don't know how to use it either. And I think there is this element of, you just do the best you can, and go with it. And at its roots, the subject, verb, object English sentence is very simple. And there's lots of very simple vocabulary. So you can do pretty well with pretty limited English. But it turns out there's just expands into this infinite continent of words that no one ever uses. What's the difference between effervescent, evanescent, and effervescent?
Who uses them?
I forget. There is, in theory, a difference, but I just can't ever remember them. I have to look them up every time because they're just so close. And so when you can go way out there. This is where Henry James wrote. This is why Henry James at times is hard to read, is because he was just like playing the entire organ of the English language. Suspended sentence structures, lots and lots of vocabulary that you're never going to see again as long as you live. All folded in. But you can do that if you want. Or you can write like Hemingway. I saw a rock. Right? In Hills Like White Elephants, he says, the woman entered the room. And I think it's the only description he ever offers of her. Right? You don't need to be Jamesian. You can write very simple like Hemingway. You can write hugely complex like someone like Henry James. And it all turns out to be pretty much functional English. So I think this is one. Another aspect is do not underestimate the significance of being the language of economics and science. This is hugely important. If you want to be a mathematician in Japan or in Caracas or in anywhere, it doesn't matter, at some point you have to learn enough English to be able to publish your paper in journals that have English. Because if you don't, you're essentially marginalizing your career. Or you have to get someone to translate for you. You just have to do it. We don't notice it because, of course, we already speak English. If you want to transact business internationally, if you don't know Chinese, you damn well better learn English. I mean, because it is the de facto language of international business. International trade associations all have, not all, vast majority of them have English as their primary language. Because notice, you need a primary language. And it's not this imposition. We think of it, sort of has this imperial overtones. No, you want a lingua franca, because no one wants to be at a meeting where 11 different languages are spoken. This is called the UN. It doesn't work that well. You want to have a language that everybody can at least rudimentarily work with, communicate in. It eases everything. It makes everything much easier, simpler, faster. And again, science is everywhere. I mean, so even in places where they hate us immensely and everything American is bad, while Iran during the height of the sort of anti-American protests, scientists are still learning English because you just have to. If you want to still nuclear secrets, you need English, right? It's sort of a very functional issue.
That's a sad way to put it.
And so this is a continued driver of the spread of English. And so it is this odd world. And so along with it, of course, the cultural heritage of English spreads and takes on a huge importance. And so, if you look at an author like, of course, famously Shakespeare, I mean, Shakespeare is famous all over the world. He's not just famous in America. Most playwrights are famous in their own country. Maybe a few have been translated around the world. I can't think of anybody who's made the impact that Shakespeare has made all over the world. He would not have made that impact if he had written in, Basque, right? He would have been as great a playwright in some ways, but in other ways, can't get that out. Is not going to be able to spread without that impetus behind it. And so in some ways, I think we tend to overvalue the quality of English language literature because it does have this global reach. Often I think it's not really as good as we think it is. I hate to say that. But, other languages have really good writers, poets, artists, playwrights. And we tend to downplay that importance because if they're really good, they would have written in English, which is the language of good writing. We all know this. Is one problem that we have. Again, this is why I always think it's good to know more than one language, simply so to experience other writers, other ideas in their own language, something that you can't do in translation. You can't know every language. But so we're in this strange world, our world, the world which, if you're an English language speaker, you're fortunate because this gives you a huge advantage. That our language, and with it, many of our cultural assumptions and norms just flow out around the world effortlessly. Our ideals, our concepts, our literature, our TV shows, our movies are on the march. I always think it's hilarious when you'll occasionally get The commercial, I guess, during the Super Bowl caught some people off guard when they had the
when was this? 10 years ago?
national anthem sung in a whole bunch of different languages. And I thought, see, we hate it when this happens to us, right? Right, the notion that we've been sending out stuff in English to the rest of the world, everybody mouthing the language to rock songs when they had no idea, they don't know any English words, but they can mouth entire collections of American pop tunes. See, we're not used to it. Some of it is flowing back now. The incredible popularity of Japanese culture, Spanish and Spanish language music in particular, and film is very popular in the United States, and so we're getting that influence a lot. But still, English and powerful and dominant. My next lecture is all going to be on the future of languages, but I do want to stop for a moment and say a warning note. This doesn't mean English is going to be dominant forever. The history of languages is pretty clear. I mean, if you had asked an Akkadian, wow, look how widespread Akkadian is, they're like, well, yeah, it's the lingua franca. If you don't know Akkadian, you're no one. Right?
If English is so goofy.
We've got cuneiform writing, we've got all
but if it incorporates so many other languages,
all over the place.
Yeah, there's just going to be weird dialects of English
today.
As we move through.
Latin obviously fell on somewhat hard times.
That's going to be the next
so many of these
video.
world-spanning languages, Chinese, oddly, China is sort of an empire in itself, but outside of the bounds of imperial China, Chinese has spread more or less not at all. I mean, it's had a very limited life in really spreading. Now, this may change. This may dramatically alter if China really says, you know what, we'd like to have Chinese speakers all over the world and really go that direction. It may, but historically, China's done that a little bit, and then they've gone, oh, forget that. In some cases, kill all those people who speak Chinese away, and you know, everybody who speaks China should live in China. This has been sort of an ebb and flow. But for now, if you get on an airplane anywhere in the world, your pilots speak English. This is required by law. It is the kind, this sort of thing is hugely influential. If we do like World Trade Organizations, right? We sign all these international treaties. Those will be in a couple of languages, but it's always in English. So if you're a small country, Mali, Peru, that's a fair-sized country, but not a huge country, you have to have a lawyer who knows international law and English. Because the chances that the treaties will be signed and written in your language might be very small. And the less popular your language is, the less likely it is that it's going to be translated into that. So I believe the World Trade Organization treaty is in 7 languages. Right? That's not very helpful for the other, 20 or 30 major languages in the world. It means you're signing a treaty in a language that's not yours. The history of that is not real good. Always have the treaty in your language. That would be my recommendation. And so this is a huge impetus for doing this. So if you go to any university in America, major university, minor university, you'll see a large foreign student contingent. And they're over here often subsidized by their governments for specifically this purpose. You need to learn law, but you need to learn law in English. They have plenty of good law schools in their home country, but you need to learn law in English. You need to learn physics, but you need to learn physics in English. And this is true, like I said, in the entire English-speaking world. And so we're kind of at the height, the greatest international influence that any language has achieved in history is English today. But where that takes us, which nobody knows, because the future is uncertain, particularly with such a strange amalgamum as English. So thank you very much. English language life.
All right. So how's he going to say
all right,
this
well,
one?
This evening we're going to do the future of languages, which is somewhat hubris, I believe is the word we're looking for. But I'll give it a shot. So we've covered, I think, 15 languages so far that have had remarkable and remarkably varied histories, developments, influences, sudden, exciting changes. But we've entered a period historically that is unprecedented. Globalization, technology, mass migrations of peoples. It's nothing, this is just simply never happened before. I mentioned in the English language lecture that we've never had truly a global language because we've never had an integrated globe. English happens to be the first language to do that, simply because the first language that had the opportunity to do that. Other languages maybe could have done it as well, but it's only in the last 100 years that it's even possible to conceive of something like a full global language that we have today. And so I want to explore some of the trends that are happening now and extrapolate into the future with the caveat that you just never know. If the history of languages has shown us anything, is that you just never know. The two examples that stick out in my mind is one is Spanish. Like I said, a language from a country that didn't exist, where almost no one spoke it, ended up being, it's just huge, explosive. And then Latin has died like 5 times, and yet somehow people keep speaking Latin. I'm not sure how this happens, but it's extraordinary. And so what the future really will be, who knows? So globalization, it's important to note that a lot of the things that we associate with literacy generally, like letter writing, grow out of territorial expansion. The bigger the territory your civilization, your language group covers, the more you need to write letters, hence the more letters you write. And we tend to look back at a letter writing culture in the past. Well, there was a blossoming of this, a fluorescence of quality letters and intellectuals, politicians, artists, everybody writing letters because the world had become so large and there was no other way to communicate with people. Letters were the most efficient means of doing this. And so people wrote lots and lots and lots of letters. And literacy and communication through writing became common. Before it was the abstruse pastime of 0.1% of the population. But as printing technology changes, which we'll talk about, as territorial expansion, advances in sailing, and then of course the world-conquering invention of steam power, the world gets much smaller.
How many people get like 3-word texts?
So they write letters.
It's supposed to convey like a lot.
It just changed the world. So this became a common means of communication over long distances. And so people wrote to communicate.
A 3-letter response.
We've replaced letter writing with many technologies now today. We had the telegraph was first, and then you have the phone, and now you have email and Twitter and social media, all these different ways of achieving what letters used to achieve. What it's an indication of is that there's somebody who's sufficiently far away from me that I want to communicate with, that I need an electronic or artificial means to do that. For almost the entirety of human history and for almost everybody in the population, that never occurred. If there's somebody you wanted to communicate with, you went hi. Because you knew everybody. You probably never went more than 10 or 15 or 20 miles from the place you were born in your entire life. Writing letters to people who are across the street from you doesn't make that much sense, particularly since you weren't going to be literate anyway. So most of the history of humanity has been oral. Only in the very brief span of the last few hundred years at most have we had this appendage of written culture, which then rapidly became telephone culture, which is oral culture at a distance, which is very weird. If you use the phone, everybody knows this, right? It's not the same as talking to somebody face-to-face, which is then morphed back into email, which is sort of badly written communication at a distance, right? And now Twitter, which I don't know what the hell that is, telegraphic communication again, apparently, and then just sending pictures and whatnot. But globalization has a huge impact on the spread of language just because it spreads people around who still want to talk to each other, which is new, relatively new, uncommon. If you look back at history, as you start spreading out, value gets placed on bilingual, multilingualism, really. I mentioned this several times. But if you look at someone like the explorer, crazy guy, discoverer of Troy, Schliemann, was a noted linguist. He was, for a while, an ambassador to Russia, and he wrote all of his diaries and official accounts, and so he's speaking Russian, which is not his native language, but he wrote all of his diaries and everything in, I believe it was Attic Greek. So for the official records of that time are from Schliemann writing in Attic Greek. And then he came to America for a while and just learned English so well everybody thought he was just an American. But he just learned language after language after language. But it turns out he was very gifted, obviously, but it was hugely valuable at the time because there was no lingua franca. There was no agreed language. If you went to China, you probably need to learn Chinese. A few people at court might know French, but it's going to be not many. If you want to do business and get on, you want to learn Chinese. If you want to get on in Russia, you want to learn Russian. And so the emphasis was on written communication at a distance and then lots of people who had multiple languages that created sort of their own subpopulation. But this, of course, is changing now. with the advent, again, of English as a truly global language. And this is starting to have all kinds of strange phenomena. One of which I don't, as far as I know, no one predicted, but is happening, is the increase of sort of second or third tier languages. So in England, Gaelic and Welsh are storming back. There's a huge return of Gaelic and Welsh. Why? No one's quite sure, but it seems to be that if you get an increasingly sense of internationalism, we're all part of one big world, we're all part of the EU, we're all part of the United Nations, and you have a de facto international language, English, which is not your language necessarily, well then go local. I have a language to communicate with everybody else, so the language I'm really going to focus on is Basque, or Frisian, or Gaelic. And this is apparently going on all over the world. The Chinese are actually very aggressively fighting this off because they like a mass spread of standardized Chinese. But even in China, this isn't working so well. So it seems to be, no one's quite sure exactly why it's happening, but it seems to be a response to the notion that, oh, we all know what our second language is going to be, so we can emphasize whatever we want with our first language. It's why Americans don't feel like they need to learn a second language, because everywhere they go, everybody speaks English. Well, if you're in Russia, you don't need to necessarily learn Russian. If you think everybody's going to speak English, you might learn a local dialect of some other language. If you're in one of the Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Pipelineistan as we call it, one of the oil-rich stand countries around there are having, again, the rebirth of their language. Armenian is going through a big cultural rebirth and reinforcement. And it seems like the cost of doing that is lower because we know, again, if we learn English, we know we're set. So then we can do whatever else we want. This is partly speculative, but it's definitely going on. So globalization is a huge influence here. And there's no reason to expect that's not going to continue. Now, it might break down at any moment, but right now it looks like we're going to become increasingly globalized, not less globalized. Second, of course, is technology. Technology. I mean, the letter was a big breakthrough. Telegraph was immense because the capacity to send messages across the country, across the world, across everywhere in hours rather than months is an extraordinary change in communication technology. But now this is rapidly increased even further because you can call or Skype people, see them face to face, essentially anywhere in the world that has internet connection, which is most of the world now. Astounding. Even very poor parts of the world generally use it to have internet cafes, which is essentially a way of communally paying for an internet connection and computers. And so you might be desperately poor, but it doesn't mean you don't have access, at least at limited amounts of time, to the internet, which is transformative. But some of the other things that's come along is we're about 2, 3, 4 very short distance away from the sort of Star Trek universal translator. Because we have two related issues going on. One, we have voice recognition software is getting very much better. How many of you have a phone that you can talk to and it'll do searches for you? People have that capacity on their phones? Yeah. So that's the voice recognition software. It's getting better rapidly. And so soon you just be able to talk. The other thing we have is machine translation. How many people have used Google Translate? Right? Now if you look at the flyer.
Yeah, definitely.
This is an example of machine translation. In order to be in or not, it is a problem, both noble and 'tis in the mind that you are suffering. Arrows of outrageous fortune and ropes, or to take up arms against the sea of troubles. Out to face them, to die, to sleep any more but time, and do, to say we end 1,000 natural shocks and heart pain, the flesh is air, meat, 'tis if eagerly desire. Of course, you know what this is, yeah? Yeah, this is Hamlet's to be or not to be as delivered by Yoda. That's what I decided. This is because I just love that opening. It is, in order to be in or not, it is a problem, it is. That's sort of Yoda-like. Actually, this is a translation, so I mechanically translated to be or not to be into Arabic, and then I translated it back into English. And so you kind of get this mush. And if you do it through 4 or 5 languages, it's hilarious what you get back. Sometimes it's unidentifiable, which suggests that machine translation is not quite there. But we're getting better all the time. And so it doesn't seem like it's too far off in the distance where you'll be able to hold up your cell phone and say, is there a nice restaurant in your village? And the other person holds up their phone and it simply translates to them immediately, instantly. And so they don't hear.
Oh yeah, we pretty much have that now.
Their language, and then they
what 10 years will do.
Translates it back. We're very close. This is already people. You can use this on web pages with Google already. And again, you do get some interesting things, but it's generally
some of the
good
new
enough
tech's
to allow you
pretty
to figure
awesome.
out vaguely what's going on. That will only improve. In fact, it's improving quite rapidly. So 4, 5, 6, 7 years. It's on the foreseeable horizon, which would be an amazing achievement. What impact will have on language, I'm not sure. Why would you ever learn another language?
That's
with
great
anybody you're
when
likely to speak
we
with,
live in the
you have a
post-truth
machine, you have a
world.
universal translator. I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting question. So that's one of the things to look for, is the advent potentially of a universal translator. And what influence that'll have, I'm not sure, but it'll be different. Second, the return of calligraphy. Also on the flyer, you'll see two examples of calligraphy, one from Chinese, one from Arabic. Arabic script, in particularly, quite beautiful. Many different kinds of Arabic script, flavors of Arabic calligraphy. The alphabet and printing technology required certain changes in the way language was used. They're not neutral on how you address this. To do early printing meant you needed to set up each page mechanically. People have seen the lead type printers, which means you needed a set alphabet. You didn't want to set up every page of every book different for every author, which meant you can't have calligraphy, because there's no way to set that. If you wanted to do a book in calligraphy, you had to carve every plate by hand. Very expensive, very time-consuming. For almost the entire history of written records, calligraphy was what people did. In fact, one of the big breakthroughs with cuneiform tablets was it sort of got away from calligraphy. It's like, oh, it was more mechanical. But generally, not just what you wrote, but how you wrote it, how beautifully, how you sculpted the letters, how you arranged them. This all mattered. When you get the standardization of printing in the printing press, you eliminate all that individuality. You just get rid of it. You standardize the presentation of the written text, and you also need to standardize the alphabet. And so this has happened. And so many non-alphabetic languages, Chinese springs to mind, Arabic has many elements of this, faced a challenge. How do you make a Chinese typewriter? If anybody's ever seen the old Chinese typewriters, they're huge. They're like 3 feet by 3 feet, and they had lots of keys. Well, this is no good. It's really grossly inefficient. So both the Chinese and particularly the Japanese for a while thought long and hard about changing to an alphabet-based language, changing their language to an alphabet. They both decided not to, and now it turns out that it's probably the right decision, because you don't need an alphabet anymore. Now we can print an individual text as easily one copy as 10,000 copies as 10 million copies, because we don't set up actual physical type blocks anymore. It's all done by computer. You scan in an image, and you reproduce it. You print it. It's no problem. And so I think one of the things we may see very rapidly is the return of increasingly unique, individualistic, sort of calligraphic texts, where how something is written, the shape of the letters, matters as much, or is a complement to what is being written, which is a return to pretty much the history of writing, because it used to all be done by scribes and monks and scholars, who generally took great care. In fact, you look at some of the ancient books, they took unbelievable care. I would certainly be illiterate by their standards, because I write like a dead chicken, my horrible handwriting. But they wrote beautifully. Their calligraphy was just absolutely astounding. And they spent hours and years training to develop those skills and capacities. So we may be seeing a return to this, because it allows for greater individual expression, basically, is what it amounts to. You can achieve more and more varied effects if you're allowed to present letters and words in any way you like. And so I'm hoping, and it very seems likely, we'll return to the more beautiful texts that we had in the past. But again, we'll see. People may not like them. We might just stick with the clean sort of mechanical reproduction that we've grown used to. Also, in this one, I think we're already seeing, to a great degree, is the return of the image as the prime or a prime force in communication. And here I think the example is the ancient cathedrals of the Catholic Church, although lots of cultures did this, where one of the most important elements were the stained glass windows that told the stories. Because remember, in the ancient Catholic Church, they were speaking in a language that nobody understood. And the priests didn't face you anyway. They turned their back and talked that way. So you didn't know what they were saying, and they weren't talking to you anyway. Well, how did you learn anything? Well, you had these great stories in really large images. And again, there's a very, very long tradition of the beauty of the presentation of pictorial stories. This goes back before writing, of course. Predates it. The day I like to look at is when USA Today came out and began being published. If anybody's familiar with this newspaper, it's really just a collection of pictures. And on one hand, I think, well, that's just pathetic, because it's not a newspaper. It's a collection of pictures. On the other hand, and this predates the internet, by the way, a lot of people like to say, oh, well, this is all caused by the internet, so on and so on. No, the USA Today is before this. This was already going on. Heavy shift back to the pictorial, to the image. But if you haven't seen a USA Today, I would say buy one, steal one, and just flip through it. Because what you'll see is on most pages, 80 to 90% of the page will be picture, image, graphics. Some pages will be 100% image or graphic. That's how far, and by the way, it's either the most widely circulated or the second most widely circulated paper in the United States. Depends on who's scoring it. So it is hugely popular. It has been very popular basically since it was introduced. People like pictures. Now that we have the means to communicate easily and efficiently in pictures, this is what people are doing. There's lots of studies done on people on the internet, and one of the ones they do is they can track people's eye movements. And so they do these big studies where they just have people use the internet and they track their eye movements. And the results are there's no reason for there to be any text on the internet whatsoever. This is what they tell people. Oh, you have to have a little text so that people might want to read something, maybe, but almost no one ever reads any text. They just don't. They read a tiny bit. I think the average time per web page, I looked this up a couple months ago, was like 8 seconds. It's long enough to see a picture and go, oh, or a graphic, or an image, or an object, and then move on. And so much, not all, of course, you can read a lot if you like online, but much or most of what we are apparently doing is associated heavily with graphics. We like pictures.
Yep.
So if you look at the modern social media sites like Facebook, very picture intensive. Pinterest, is that right? Is that what it's called? That's the correct name for it. Pinterest is all about pictures. It's organized.
Just look at texts.
It's portfolios of pictures. Hugely popular. People love it. Vine, way of seeing pictures and short videos.
TikTok, not Vine.
Are overwhelming what we consider a traditional text-based medium. That is a very old way of looking at the internet as a medium. It's not a text-based. Usage suggests strongly not a text-based, image-based, which is very much in the tradition of most of the history of humanity when most people are illiterate. So we seem to be moving back to that, or maybe to a new form of visual, pictorial representation as a way of interacting with the world. Comic books, yeah, that's right, absolutely. Comic books is a way of approaching that. Very little text, lots of pictures. Turns out you don't need that much text in some instances. Another aspect of this, also along the same lines, oral culture is returning. Much of our communication technology, cell phones, Skyping, allows for oral communication. It turns out that people like to talk to other people. It's very, just sort of written into us. And given the opportunity, we would rather, for instance, come to a lecture like this and see somebody and at least listen to the human voice live with other people than read it. The evidence is perfectly clear. Given the opportunity, people prefer to hear it, not to read it. As the technology is advancing, and it's becoming much cheaper, for instance, to do books on tape, books on tapes are going much more popular. The cost of putting them on cassette tapes, if anybody remembers that far back, was immense because it took a lot of cassette tapes, and that was an expensive medium. And then they put them on CDs, which held a little more, but also expensive. Now you can download it very inexpensively, put it on digital media, erase it. The cost is negligible as far as the media goes. I mean, you have the cost of the material itself, but the media is so cheap. And so I don't see a reason for this to stop. And now the Kindle and all the e-readers have the capacity to actually read the book to you. So you can download an electronic written textbook, but you can have it speak it back to you. As the talking software gets better, much like the voice recognition and machine translation software, I expect this to become a major, if not the preferred way, because we love the human voice. How many people have done books on tape of some form or another? It's a very different experience, right? It's a lovely, I think it's a great experience, quite different. And so we may be seeing technology shifting us away from the print again, towards pictures, but also towards the oral. When Apple came up with the iPod as a way of carrying music around, they weren't thinking, I don't believe, so much of the oral book or the oral lecture. But this seems to be one of the things that it's led to, because people like to hear text spoken, read. It's very popular, and increasingly popular. The radio is doing this as well. And so this is very different. All of these trends of maybe we never would need to learn a second language because we have technology to intervene for us. I'm suspicious of this in like 1,000 ways, by the way. I just think there are things that I would argue are untranslatable.
Until we don't have our phone in our hand.
If you like, Dostoevsky or whatnot, all of the characters essentially are born on days of saints. And so their names, of which they have a ridiculous number, one of the names that they'll be called by will be the name of the saint of the day on which they were born. Because there's almost no way to translate that unless you know all the names of the saints and their backgrounds. But you lose a lot of the impact and a lot of the implication when you don't know that connection. See, this isn't a machine translation problem.
I completely agree with that.
And so how those things will be mitigated, I don't know. So I remain suspicious of it. But I think it's coming, and we're probably getting closer all the time. I can't see any downside to return to calligraphy because I'm all for the more beautiful book. Let's just get the more beautiful books. And same thing with the image and oral culture. I'm just curious, if anybody has seen the new math books, by the way, this is another example, new math textbooks, particularly for like elementary and junior high school kids. I don't know how anybody learns math from them because they have so many pictures. I feel overwhelmed by the amount of graphics.
Real world situations, though.
Just tell
gotta
me
show
what I'm
real
supposed
world
to do.
situations.
It's quite daunting, I would find it. But it's this sort of visually, they call it a visually rich environment that is theoretically helpful. I often find it confusing and off-putting. If anybody's ever tried to read Wired magazine, I find it unreadable. Another experiment you can run. Because it's so graphically intense, I can't find the words. And I want to find the words, but I can't find them, and so I just get confused. And so I don't read it. Often a stupid magazine anyway. But that's beside the point. But this is coming, and it's influencing all kinds of things right now. And I see no reason why this would become less influential. In fact, I expect in many ways it will become more influential. Another issue that's coming up is the specialization of language. There's an argument made about Shakespeare that he is not only the greatest author in the English language, he is the greatest author who ever will be in the English language, because he was the last author who had universal access to English. He was in walking distance from the palace where he was and played, knew many of the nobles. So he knew the court functionaries, he knew the servants, he knew the nobles. And he could walk through the tanneries, he could walk through the millwrights, the barrel makers, the cooks, the thieves, the prostitutes, all the people, all the way out into the countryside, which at this point is only 5 or 6 miles away. If he walks 10 miles, he can talk to a peasant who probably doesn't even know London exists, right? I mean, he all the way out to the rural countryside where he's got farmers, the language of animal husbandry. He can talk to everybody. And the language is almost entirely mutually comprehensible. So I want to give you 2 examples now from what's happened to the language. This is both of these. One is just a press release today, and this was on Google News. So this is for the general public. So this is not something chosen to be abstruse or terrible, but it's OpenStack Icehouse features a trove of open source cloud updates. Database as service technology, live upgrades, strong storage improvements, and federated identity are part of the new open source cloud platform release. The OpenStack Foundation is set to officially debut its next major milestone release, dubbed Icehouse, on April 17th, providing a long list of cloud feature updates and enhancement. OpenStack was originally started as an open source project by Rackspace and NASA in July 2000.
All right, let's.
Updates. Database as service technology, live upgrades, strong storage improvements, and federated identity are part of the new open source cloud platform release. The OpenStack Foundation is set to officially debut its next major milestone release, dubbed Icehouse, on April 17th.
Oh, whoops. Is it still going on? Is it a thing? What is OpenStack? Okay, well, I'm glad he knew about this 10 years ago. What is this place? Wow. OpenStack. That was one problem about it. Let's go to Reddit. I'm a bit of a Reddit fan. Oh. Okay, never mind. Oh, it's part of NASA. Free open standard cloud computing platform. Mostly deployed as infrastructure as a service. Both public and private clouds or virtual servers and other resources are made available to users. Software interrelated components that control diverse multi-vendor hardware pools of processing, storage, and networking resources throughout a data center. Users manage it either through a web-based dashboard, through command line tools, or through RESTful web services. So I was on it. All right. Back to Wes.
Providing a long list of cloud feature updates and enhancement. OpenStack was originally started as an open source project by Rackspace and NASA in July 2010, has since evolved to become a leading cloud platform supported by many of the world's top IT vendors. The new house comes 6 months after the OpenStack Havana release came out in October 2013. As part of the Ice House, the OpenStack platform is now gaining a new project with the inclusion of the Trove Database as Service, DAS technology. Trove was originally known as Project Red Dwarf and got its start in 2011 with the support of Rackspace and Hewlett-Packard. Rackspace today has a cloud database service that is built on top of the same technology that is in Trove. I mean, what in the hell are they talking about?
It's not as complicated as it sounds.
Yeah, I know. On one hand, somebody's doing something with some open source stuff that has to do with online services. But the use of acronyms and the renaming of things like Ice House here obviously does not refer to some sort of refrigerated space with ice in it. So they stole that. Trove does not refer to a place piled up with treasure. And then DOS for database as service technology. So in Project Red Dwarf, which is not a Red Dwarf star at all. So two things are happening. You have the use of specific technology language, technical language, and then you have the stealing of words that mean other things, but in this environment mean something completely different. And then you have lots of, again, acronyms and proper nouns like OpenStack, Hewlett-Packard, and NASA. And again, this is a public press release for the general consumption, right? It turns out that every field now does this. They put out press releases, announcements, and you just read them and you go, what are they talking about? If you're familiar with that field, no problem. If you're not, virtually incomprehensible. Here's another one that I like. This is just from Wikipedia, so again, this is not a highly technical source. This is about current formulations of quantum mechanics, always an easy field. So Schrödinger himself initially did not understand the fundamental probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics, as he thought that the absolute square of the wave function of an electron should be interpreted as the change of density of an charge density of an object smeared out over an extended, possibly infinite volume of space.
Yeah,
It was
I
Max
got
Born who
that.
introduced the interpretation of the absolute square of the wave function as the probability distribution of the position of a point-like object. Born's idea was soon taken over by Niels Bohr.
That
of
was his
Copenhagen,
problem.
who became the father
Right.
of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. Schrödinger's wave function can be seen to be closely related to the classical Hamilton-Jacobi equations. The correspondence of classical mechanics was even more explicit, although somewhat more formal, in the Heisenberg matrix mechanics. All right. Excellent. Again, for the non-specialists, there's just essentially no way to pierce all of this. Who are these people? We don't know. Notice in Shakespeare, you have a few named noble people. Everybody knew who they were. And then you had people who were Bob the millwright, Hamlet the Prince of Denmark. We know who all these people are. It's very easy to make the list of people because there's only about 6 jobs that anybody can hold. Well, now there's millions of jobs that people can hold, and they're often mutually incomprehensible. It's one of the great claims that you hear people say, well, it's hard to understand the language of science. This is a complete misstatement. Don't believe it when people tell you this. Scientists do not understand what other scientists are doing. They have no idea. If you're in a specialist field of quantum wave mechanics and you're trying to make Bose-Einstein condensates or some such, you'll have no idea what the people at the next lab over are doing with some sort of chemistry. None. Zero. because they're doing something completely off. And those people may have no idea what the chemists across the building from them are doing, even though they're theoretically all chemists. It's become incredibly specialized. A recent big mathematical proof carried out by a great Russian mathematician took a team of, it was 2 teams, each made up of several world-class mathematicians, over a year to agree that he had in fact proved what he said he had proved. Because they had to study up in his specialty of mathematics, in this case Ricci flow, to try and figure out whether or not he had really done it. So the approach was so specialized that nobody really on their own could figure it out and really demonstrate that it was true. It took teams of people a long period of time to agree and formalize that, yes, this was a perfectly good and sound proof. So specialization has gone so far as to make whole groups of the language, English, of course this is all English in theory, in practice, who knows, mutually incomprehensible. You can't, these people can't talk to those people, can't talk to these people, because the language and the acronyms in particular, the horrible spread of acronyms, it's a plague, is so common that until you learn all of the specialty language and the acronyms, you're basically frozen out. I think much of this is entirely unnecessary, by the way, I would argue. A lot of specialization is so much bunk in the language. However, some of it is helpful because it's a shorthand, and even at that level, we run into problems. And so the specialization, we have no reason to expect, by the way, the world is suddenly going to become less complicated.
Yeah, words have a lot of definitions.
It's not going to become less complicated. It's
have a lot of meanings.
Going to increase these areas of specialization. And so whereas Shakespeare could use language that virtually everybody
or a specific word is
Shakespeare's
used
he had people in the pits who paid virtually nothing to show up and were
by the
probably
people
slummed
that
very
really
rapidly,
get into
all the
that
way to
field.
the noble people, the highest people in the society.
And it'll be similar enough to a word that the layperson uses, but it won't be the same, and that'll have a lot of confusion in it.
Sitting up in the very nice, expensive seats, and everybody in between, and they all apparently enjoyed themselves immensely. So he could cover the complete range with the language. It's impossible today. The language does not allow you to get all the people and all their specialties and sort of bundle it together. At least it's extraordinarily difficult. And so if I want to write a novel about Silicon Valley that's super realistic and uses all the slang and nuance and words today, probably I either have to have a glossary and an index, boring, I think interferes with a novel more than a glossary, or I just have to write off a certain part of the population. I just have to say, if you don't get it, if you're not part of the in crowd, then forget you. I'm not trying to communicate to you, which is fine as a strategy, but it does create this sort of narrow specialization, these sort of columns or silos of comprehension that then they don't spread very far. And so it's a curious impact on the language when what people do all day in very specialized fields with very specialized language is often not communicable socially. My brother's a computer guy, and I ask him what he does, and he starts talking, and I say, please stop now. Because it's basically, I just don't know what he does. He does something with SSL, whatever that is. SQL, that's SQL language. But it's just hard to communicate what that is. What does he do all day? How does he do it? How does he spend his time? What kinds of things does he think about at work? Before this was perfectly, again, read Shakespeare, but not just Shakespeare, people from that time and even later were able to capture huge swaths of the human experience as lived and as spoken by the people themselves. And this is increasingly lost. So the vocabulary and specialization on one hand, another thing that's happening is you're getting a massive increase in dialects. So already in Hong Kong, there's a version of English that is so sort of specialized that their argument is it really English anymore? Because in theory, just about everybody in Hong Kong speaks English. But in practice, everybody in Hong Kong wants to also speak Chinese. And so what you're getting is this blending of native Chinese speakers, native English speakers, and then the mix of that, and they're coming up with a sort of Chinese English, English Chinese, that the people in Hong Kong understand perfectly well and use as a language. This is, by the way, this is exactly the same way Latin became Italian, French, and Spanish. It broke off from the mother language, local languages influenced. But as Hong Kong was, sort of became whatever its relationship is with China complex, but China becomes more powerful, Hong Kong immensely rich and international, but China increasingly powerful. And so the importance of mixing the Chinese becomes more important. And so we get is it a new language? Is it a new version of English? Is it a new version of Chinese? What is it? And so one of the things that seems to be happening is English is starting to throw off kind of dialects rapidly in many parts of the world. So it's a very interesting phenomenon that we can look to accelerate. So again, we have all these technological issues. We have the specialization which simply grows from the increasingly complex world in which we live. We have telecommunications, which means for the first time in the world, you can have Arabic, Chinese, Japanese, Indian language beamed into your house. You can watch TV in a foreign language all day long if you want, if you have a satellite dish. It's easy to get access to a foreign language. And this is true everywhere in the world, pretty much, where it's not heavily censored, and even there, generally speaking, people have it anyway. And so, great, huge diversity, huge complexity. Where does this go? A couple of things to keep in mind. English is now, again, without doubt, the dominant language in the world. However, if history suggests anything, is that if you are on top, you have exactly one way to go. Right? It's almost inconceivable that English could become more dominant. Maybe that'll happen. It's just hard to figure out how it could do that, which suggests very strongly that it's going to become less dominant. What are the forces that could lead to this fall off in English? One is demographic. There's only about 370, 80, 90 million people who speak English as a first language, which is not that many. There's a billion Chinese first language speakers, 600, 700 million in India who speak some version of the same language. It's not that many. It's the second language speakers of English who really carry the day. And so it's perfectly possible that for demographic reasons, English will begin to fade. Notice this is, by the way, is how English conquered the Americas. North America, okay, you have the settlers, they come in, and they settle. But even when the settlers got here, there were a lot more Indians than there were settlers. But intense agriculture means lots of population. And slowly the Indians not only were devastated by disease, but they were overwhelmed by the demographic switch. There were simply more European invaders, settlers, whatever you want to think of them, friends from abroad who come to take your land, reproducing than there were natives reproduction. It was just a much higher rate. And so we swamped, the European settlers swamped demographically the natives who were here. This has happened in all kinds of regions of the world repeatedly throughout history. This is how China was settled. Farmers moved across China, generally south, and expanded and had more intense, larger populations. And demographically, they outgrew everybody else. And because our demographics are, relatively speaking, we're native English speakers, 7-8% of the world population, there's a very good chance, and not growing, by the way. The native English-speaking population is not growing nearly as fast as many others. Another way to think of this is if the Arabic-speaking world were to form some sort of loose coalition, which is potential, not necessarily, perhaps not even likely, but potentially, that would be 900 or a billion Arabic speakers. 900 million or a billion, somewhere right around that mark. So that would be a huge linguistic base. Well, all of a sudden, if they sort of said, hey, we're working out some big deal with China, well, now China and the Arabic world start learning Chinese and Arabic, pretty soon you're going to want to know Chinese and or Arabic. Because 375 million speakers is nice, 2.5 billion speakers is really, really impressive. So that is one of the trends that may work against English in the future, but we don't know. Mitigating that is the fact that how many schools in the United States have Chinese as a second language? There's a few, I know there are. It's not a lot. In China, it's on the curriculum for English in every school. So you have a billion-ish people in China, of whom about 300 million are in school learning English. They're learning Chinese too, but they're learning English. In the United States, the converse is not happening because, of course, we don't want to learn anybody's crappy language. We have English. Right? This is our official world policy. Right? I mean, it's true. We are not going to learn another language yet, until we need to, at which point we will. Trust me, as soon as it becomes necessary, we will rapidly develop the desire to know foreign languages.
Yeah, we're quick learners, right?
Necessary. Again, the technology might mitigate this again, and it turns out that nobody ever needs to learn a second language as long as in history. Learning a second language might become something like knowing how to hook a horse up to a carriage. People are like, well, that's really interesting. I don't know why they waste their time doing that, but that's fascinating that they know how to hook a horse up to a carriage. Something that was completely natural 100 years ago is now sort of, well, Amish people do it, maybe. Who else? We don't know. Nobody. Why? Why would you bother? 50 years, it might be the exact same thing. Why would you bother to learn two languages? Look, I have a device. I put it on the desk, and it translates everything. could possibly be the point?
I just hit a button and it works.
So we don't know. Another thing that could mitigate against the spread and dominance of English is simply a decline in economic power. Again, this is not necessarily on the horizon, but history suggests you never see these things coming. Every empire was, a 1,000-year Reich, let us say, until a couple of years later when it wasn't, right? And so this notion that you're always going to continue as the most powerful, history suggests strongly you aren't. So at some point, who knows when, our economic dominance will decline. Almost certainly at that point, the need for English, or the desire for English as a second language will start to wane. This is precisely what happened with French. France, for a couple of hundred years, was the rich, powerful, organized, happening country in Europe. And so everybody wanted to learn French because they had all the money, they had the trade, they had the science, they had the literature. It all was this big ball, and learning French allowed you to access that. Well, then, of course, things got a little dicey in France, and the need and the desire to learn French sort of dwindled. But notice, even now, several hundred years after the fact, French still has that resonance of the language of civilization. Latin, wow, has a resonance from 2,000 years ago. That is impressive. That's a lot of resonance. The notion that your civilization could pretty much have been stomped out 1,600 years ago, and people are like, yeah, Latin, you should learn Latin. Latin's a good language, important civilization. It's an impressive run. So it could be that if we were able to look back 300 or 400 years from now, English is still a prestige language, but not really a necessary language. Who knows what the necessary language would be at the time? Could be anything. Again, Spanish, nobody predicted the spread of Spanish, no one. Because, again, only a few people in Spain, statistically, maybe 40% of the population, spoke Spanish. And Spain wasn't a particularly big country. In fact, it wasn't really even a country at the time. Spanish speakers all live in the New World. Like I said, soon, the United States is on pace to become the second or third largest Spanish-speaking country in the world. We're going to pass Spain. If we haven't already, we're soon to pass Spain. That's how few people in Spain speak Spanish. Right? Even though it's one of the world's dominant languages, it's astounding to think about. So we don't know. Again, that could be on the way. India. If India organizes around one or two major domestic languages, which they could, then, wow, all of a sudden you would have, in a generation, 400, 500, 600 million people speaking a very ancient, rich language, but now is being spread much more broadly. That could be a huge force in the entire Indian subcontinent, both for political, cultural development, and for the spread of the Indian languages, which basically outside of India no one speaks. If you're not part of of someone who was born there and moved abroad, essentially, I mean, it's not zero, it's a non-zero number, but it's not very much beyond that. So it's been very unsuccessful in spreading, which is quite interesting. No reason to see why that would be, but so far it just has not spread. And so we don't know. Again, what the future holds, we don't know, but it's almost certainly not going to be the continued dominance of English. One of the things we may be moving to, which I think would be fascinating, as I mentioned with the oral and imagistic or pictorial issues, is a post-literate society. We may lose the capacity to read, because it makes no sense to read. Reading is an incredibly difficult skill to learn. We forget this because we're not young. Cozy over here is young. She's struggling with it. But most of us learned to read so long ago we don't remember. If you don't think reading is hard, try to read something in a language you don't understand. And remember, that's where we all started. We started trying to read things in a language we didn't understand. It's an extraordinarily difficult intellectual task to learn to read. If at some point it's unnecessary, any book I need to access I can have spoken to me, much more pleasant in many ways. Any information I need I can get as an image. Wow, that is a very different world. I think one way of understanding the history of the past 500 years is simply the spread of literacy. Literacy projects a certain kind of mind, a certain kind of thinking, a certain kind of experience of the world. For most of human history, most people couldn't read. So this is not like some, incredible development. We had, thousands of years of mostly illiterate people, no problem. Full, rich, wonderful lives. But it would be a huge change from what we're used to. Because again, we misunderstand or underappreciate the technology of reading. A couple of things to note. One is you read quietly in your own mind. It is essentially an individual activity. One reason reading was so carefully scrutinized, controlled, censored, militarily intervened in, translating the Bible into your vernacular language was generally subject to death, is because it's you by yourself. Spoken cultures are public. reading to yourself is in your own mind. So you can read something and go, well, that's bullshit. I don't believe that. If you're in a group like this, or if you're in a small study circle with the priest or the guru or the political leader, and they say, oh, there's 4 noble truths. The first noble truth is that life is suffering. And you go, what? I enjoy life. Life's not suffering. What the hell are you talking about? This isn't work. This is unpopular. Other people get mad at you. It disrupts the process. And so one thing is that reading is really this quiet liberatory experience. And you can see this because as soon as books become widely available, you get trouble. This is the first thing that happens with the spread of literacy. And the first thing, because it used to be that originally books didn't have spaces between the words. This is why monks had to read out loud. And they would mumble in their cells, because you couldn't read it quietly in your own mind. That skill hadn't been developed. And without the spaces in the word, it was immensely more difficult. Once you could read quietly in your mind, 2 things get printed in vast quantities.
The
One,
Bible.
pornography, right out the get-go. I can read quietly to myself, I want pornography, right? So really, this is number 1. Number 2 are thousands and thousands and thousands of tracts that say in various ways, the man in charge can kiss my ass, right? This is in any number of ways. The theses that are tacked to the wall that set the Reformation rolling are only possible because people could read them privately. If you went out on the street corner and said, here's my 99 things I think are wrong with the Catholic, right? It's just a spear, a sword, a club, but something would immediately be, this did not work very well. And the history of this is really clear. It was hard, and it was much easier to control that sort of public presence. Remember, one of the fundamental rights in the United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, is the right to organize and collect in groups. Why did they have that? Because that had been interdicted so often in history to prevent people from getting together and arguing and debating and discussing, but mostly of giving speeches that said, we don't like the people in charge. And so the literacy and reading quietly allows you to have this space in your mind where you bring things in, imagine them, understand them, respond to them, and even argue with them, also at your own pace. This is another key thing about the technology of reading. You control the pace. If you don't understand something, you can go back. If you disagree with something, you can cross it out on the page. If you want to understand something better, you can underline it. If you think it's boring, you can flip ahead. How many people have done that? Boring, boring, boring. Oh, I like this part. Right? I don't care what this guy's saying. I'm just skipping it all. Right? And so it's a very different way of relating to knowledge than we'd ever had in the past. It's interesting if you read something like the Phaedrus by Plato, one of the Socratic dialogues, Socrates argues against writing things down. He says the problem with writing things down is you can't question the person who made the writing. You don't know what they meant. You don't know what was in their heart. You don't know what their intention was. And we know that words can mislead us. And it's clear that he was very suspicious of the written word. It's also clear that his politics were somewhat conservative. He was very suspicious of the average person, not a huge supporter of democracy, old Socrates. Certainly not Plato, because of this notion of quiet personal reflection. It was troubling. Troubling in the beginning of literacy, troubling throughout the history of literacy, troubling today. And so we have this weird potential change. Well, it's not potential change. People are reading less. We know this is not even close. People are not only reading less, people are reading much less. The average TV viewing by official statistics, I can't believe it's this high. I just like to say that from the beginning. But the official statistics suggest it's 20 to 30 hours a week per person in the United States. Book reading is something like 12 minutes per person per week, right? So it's a huge, vast chasm. But
12 minutes per week for book reading?
Because there's nothing else to do. And the second they got something better to do, they stopped reading to do the more enjoyable thing. And so this notion that we have of interacting with text may be on the way out. It's had a good 400 or 500 year run, but you know what? Maybe that's it. Maybe we're done with that. Another way to think about this, I get this from my students, is think about video games. The interactivity of it. The notion that somebody else gets to dictate the narrative that I have to read through just seems absurd to them. I want to shape it. I want to participate in it. I want to be in the story.
That's what video games do.
Right? I mean, if you read a great novel, how many times have you projected yourself
That's
into
what
the
role
story
playing is
in your
about.
imagination? I think it's one of the great powers of the novel, is to allow us to imagine to be in another place, another time, another experience of the world besides our own, expanding our horizons in amazing ways. Well, we have technology now that maybe allows us to do that in a much greater, more powerful way. Fully immersive, visually realistic, auditorially enhanced. Maybe we'll get smell-o-vision, right, where we can smell things. That would theoretically be great.
Gross.
I don't know, though. I mean, on one hand, I'm hugely attached to the word and the book. On the other hand, that just might be old-fashioned. But so but these changes are afoot. What we used to consider to be literate, we are not anymore, by the way. Again, if you know one language, you wouldn't have been counted literate or educated at essentially any time in the history of the world. This doesn't count. If you don't have huge, hundreds of pages of text memorized, and of the right texts, by the way, not any text, but the right texts. Even today in the Islamic world, memorizing the Quran is a very important thing for many, many people to do, which is an extraordinary achievement. You can do it. But for us, we go, why would you memorize it? You've got it right there in the book. But this used to be one of the things people would do. Again,
yeah, I don't want to memorize any texts.
For decades, the last 150, 200 years, when Shakespeare's really been
paraphrase, maybe not
memorize whole
memorize.
plays, whole raps, whole speeches, whole sections that they think were important and meaningful to them. See, we don't do that generally, not nobody, but we tend not to do that anymore. So there's already been a big switch, a big shift afoot. Probably most of us spend more time watching images and sounds than reading. This is almost entirely true in the modern world. So this shift is well underway. So I think one thing to look at in the future, which I'm very curious to see, is basically WINCE literacy. You know, what does it look like? Clearly, we're becoming more like USA Today. Really big picture, teeny tiny text. For good or ill, I don't know, but this seems to be part of it. And so, as we globalize and change with our relationship to literacy, it changes our relationship to language. It may be, and there's some, how many people have ever used Skype? I mean, this is one of those things. So yeah, so people have, wow, that's a lot of people. So notice this,
Skype, rip Skype.
Most of the people in the world to communicate with most of the other people in the world, but one-on-one, right? So that's extraordinary, extraordinary development. But you're not going to write back and forth to each other. You're going to do that orally. That's what the technology likes. That's what we like. We don't like email. We like talking and seeing people. That's very moving, very involving, very much the way we used to live. We could see their faces. We could hear their voices. Many ways more powerful. But again, it is a significant shift from the culture of literacy that we got from the tradition of humanism. Or in China, that came down from the tradition of the scholastic tradition of the exams. Talk about a literate society. Oh my gosh. Those people were incredibly super literate. So it would be a massive change in China and the United States if we shift away from that model of literacy. India is probably the country that would be the least change, because they were never about, there's no sacred books in theory in India, only sacred people. And the sacred people are the ones that you learn from at their feet. Literally, that's what it means. It means to sit at people's feet and learn. That's the way you learn. The books are references, they're great, people know them, but they aren't Bibles or Qurans or sacred Buddhist texts. These just basically don't exist, because the tradition has still remained powerfully oral. So it might be that the world is becoming more like India, less like Europe and China when it comes to an approach to literacy, which would be fascinating and amazing. And then the last note on the visual thing is, how many people have some form of digital camera, something that takes digital pictures? Yeah. Notice that this has become ubiquitous. 200 years ago, if you wanted a picture of something, you hired a painter. Now, most people didn't just go, oh, well, I'll paint you and send it off to you. But a lot of people had rudimentary skills because it was so useful. 100 years ago, you start getting the development of photography, a little more than that, but basically it becomes more widespread, more functional. You know, it starts to spread. Now, everybody has the capacity to take and share pictures, and it turns out everybody is, give or take, one or two people. But essentially, everybody is now taking pictures of everybody and sending it to everyone simultaneously. I don't know why we want to do this, but we seem to want to do this. I would like to have a counter on objects in the world that would tell you how many times it had its picture taken, right? So it's like, please don't take another picture of me on this poor mountain, leave me be, right? Just click. But notice, now that we have the capacity, we love images. We love images much more. We find them more moving, more powerful, more interesting than a description of a mountain. And it's very much more quote-unquote efficient. I could write a long description of the mountain, which would probably not be very good or convincing or helpful, and it would take a long time. Or I can just take a picture of you, send it to you instantaneously. We like the latter option. Visual imagery is just taking over. Most of what the internet is streaming, transferring, is images of various kinds, and music, by the way, which I think makes me happy. I think music is the #1 most commonly used thing on the internet, which I think is great. But this is a vast shift. This is not a small change. This is a huge change in the way we relate to the world because we want to see it. We don't want to read about it. We want to see it. How many of you have got a book that you're reading along, going, oh, this should have pictures of this, right? You're like, where are the pictures? Why don't they have more pictures? Because it just seems so obvious that they should be there. But the technology, often if you're reading older books, it was too expensive to provide a lot of pictures. Now modern books, I just got a book from the library a couple days ago, that must have 200 pictures in it. And it's a history book that 50 years ago would have had 0 pictures. Quite literally, it's precisely the kind of history book that wouldn't have had any pictures in it. Now, it's hundreds of pictures in there. Just because we like the pictures. And I would guess that book is often checked out and people look at the pictures and check it back in. Why not? Very different way of relating to the world. And so when we think about the future of language, if anything, again, one, who the hell knows? Because the history of everything we've covered so far suggests quite strongly who the hell knows. That's what we should have learned from history. Two, that the kinds of changes we're seeing might be different than we generally think about. It's not so much as if are people speaking English or Spanish or French or Chinese or Tagalog. It's, we're moving from potentially written to imagistic or to oral history. We're moving to universal translation where we don't even understand. Again, we may lose the interest or capacity for literacy altogether. It may just seem like a waste of time. We may go back to having scholars who know languages and writing, and then everybody else just has pictures and oral communication, because that's really what you need. Yeah, what it means, I don't know. Where we're going, I don't know. But watch these things, and also think about how you actually interact when you're on the internet, when you're looking at magazines, when you're reading books. What is your experience, and how has that changed in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years? My guess is if you're old enough, and you think about it, you should recognize and feel a profound change from the way you interacted with texts and literature and literacy on language 50 or 60 years ago to today. Probably not a subtle change, but a profound change. So future of language, I don't know, but there are some hints. Thank you very much.
All right. I'm going to possibly be doing my last break right now. It is about that time. So I'm going to take a quick break, stretch my legs, and then I may be doing some point and click game. basically, I'm gonna load up the game before I train. Well, yeah, I guess I'm gonna just transition. All right, there's that. All right. So I want to go into Steam, start up the game, then let's change some stuff on Twitch. Games and demos. All right, it's up and running. So let's find that here. Let's. I don't know what that is. All right. English. Warning, this is an early demo project and contains segments and features that are not available, I think, until the full release.
Right now, just relax the face. This isn't gonna hurt.
Okay.
I was just thinking. Oh shit. I forgot about a paper that was due tomorrow. Huh? Well, girl, there's no turning back now.
Alright, what are we doing?
College. She was thinking about college. And here I thought she was dumbfounded by my jeans.
What?
Hello? Testing. Hey, you made it through.
Cam, buddy? Alright, hello? What's going on? I can't mute it. You can't touch any of these.
Welcome to the Lazy Game site, or whatever is left of it. Anyway.
Alright, yeah, I want to play some Lazy games.
Now, Charlie, or never name.
Sure, I'll be Charlie.
Just remember.
What do you want me to remember?
You were the one who wanted it, and therefore you can sue me for anything you might see or expose in there. Okay? We're signing on it.
Okay.
And by the way, if by chance the experimental virtual machine spontaneously catches on fire and immolates you, well, that was also in your contract. All your trust.
Oh, great. I'm glad I signed that without reading it.
Right, so lazy. Wait, why are the only 2 games saved in here? Where did all the other ones go?
I don't know. Did I sign that one off too?
Oh well, maybe connecting someone's mind directly into the digital world messes some things, alright.
Alright, let's do it.
As long as it doesn't mess your brain.
No, I'm sure.
Hey, why don't you start exploring them? You wanted to find answers, right?
Sure.
Well, now thanks to my cool-ass high-tech machine, LazyGames.com is right here in front of you and all around you.
Perfect. There's my little
Paralyzed by fear?
doohickey.
Why, let me help you, girl. Why don't we open up Lazy's wardrobe first? You remember that one, right?
No, I don't.
It's time to play some Flash games!
Alright, let's play some Flash games. I'm excited. Pose you? What are we doing? I click on anything else.
Hello!
Hello. Lay. Have to power it on. Oh. Alright. Lazy's wardrobe. Boop. Lazy has a busy day today. In the morning, she will attend a picnic in the park. Then in the afternoon, she must go shopping. Finally, she will have a date tonight with the cutest guy. Phew. But there's only one problem. She has no idea what to wear. Can you help Lazy put together the cutest outfits for each situation? Let's go hair up. I think that's pretty fun. How about that? Is that what I want? Let's see, I just need to make sure. Is this game? Okay. Maybe I'm not supposed to play this game. Let's see, Lazy's what, Flash games? Well, I guess I'll just kind of keep on playing it. Go with a little bow in our hair. We're ready. Oh wait, why isn't this showing the right window? What is this about? Shopping mall? Do I have to do a different outfit for each? Hello? Okay, I don't know if I want to be playing this game. It's kind of weird. So let's just go back to World War Z. Wish I can play that for an hour. Oops. All right. Let's load up the game. Then I will need to change my stuff. So I'll need to wait for the game to load a little bit. And there's going to be flashing lights, possibility of seizures. Oh. Alright, I think I am good to start. So I'm going to do co-op campaign. I just play offline. Okay. So I just did New York. As I develop classes by playing, I'll unlock new perks for them, allowing deeper customization of my favorite playstyle. Here you can buy and activate these perks. Only one perk per column can be activated at any one given time. I'm Gunslinger. Give me a reason. Start with a frag grenade and compact SMG. Movement has no effect on weapons. Frag grenade can kill 25% more targets. So do I already have this one? Frag grenades explode on impact. They deal 100% more damage, but have 50% smaller explosion radius. I don't know if I want that. Oh, wow. Okay. As I use weapons, new upgrade and customization options will become available for them. Here I can buy, unlock, and select perks and skins for weapons. Okay. Okay, and I'm at what, like level 3, 2? How did I get that guy? I was her. Okay, I know what I'm looking for. They may not have the character that I want. Oh, that's it. No, they don't. Let's just be her, I guess. Oh, she's got some great outfits. Oh, that's a cute little guy. I don't know if I'd rather have the robot. Oh, some jingle bells. I think I have to have that. I can get a game controller. All right. What is this? No, I don't want any of that. I don't think. All right. Oh no. Whatever. I'm just gonna play. Oh, okay. Alright. Since I'm not level 5. Oh, I'm level 4. I'm pretty close. I think after this, I could be level 5. I don't know. Left to die in the army, helicopters buzzing overhead. 4 New Yorkers have no choice but to fight their way to freedom. Rumor tells of a shady character who will get them out of the city on a subway train for a price. If a swarm is heading in your direction, fortify. Most sidearms have silencers. Use them when the zombies are not already alerted to your presence. I wonder if I can swap my silencer on and off. Or just if I have a silence weapon. Use that when they're not paying attention.
Nobody is leaving anybody. They're gonna steamroll the army and then they'll be back. This is our only chance to get anywhere.
Not going into the subway. You've heard the stories.
We will starve here. The subway is our only chance. We will
Feels a little chopped. Or maybe I just have too much crap open. All right, let's see. Is there anything around here? No. Right, let's get this off. Open the doors, open the barricade.
Do not make a noise.
I would not want to be around all this blood.
Dan, you hear me?
Hey, what's up? I don't see you guys on the roof.
We're going for it. Trying the subway to Inwood. Over.
Yeah, really? I don't... maybe the grunts will wipe him out on the front. Guys?
Oh, am I not hitting that person? Oh, he fell awkwardly. Oh. Oh. Thanks, you guys. Alright. That's right, I forgot there's one there.
Loading ammo.
Whoa. Come on, you guys, let's keep it together. Oh. Is there a whistler? Oh. That's all good.
Creeper!
Oh! Take that, buddy. Run away. Run away. Don't get in my way.
That one's toast.
Ooh. Can we get back up? Alright, let's go, you guys.
There's too many. Get to the elevator. Loading ammo. Spotted a screamer.
Oh, oh. Get away from me, you guys. Wow.
Heads up.
You guys got mobbed. What was that? What did you guys just save me from? What's that? Spray grenades? Oh, adrenaline. Okay, medkit. Anybody over here?
Creeper down.
Oh.
We gotta get in the elevator now.
Good enough.
Okay, that's what I did have. All right. Let's get down to the bottom of this. What do you guys think?
Wrong floor, assholes. Reloading.
Dan,
I didn't think you guys were gonna make it in.
we're headed down. Out of food. Gotta go now. You coming? Over.
I got food and booze for a month.
Oh, perfect.
Be here by then. I'm gonna wait it out, but I'll keep an eye out for you.
Jesus Christ. Look down.
Holy Christ. You seeing this? Goddamn Thanksgiving Day parade.
Keep moving, shitbirds. Party's in the Bronx.
Okay, let's see the chainsaw.
Come to mama.
Why do you guys got those fun guns? I don't have anything like that.
Gotta be something.
Oh yeah. That looks great. Oh wait.
I'll take what I can get. Good enough.
I guess we should go over here.
Fire in the hole! Anybody else?
Here they come!
Grenade is live! Loading ammo!
Sons of bitches are climbing! Hit them! There's an open elevator shaft on the other end.
Who wants more? Got the special!
You guys okay? I'm hearing a lot of action from your way.
We're taking care of it.
Drop that screamer!
Reloading!
Screamer! Take him out! Kill this thing! Drop that screamer!
There's the screamer at.
Yeah! Backing him up!
Loading ammo! Look out! They're coming! Special down! Anybody else?
Somebody shut up the screamer.
Reloading!
No, leave him alone. Get up, buddy. Oh, what explosive ammo?
Oh my god.
Drop that screamer!
Where's the screamer at?
Welcome home. Anybody want seconds?
Oh. That's pretty fun. Let's do frag grenades. Refill the ammos. And then no.
Drop that screamer!
Heads up! Creeper! Loading ammo!
Alright, let's go, you guys.
Who wants some? We're good. Subway's across and left.
I don't know. A new second. Ooh.
I'll take what I can get. Don't make a sound.
Oh.
Picked up a defense kit. Come to mama.
Yeah, that's probably okay. Let's see. Equipment full. No. I think that was everything that I could get here.
50.
Nice. See the swarm coming straight for you.
Oh, shit. Where?
Right down Polaroid.
Electrified grid in place. Got some defenses.
Alright. Yeah, let's try and get them over that side first.
Razor wires ready.
Oh yeah, I can do a
Welcome
flamethrower?
home. There's enough for everybody.
That looks fun. Anything else I can get? Was that all the stuffs? I thought I killed like a lot more zombies than that, climbing up the wall. Oh well. Basically, that's what it is. Oh, you guys. Hey. Thanks for following me around, you guys. Ooh. I don't think I can grab anything else here.
Swarm coming in! Here they come!
Reloading. Who wants more?
Come on, you guys. That kind of holds them back a little bit.
Anybody else?
Oh.
No more bombs.
I just got blown the crap up.
Damn it! I got spit on.
Come on, cabrones!
Fire in the hole! Who wants more?
Shoot from heaven. You guys not know. Okay, that was good enough.
Reloading.
Shot through. Sorry, teammate.
Look out!
Son of a... Who shot me?
I'm on it. Come here, buddy. Let's dance. All right.
We should go before there's more. Dan, is the street clear to the subway?
Excuse me.
Probably the best it's gonna be. Go for it.
Oh, I should have gotten more frag
Take care
grenades.
of yourself, Dan. It's better times. Over.
I could use a machine gun.
Raise it up!
Come to mama.
Oh, this thing looks
Get some!
crazy. I'm not gonna touch that right now.
everybody. I'm going.
No turning back now. No noise.
Where is all my weapons at? Is there anything else up here? Or is this just the end? And I don't have to do anything else. Equipment. There we go. I feel better about that now.
I'm going for the subway.
What? No, I don't want a creeper or whatever. Get me? Oh yeah.
God damn it!
Loading ammo.
Somebody shot that.
You guys up the stairs. We're getting flanked. We're getting flanked, you guys. All right. Good job, everyone. Can I get in here? I want to buy a card. Go down the stairs. I assume. Oh, is this guy? He looks fun. Oh. Did he just take all of us out?
Special down. This light laser. Damn it! I got spit on.
All right, what are we doing? We gotta reach over there.
Can you drive this thing?
The ride ain't free, dear.
Oh, this rabbit hole is chock-a-block with goodies. Bring them to me.
All right, you guys, let's go find some supply crates.
Hang on. Who's got a med kit? I'll paint you. Look here. Get ready!
All right.
Where are the rats? Whoa.
Hey! Watch out! Look out!
Oh, shoot. You're right there, buddy.
Look out!
Oh, I just hit him my teammates. We need to get out of here, guys.
Over here. Look. Good job. Move your ass.
Those giants in the Bronx must be shitting in their drawers by now.
Got another one.
Alright, one supply crate.
Here.
Oh, thank you ever so much.
Alright, let's go get the other supply crate. This is explosive ammo.
Found a box. Bringing it back to the train.
Oh. Buddy, do not run up on me like that.
Loading ammo. Infected! She's gonna spit! She won't be spitting anymore.
Somebody, shut up the screamer!
Spotted that screamer. Shut up.
Oh, I guess I have explosive ammo right now.
When are we gonna leave? Heads up! Bull!
Oh.
Bull's finally down.
Do I really need it? Oh, what? I want to do myself.
Americans, man, lost everything. What now? Bigger guns.
Where is all the bad guys? Open you up.
Got another one. Fuck, better drive. Stay quiet. Creeper neutralized. Reloading! Here.
Alright, one more. There's not as many baddies right now.
Found a box. Bringing it back to the
Is
train.
that just the difficulty level?
When are we gonna leave?
All aboard who's coming aboard.
Oh.
Oh, we're making too much noise. They're gonna come.
We gotta go now.
Do you want to try? They're gonna break the doors.
They'll hold.
Get away from me.
Am I in the right train?
Jaws that bite and claws that catch. Who will hear the gem of my son? Crazy son of a bitch. Crazy son of a bitch with a train.
Yeah, don't forget that little fact there. Sweet. Escape from New York. Oh, I took the most damage. Oh, well. Oh, nice. So I'm almost at level 6. The revolver went up a little bit. The pistol went up a little bit. The shotgun went up. The multi-barreled shotgun, that was a fun one. And the compact SMG went up another level 2. Yeah, let's go back.
This is Dr. Alex Greengold. Can anyone...
You go from New York to Jerusalem, to Moscow, to Tokyo, to Marseille, to Rome, all the way back over to Russia.
We held out as long as they.
Then Phoenix and Vegas.
We held out as long as we could.
This is Dr. Alex Greengold. Can anyone hear me? I am in a house on Hillel Street near Maccabi Square.
A group of survivors receive this. Oh, so these are going to be different people? They embark on a journey through the holy city and across the Judean desert to a military bunker that may hold the key to survival. Alright, yeah, let's just keep on playing then, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. I got 25 minutes. 35 minutes. So I'm at 8 hours. I may try to do a little bit more today, though. I may want to get some water too. You get a stem pistol? Pistol? Oh, yep. Hold on there. Dissident back. What? I like your name, but I'm gonna have to ban you. Roy! Where you at, Roy? Hey, why'd the train stop? What are we looking for? Oh, there's somebody.
What's going on?
Well, it appears my associate on the other side of this door is either passed out drunk or deceased.
I'll take it.
We'll check it out. Stay on the radio.
A crossbow, really? Oh man, I'm gonna hold on to this very long. Well, I bet you I'm super silent with it.
We ain't alone.
Loading ammo. Stay sharp. We got a creeper.
That's pretty fun. And then do I just burn them?
Stevie, we reached a closed gate.
Yeah. Now we rigged those up so that Zeke couldn't stumble in. There's multiple switches to open them. Some of them are on timers. Have fun.
Frick. Check around for the switch.
Whoa. Finish the mission while carrying virus samples to get bonus rewards, but beware if the container gets damaged, you could have... Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll be fine with that.
I've got a breaching charge.
Look for the switch.
Welcome home.
A grenade launcher?
Good enough.
That's right, I had that one last time.
Flip the next switch.
Alright, I'll do everything myself. No worries.
Eyes open, we got a hider. Another locked gate. Does anyone see a switch?
Where are all the zombies at?
Where are you hiding, creeper?
Okay. Whoa.
Flip the next switch. Flip the next switch.
We'll get over there. Nice combat roll. Oof. Oh, I just shot her right in the gut. Sorry, teammate. Get off of me. I got a machete, people. Oh, where'd my shotgun go?
Back to the start.
What was I repairing?
Look out for the bull!
Oh, what? I just lock all of you guys in there. My bad.
Heads up, creeper.
Creeper taking it. Got the creeper.
There's the switch. Anybody else?
Yeah, it looks like there's... Uh-oh. That wasn't quite what I wanted to do there.
Check around for the switch. Screamer! Take him out!
Praise God.
Is there anything in here? No, just the button, the switch.
Flip the next switch. Flip the next switch.
Screamer! Take him out! Spotted a screamer.
Stevie, we cleared the second gate.
Congrats. You're smarter than a sack of rotting entrails.
Hey, thanks.
Did you guys catch up with Roy yet? Ginger fella, about
No.
5'7". He owes me money.
Yeah, he's either dead or undead. Let's go. Shit. I don't like this. We're completely exposed.
Yes.
Stevie, we've reached some kind of station.
Oh, my little hatchlings have reached the sea! There are 2 control rooms here. Use the one on the right.
Okay. Ammo improving bag.
Loading ammo!
What's in the box?
I'll take what I can get.
I'm reloading!
Yeah, what's a payload rifle? Oh, there we go. Here's everything.
Slow and silent.
I thought we had crap last time. Okay, here we go.
This will slow him down.
Automatic turret. Yeah, I'll go up here.
I got us an auto turret.
So where are you facing?
Watch this.
Is there anything else down here? No. Alright.
The tunnel door is opening.
Right there.
That'll wake him up.
Picked up a defense kit.
Oh, bugger, look at that! I can't get the engine running. Oh, I guess you'll have to buy them without me.
Anybody else?
There is a lot of guys here. They're zombies.
Loading ammo.
They're climbing. Oh, one of them. Oh. One of them almost made it up. Good job, you guys. Good job. Alright, that seems like it's most of them.
Come to mama.
Choo-choo! Alright, now, blast them over to the next control booth and get the other door open for me.
push some buttons for you. What is in here?
Breaching charge ready.
Get out of my way. This is my stuff, you guys. I really like the assault shotgun.
Gotta be something.
Gotta be something. Alright.
Good enough.
That big vent looks like our only option. Let's move.
Got some defenses.
Keep the noise down.
Creeper down.
Fan's still on. Looks like we got a control panel here.
Alright,
Everybody
let's
good?
take
Let's
out
move. I don't like this.
the fan. Oh, what? I should totally be able to go under there. Game. That's no fun. Let me duck. Can you give me a little half
The lower level is filled with
half
gas.
spot?
We can climb over it and get inside.
Rats.
Creeper neutralized.
Oh. Oh. Gross.
Shut up the screamer!
Ooh. Get wrecked, dude.
Ventilation is dead. We've got to fire it up to clear out
Okay,
the
that's
gas.
right.
Look, another fan switch. That should turn on the ventilation. The gas level's dropping. I think it's only clearing the top floor.
I don't know which way we gotta go, you guys. We go this way? Which way are we going?
Reloading. Air's good down here.
We have to keep moving down. We gotta power up another freaking fan to clear out the gas.
Alright, I got it. I'm on it.
Panel's missing a key. Stevie, what do we do?
Oh.
Now, unless you can breathe poison, I'd start searching dead workers for a key.
Look for the key. Check bodies.
You got a key?
This guy doesn't have the key. Looks like the gas does nothing to the Zeke. This guy doesn't have the key.
Okay. Oh, get out of my way, you guys. Nothing down there. Alright. Let's check in this room. Anybody? No? There's gotta be something.
Thanks.
Shut up the screamer!
Looks like nobody's
Quit all huddling around together, you guys. You're easy prey. Oh,
no way to move until we get that key.
not that way.
Shut up. Creeper.
Yeah, I get wrecked. What do I gotta search? Oh, in this room? Anything, buddy? You got a key for me?
This guy doesn't have the key.
No? Do you have a key? Oh, I only get one virus sample.
No more bombs. Oh my god.
Well, that worked.
We ain't leaving till we find the key.
Creeper down.
I got one more to search. You got a key?
Found the key. Heading to the control panel.
Good work. Oh, they are just falling from the ceiling. That's not good.
The gas level's dropping.
We can drop down a level.
Good work, everyone.
Show's over. Screamer down.
Oh.
We got a fan switch here. Let's get this aired out. Yeah. Bulls down. Thought he had it.
Quick, get to the fan switch.
No key here either.
What? Come on.
Alright, we're gonna look for another
There's
soldier.
some down below in the gas.
We gotta go down.
Well, who's gonna do it? I'm gonna shoot this thing, so nobody get too close to it.
Loading ammo.
Oh, you guys. You got a key? Hurry up, I don't want to hurt myself.
No key here.
Hold your breath. Oh. Let's just go up. Oh, come on. Save me, you guys. Save me.
Couldn't get him off.
Whew.
There's enough for everybody. That never gets easier.
I thought you were going to say that never gets old. Oh, this is such a satisfying gun.
Creeper.
What in the world were you doing back there? Good eye, you guys. I didn't even see that guy. You have a key? Man, I need a key.
No key here.
Oh, quick. Climb up. Get out of the bad air, you guys. Alright, let's see if this guy one has a key. Do you have a key? I'd really like a key, sir.
Got the key. Coming up.
Alright, good work. Good work. Alright, what do we got? That is the last fan. Oh. That is the last fan.
We all need to get downstairs. Reloading.
Although we should probably get somewhere. Oh, okay.
Shut up the screamer.
Oh, watch out for the flames. More ammo. Where did all these guys come from? Why weren't you guys watching my 6? That could have really hurt you guys. Where do you guys just go? Oh, being there. Alright. Is that gonna do it for me? Alright, let's go. Let's go. Oh wait. Video. What would it be under? I do have subtitles on. I don't have a silenced weapon, so I think you're gonna get grenaded.
Loading ammo.
Oh yeah, we just have to run on this one. Alright, let's just go. Get to the top of the tower. Go, 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 go. Run. Guys, where are you? Oh, oh. Where are those people going? I see a lot of shadows. Come on, you guys. Oh. Close the door, silly Billy. Whew. Good job. Good job, everyone. Good job. Oh, I thought we were in... I don't know.
I'll take what I can get.
Do I want to do a chainsaw?
What's in here?
What are we doing?
Look! I bet that vent leads back to the train.
Alright, let's see how accurate you are.
underestimated you. If I was a betting man, I'd have just lost my ass. Now open the door.
We're heading to the second door switch.
That thing is beat up.
We got a special!
Oh, how did you?
Take out the bomber! Got the bomber!
Loading ammo. Reloading. Let's go.
Or were we over
Doors should be
there?
opening.
Here they come!
Looks like Black Friday in here.
Big guns.
Don't let them get inside the train. They're climbing.
Why do I go on this side?
Look out! Two on board. Loading ammo. Anybody else?
It's my turn. You blow my goddamn head off. All right.
They're towering up.
Oh. Oh, I didn't put that gun in the right place. Nuts. All right. Let's try that again. Oh, what? Do I have to do the whole thing again? Where'd I get a pink gun at? What? Huge maintenance doors block the train's path north. The driver's associate on the inside was supposed to be on hand to open the doors, but the radio is silent. The only option is to leave the train and go in on foot. Oh, it's already.
This can't be good.
Shoot.
I don't trust this psycho.
Roy! Roy, open up! Open the door, you twat! Roy!
Roy. Where are you at, Roy? Roy boy. Alright, I'll figure this out then. Should shoot you.
What's going on?
Well, it appears my associate on the other side of this door is either passed out drunk or deceased.
We'll check it out. Stay on the radio.
I'll take what I can get. Gotta be quiet here.
Alright, let's try this again. Be quiet.
We ain't alone.
Oh, come on, controller. Is there any guns or anything over here? No?
Stevie, we reached a closed gate.
Yeah. Now we rigged those up so that Zeke couldn't stumble in. There's multiple switches to open them. Some of them are on timers. Have fun.
Prick.
Check around for the switch. Come on, Creep.
Flip the next switch. We got all the switches. Loading ammo.
Anything over here? No. Looking for loots.
Another locked gate. Does anyone see a switch?
She ain't getting up.
Both gone.
God damn it! Somebody shot me!
Reloading.
Oh, that was probably me.
Somebody shut up the screamer!
Check around for the switch.
Where am I going? Do I already go in here?
Screamer! Take him out!
Primary shotgun.
I'll take what I can get.
Look for the switch. Drop that screamer!
Flip the next switch.
Alright, then going up here.
Flip the next switch. Loading ammo. They're all over me.
No. No. Get them off of you. Oh no. Where do we go? Where are we going? Alright, let me get up here.
Spotted us. We've got limited time. Let's move. Show's over. Screamer down. Flip the next
Oh,
switch.
what? Dang it. Alright, I think I got it this time.
Flip the next switch. Heads up. Creeper.
Oh yeah, some explosive ammo. If that's what that was.
We cleared the second gate.
Congrats. You're smarter than a sack of rotting entrails.
Oh, thanks. You're so nice.
Home. Gotta be something. Good enough. Everybody good? Let's move.
Alright, let's go, you guys.
Shit. I don't like this. We're completely exposed. Stevie, we're in the hub.
Oh, my little hatchlings have reached the sea! There are 2 control rooms here. Use the one on the right.
Okay.
Come
A
to
heavy
mama.
machine gun? That sounds fun. I don't think I've used this one yet.
I've got a breaching charge. Reloading.
Let's do the breaching charge here. I guess. You guys gonna be right here with
Breaching
me?
charge ready. This will slow him down. What's in here?
Nope. Let's go, you guys. Oh, I guess we can't do anything here. Let's see. I got a turret. There's one turret.
Auto turret ready. Got some defenses. I got us an auto turret.
Alright. And then that's all I'm gonna get out of this. Well, let's get them, you guys.
Tunnel door is opening.
Oh, bugger, look at that! I can't get the engine running. Oh, I guess you'll have to fight 'em without me.
Who wants some?
Reloading.
Bunch of guys right there.
Anybody else?
Bunch of zombies.
Grenade is live. Who wants more? Reloading. Shit, they're coming.
You guys need to learn how to climb better, I would kind of suggest. Ooh. My bad, you guys.
Loading ammo. Who wants more?
Who's next?
I need some ammo. Oh, oh, get off of me, you guys. Thank you.
Nowhere.
Alright, now, pass them over to the next control room and get the other door open for me.
Alright, we're working on it.
We each have a calling in our club. Mine is to drive the train. Yours is to push buttons.
This big thing could get us across. I'm checking it out. Did everybody get some?
Yes, we did. Let's see, is there anything else in here that I want?
Arnetta, Franco
I don't know,
Angel.
maybe
what are we
this
doing?
one.
See if we can get through that vent.
Alright, let's go look. Looks legit.
Let's go. I don't like this.
You just hit one button and you know that you're good. Oh yeah, there's that spot.
Ugh. The lower level is filled with gas.
That pipe should hold our weight. Son of a... Who shot me?
Reloading.
Oh.
No more bomb.
No more bombing.
That pipe is the only way in.
We got trouble. We got trouble. Take it down to infected.
Hands up! Special!
That one's towed.
Somebody shut up the screamer.
Let's get across the pipe. Ventilation is dead. We've got to fire it up to clear out the gas. Look, another fan switch. That should turn on the ventilation.
Well, I tried to hit it.
The gas
You weren't
level's
ready
dropping.
though.
I think it's only clearing the top floor.
Next level looks okay. Let's go.
Air's good down here.
Down.
Multi-shot rocket launcher? No. I want to figure out this, what this gun does. Or maybe this is the same thing.
Creeper down.
Where's all my gear at? I haven't seen anything.
It's not going to be safe down there until we air it out. I see another fan control. Probably airs out the place.
Where's all the bad guys?
Shit. This vent panel's missing a key. Stevie, what do we do?
We look for a key.
Breathe poison, I'd start searching dead workers for a key.
Spread out and look for the key.
Alright, you got a key, buddy?
This guy doesn't have the key.
No.
Gas doesn't even touch the Zeke. Do the sons of bitches even breathe?
No.
This guy doesn't have the key.
No, I doubt their lungs are really working that well.
We ain't leaving till we find the key.
We can't leave until we find the key.
Found the key. Heading to the control panel. The gas level's dropping. Let's go. Next level should be safe.
Should be.
Look, another fan switch. That should turn on the ventilation. No key here either.
What? Come on! Find the freaking key. We'll be on the next level down in the gas. We need that key. No other choice. Take a deep breath and go.
That one's down.
Right, where is a key? I just have to go down below. Oh man, I wish I had a breaching charge now.
Head downstairs and move fast.
Yes, sir. I will move as fast as I can.
No key here.
Right, let's get back upstairs.
Make a noise.
What? How am I not supposed to make a noise? Please give me some good news.
No key here.
What is that blue bar? I thought that was gonna be for my air.
Got the key. Coming up.
All right, let's get going. Let's get out of here.
I think I just lost 10 years of my life breathing that shit in.
Probably.
I'd like to get out of here. Let's go. Through the tunnel.
Go, go.
Did you guys catch up with Roy yet? Ginger fella, about 5'7". He owes me money.
Not a good time, Stevie.
Oh. Oh, a little help, you guys. Thanks. Run away. Am I stuck? Combat roll.
I'll take what I can get.
No, you guys aren't supposed to be here either. Well, shit.
Fire in the hole!
Stop shooting!
Sorry, you guys. We're kind of stuck.
Loading ammo.
Well, I guess, you know, I'm over 8 hours in.
Good enough.
No noise.
Oh. Sweet. I don't even care. I just want to get out. Alright, let's go, you guys. Run. Run. Hey, you guys.
I think we're okay.
This is a little awkward.
Anybody want seconds? Oh my god.
Bust out. Get out of here.
Look, I bet that vent leads back to the train.
Okay. We'll see how sound your theory is. Can I go down here? No. Alright, what do we got? Ooh.
Stevie, we're back in the main hub.
Well, I've underestimated you. If I was a betting man, I'd have just lost my ass. Now open the door.
Let's flip the door switch and get the hell out.
Alright, are there any weapons that I want? Yeah, let's see that one.
I'll take what I can get. Picked up a defense kit. Creeper neutralized. Loading ammo.
Okay, so I think I wanted it. Over here?
Auto turret ready. Shh, don't make a sound.
Oh, I'm making a sound. Don't you worry about that. Nothing else?
Everybody good? Let's move. Door should be opening.
They're here!
Looks like Black Friday in here.
Somebody shut up the screamer.
Anybody else?
Don't let them get inside the train!
Grenade is live! Climbing up! Who wants more? Reloading! Shit! They're coming!
If I turn, you'll blow my goddamn head off. All right? Hey! Hey! There's a tunnel boring machine next to the train. Turn it on and leave some skid marks.
Protect the train! Take them out!
Anybody else?
Please son of a gun.
Drop the bull! Yeah! Who shot me? Somebody! Shut up the screamer!
Who wants more?
Son of a... Who shot me? Climbing up to our
Blow my
level!
goddamn head off. All right?
Get some! Anybody
stop getting into the train, you guys.
Who wants more?
Jackasses. You are the worst teammates somebody could ask for. Oh, good job.
Let's get out of here! Hallelujah! Oh, the day of miracles has come! Well, thanks for the assistance, my darlings. I'll see you later.
You can't leave us here!
Son of a bitch!
Take him out! Whoa, whoa, Jesus! Honestly, you Yanks have no sense of humour. Now hurry up and get on a bloody train.
A jackass. No. He seems nice. He seems nice. Victory. Alright. I think that's gonna do it for me. Alright, Ruby, fun. Alright, well, that is going to do it for me tonight. I had a good time with the stream and everything. Yeah, so have a nice night. I am out. See ya.